Chapter 28:31. In the void, the blood sea was still there, and the three of them stood still. Yong Kai's eyes were like lightning as he searched for Falt's whereabouts with his telepathic thoughts. Crimson and Bamboo did not dare to let their guard down. The two of them stood back to back, guarding against any sneak attacks from behind. The blood sea was no longer tumbling, and it was quiet. However, everyone knew that Falt had not escaped and was still there. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. Once he appeared from the blood sea, that strange and powerful wizard would definitely not let him go. After witnessing the wizard's means, Crimson and Bamboo could no longer treat him as a wizard. He was someone who could beat Falt to the point that he could not fight back and even lose an arm or a leg. "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide?" Yong Kai's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. "Today, this wizard will make you pay with your blood." As he said that, he suddenly reached out and picked up a Longan-sized pearl. The pearl looked normal, but when Yong Kai activated it, it suddenly emitted a strong suction force. In front of the pearl, a pitch-black whirlpool appeared, as though it led to hell. The blood sea was attracted by the suction force and surged into the whirlpool. Crimson and Bamboo's eyes lit up, and they were secretly excited. In the current situation, you did not dare to show himself, using the miraculous power of the blood sea to hide himself. The two of them did not have any good methods to find him. If this stalemate continued, you might be able to escape. After all, they could not possibly guard the blood sea for the rest of their lives. However, seeing the power of the wizard tool that the Wizard King took out, it seemed like they could do something great. As long as the blood sea was completely absorbed, Falt would have nowhere to hide. The only question now was whether the inconspicuous pearl could absorb such a large blood sea. The answer was, of course, yes. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although Falt's blood sea was not small, it was nothing to the sealed world bead. It was only a matter of time before it was completely devoured. Under Crimson and Bamboo's nervous gaze, the blood sea that shrouded the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the suction force from the pearl did not weaken. The huge whirlpool was still there, and the surging suction force pulled the blood sea's water in. In less than 5 minutes, the blood sea was only half its original size. At this moment, Falt, who had been hiding in the blood sea to recuperate, finally could not sit still any longer. 80% of his abilities were entrusted to the blood sea. Once the blood sea was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a backlash. The tranquil blood sea suddenly began to churn. Beneath the churning blood sea, a figure moved swiftly like a swimming fish and charged towards Chiju and Chiju. It was silent and secretive, and no matter how vigilant Chiju and Chiju were, they were actually unable to notice it in the slightest. With a crashing sound, Falt suddenly appeared in front of Bamboo like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. His face was filled with a ferocious smile. His arms and right leg, which had been cut off by Yong Kai, had somehow recovered. It was just that the new skin was white and tender, and not as strong as before. Bamboo was shocked. She made a hand seal, and the wizard's spell shield lit up. At the same time, a wind blade slashed at Falt in an attempt to push him back. As the blood sea surged, a blood wall appeared in front of Falt, blocking the wind blade. After the blood wall dissipated, Falt was nowhere to be seen. Immediately after, Bamboo sensed that her wizard's spell shield had been broken. She was scared out of her wits, and her body turned cold. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The figure was not tall. Instead, it looked a little weak, but it gave off an illusion that it was hard to look at its back. The wizard was awesome. Yong Kai reached out and grabbed at the void. Amidst the blood mist, he seemed to have caught something, and there was a groan. Falt's figure reappeared. However, Yong Kai had grabbed him by the neck and his strong body was lifted up by Yong Kai like a little chick. Bamboo panted heavily, and there was a lingering fear on her face. Everything happened in a flash. She did not have any time to react. If the wizard had not suddenly appeared at the critical moment and accurately caught Fault, who was hidden in the blood mist, she would have been finished. How did he do it? Bamboo was confused, but she knew that now was not the time to think about it. Now that Fault had been captured with the various means and strength that the wizard had displayed, Fault should not be able to cause much trouble. It could be said that they had won the battle. Just as she relaxed her mind, Fault suddenly revealed a strange smile and said unhurriedly, "Do you think you've caught me?" Bamboo was a little confused. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she could not tell what was wrong. "Do you think you've succeeded?" Yong Kai asked with a sneer. Fault, who was confident of victory, immediately revealed a look of shock. Before he could say anything else, Yong Kai exerted force and broke his neck. Splash! Fault, whose neck was broken, suddenly dissolved into a pool of blood and returned to the blood sea. Blood doppelganger. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. If the wizard had caught Fault's blood doppelganger, then where was the real Fault? The two of them could not help but think of something. They turned their heads at the same time and saw that above the blood sea, in front of the blood sea, Fault had unknowingly appeared there. He was holding the blood sea in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the wizard artifact. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fault's abilities were built on the foundation of the blood sea. Now that the wizard artifact had the power to break through the blood sea, it was unreasonably powerful. If Crimson was in Fault's shoes, he would definitely think of a way to snatch the wizard artifact away. As long as the wizard artifact did not break through the blood sea, Fault would be invincible. The blood doppelganger that attacked Bamboo earlier was just a cover to attract the wizard artifact's attention and lure him away from the wizard artifact. And reality proved that Fault's trick was quite effective. The wizard artifact was indeed lured away. No one was looking after the wizard artifact, so Fault grabbed it in his hand. At this moment, Fault should be overjoyed, but why did he have an expression of fear? The hand that was holding the wizard artifact's bead was trembling violently, as if it was struck by lightning. "Idiot," Yong Kai sneered. He strolled on the blood sea and walked toward Fault. Feeling Yong Kai's approach, Fault's expression was filled with fear. His wizard power surged wildly, but he still could not escape the suction force from the sealed world bead. He was firmly rooted to the spot and could not move. He thought that he would be fine as long as he stole the sealed world bead. Little did he know that Yong Kai had already merged with the sealed world bead and could command it like his own arm. The wizard artifacts of ancient times were very different from the secret treasures of modern times. If the sealed world bead was really a wizard artifact, perhaps Fault would have already gotten it. However, the sealed world bead was a world of its own. Before Fault could refine it, how could he lift it? Even if the Wizard King Wizard Sage was here, he would not be able to lift it. Instead, it was the suction force from the sealed world bead that locked Fault to the spot. Seeing Yong Kai gradually approaching, a trace of panic finally flashed across Fault's face. Even when his arms and legs were chopped off, his expression did not change much. But now he experienced what despair was. He did not beg for mercy or cower. Instead, he looked coldly at Yong Kai and sneered, "The bone-eating tribe will not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a determined look appeared on his face. Wizard power surged from his body. Yong Kai frowned and stopped in his tracks. At the next moment, there was a loud bang, and Fault's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky, and the world seemed to be raining blood, dyeing the ground red. In such a desperate situation, Fault chose to self-destruct. It was clear that he had a strong character. However, most barbarians were like this. In a situation where death was certain, Very few would choose to linger on with their last breaths. The sea of blood disappeared, and the sky was clear again. The sun had risen and shone brightly in the sky. However, it could not dispel the chill of the land. The slaughter below was still ongoing. The bone-eating tribe Stone Fort had 700 to 800 tribesmen, while the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe only had 300 people. However, the captives Yong Kai brought out made up for the lack of numbers, giving the Raging Flame tribe an advantage in numbers. The only drawback was that they had fewer wizards. The three tribes only had 7 or 8 wizards, while the Bone-Eating tribe had close to 20. Therefore, this battle was earth-shattering. Both sides were evenly matched, and barbarians kept dying on the spot. This evenly matched situation changed the moment Fault died. When the sea of blood that covered the sky disappeared, everyone looked up to see the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups. In a sense, the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups was the final outcome. 3 figures stood in the air. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes cheered wildly, while the bone-eating tribesmen looked ashen. Kill. With a furious roar, the 3 tribes launched their final charge. Without Fault, the bone-eating tribe no longer had the right to contend against the 3 tribes. Their morale fell, and the stalemate was instantly broken. Bamboo and Crimson said nothing. They flew down and unleashed powerful wizard arts, killing enemies with a wave of their hands. The 20-some wizard of the bone-eating tribe lasted less than 10 breaths before the 2 of them they were wiped out. Without the support of their shamans, the strength of the bone-eating warriors was greatly reduced. Soon, they were slaughtered to pieces. In the later stages of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. However, no one showed mercy because their enemy was the bone-eating tribe. They were outliers among the barbarians, a tribe that should have been removed from the list of barbarians long ago. The battle lasted for half a day. When the last bone-eating tribesman died, the stone castle was covered in blood and corpses. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes roamed the battlefield. They did not care whether the bone-eating tribesmen were dead or alive. They would deal with them later. Afterwards, they began to gather the corpses of their tribesmen. When night fell, a simple ceremony was held outside the stone castle. The corpses of the tribesmen of the 3 tribes were piled together, and Crimson presided over the cremation. The barbarians believed that the scorching flames could allow their tribesmen to return to the embrace of the barbarian god after death. Chapter 2832. Outside the stone castle, the tribesmen of the 3 tribes were ready to set off after a night of rest. Although most of them were injured, with some even missing an arm or a leg, and could only be carried by others, everyone had a joyful expression. To be able to save their tribesmen from the bone-eating tribe was already an amazing achievement. Not far away, Red, Bamboo, and Yong Kai were whispering to each other as they walked. "Wizard Bull, you have to be careful of the bone-eating tribe's revenge." Bamboo warned seriously. The bone-eating tribe is a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, we've massacred a small tribe of theirs. They definitely won't let this go. Red nodded. "It's best if you find time to meet with your tribe's Wizard King Master. It's better for him to deal with this matter. After all, the bone-eating tribe was in the wrong first. If the Wizard King intervenes, this matter might not be settled." "It's not that simple." Yong Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but Fault's wizard artifact is not something a great wizard like him can easily possess." When he said this, Bamboo and Red's expressions changed slightly. They had clearly thought of this as well. Yong Kai continued, "To be able to possess such a wizard artifact means that Fault's background is not small. Perhaps he's a descendant of the bone-eating tribe's Wizard King or Wizard Saint, or perhaps he's highly regarded by the Wizard King. If we kill him, we'll cause quite a bit of trouble. Even if the Wizard King intervenes, it might not be resolved." Bamboo said No matter what, if the Wizard King intervenes, there will be a chance. With our current strength, we can't fight against the Wizard King. Yong Kai smiled and didn't say anything. He was now a sorcerer, and perhaps he was still not a match for a Sorcerer King. But now he had already activated his spirit sense, and he could also use all of his space law abilities. Even if he really had to face a Sorcerer King, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, as long as he was given enough time, his strength would increase exponentially. Zhu and Qi, on the other hand, would not be able to fight back if the bone-eating tribe's Wizard King came looking for them. It was reasonable for them to seek the protection of their own tribe's Wizard King. The three of them chatted as they walked. Although Qi Zhu and Qi Zhu's realms were much higher than Yong Kai's, they had experienced a bloody battle yesterday. The two of them no longer dared to underestimate him. They didn't have the ability to force a middle-ranked great wizard to self-destruct. Therefore, the two of them took the initiative to lower their statuses and communicate with Yong Kai as equals. Half a day later, the three groups parted ways. Yong Kai led 200 villagers towards Sangnan village. There were more than 300 villagers in Sangnan village. However, after this battle, their numbers were reduced by a third. As the only remaining wizard in the village, Yong Kai naturally became the leader of the village. 3 days later, Kai Yong led the 200 or so people back to Tsang Nan village. Looking at the ruins of the village, many of the villagers were somewhat depressed. At the entrance of the village, Butterfly's figure suddenly appeared. She sized up Yong Kai and nodded at him. Behind Butterfly, 7 or 8 children rushed out one after another and found their parents. They hugged each other and wept bitterly. The sudden appearance of a stranger like Butterfly made the villagers curious. Fortunately, the villagers did not have much contact with the outside world and were unfamiliar with the floating tribe, so they were just curious. However, Butterfly's body shape was similar to Yong Kai's. She was not as strong as the average barbarian. Instead, she made the villagers feel close to her. Yong Kai introduced Butterfly to the villagers and told them that she was his friend. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Since the village was destroyed, it naturally had to be rebuilt. Fortunately, the villagers were all big and strong, so it was not a problem for them to do this. The rebuilding work took less than 5 days, and the dilapidated village was restored to its former appearance. 5 days later, everything was on the right track. In the wooden house, Yong Kai sat cross-legged. After searching through the space ring for a while, he finally found a rank 9 Monster Beast Monster Core. The rank 9 Monster Beast Monster Core was not something that Yong Kai would care about in the past. When he was picking up monster cores in the Savage Wildlands Beast tomb, Yong Kai only picked up monster cores that were rank 9 and above. He did not pick up monster cores that were below rank 9. Otherwise, the number of monster cores in the millions would be even more terrifying. But now, this rank 9 monster core might be a little too high level for him. Previously, the Monster Beast monster cores that Yong Kai used for his cultivation were not very good. The highest level one was only equivalent to a rank 6 monster core. Now that he suddenly had a rank 9 monster core, it was like a cabbage in a clear soup facing a table full of delicacies. He did not know if he could handle it. But at this point, Yong Kai had no reason to hesitate. His physical body was not bad to begin with. Even if the energy in the rank 9 monster core was a burden to him, it would not cause him to be injured. Opening his mouth and swallowing the monster core, Kai Yong immediately began to use a set of witchcraft techniques. This wizard technique was not the one that the village chief taught him. It was obtained from Qing's knowledge. It was an extremely high-level wizard technique that could not be compared to the one that the village chief taught him at all. When the wizard technique was used, Yong Kai immediately felt the difference. He was an expert from the Emperor realm after all. He could tell the quality of the technique with just a try. This wizard technique that he obtained from Qing was indeed impressive. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than before. The most important thing was that he had just consumed a rank 9 monster core. A burning sensation immediately came from his abdomen, as if there was a flame burning within. When the surging energy contracted and expanded, Yang Kai's stomach instantly became round. If his physical body was not strong enough, this alone would have been enough to make him explode and die. His face was red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Under the great nourishment, Yang Kai's nostrils were already bleeding. He was as still as a mountain as he guarded his mind and used the wizard technique to refine it. As he swallowed and spat it out, the air waves were like the sea. The wooden house was actually on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding spiritual energy was surging, causing the villagers to be shocked. They did not know what was going on. However, Dai Mao Lu, who was teaching the children cultivation, saw some clues and stopped Hu and the others from rushing into the wooden house. Dai integrated into the village very quickly. She had helped a lot during the 5 days of reconstruction. To the simple and honest villagers of Sangnan village, she was already a member of the village. Moreover, everyone knew that she was a powerful wizard like Niao. Naturally, no one dared to disobey her words. This strange phenomenon lasted for a full day before the movement from Yang Kai's wooden house gradually subsided. In the wooden house, Yang Kai's round stomach became flat again. A rank 9 monster core had been refined by him using the wizard technique and integrated into his body, turning into his own powerful capital. His sorcerer realm had increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, Yang Kai once again took out a rank 9 monster core and swallowed it. The sounds of movement and waves of air that shocked the villagers once again came out from the wooden house. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the villagers of Sangnan village had almost gotten used to the various strange movements coming from Anyo's wooden house. From the initial curiosity to the current calmness, they had experienced this many times. In the beginning, this kind of movement only happened once a day and slowly subsided. However, as time went on, the frequency of this movement increased, and it subsided faster and faster. Dai said that Anyo was cultivating. The villagers didn't understand the wizard technique, but they felt that this kind of cultivation was different from what the village chief used to do. The village chief had also cultivated before, but there wouldn't be such a big movement. However, since Dai said that it was, for a whole month, Anyo didn't show his face again. The villagers were even worried that he would starve to death in the house. And I and the others tried to send food several times, but were stopped by Dai. Now, and I looked at Dai with resentment. Strictly speaking, Anyo was very irresponsible. In the past, when the village chief was leading everyone, he would guide everyone on what to do. However, ever since Anyo became the village's new leader, other than being busy for 5 days to rebuild the village, there was no trace of him after that. Hu and the others could only act according to their discretion. If there was no other way, they would ask Dai. Although Dai wasn't very experienced, she could still control the affairs of a small village and helped the villagers a lot. Now, although Dai's prestige in the village wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, it was only below Yang Kai's. On this day, the quiet village was suddenly alarmed by a sharp whistle. The villagers rushed out of their wooden houses, one after another. Hu and the other young adults all had solemn expressions on their faces, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. This was because the whistling sound came from the fence wall. It was a warning sound. This sound meant that an outsider had come to the village. "What's the matter?" Hu rushed up the fence and looked at the archers patrolling the wall. "A great wizard is coming." The archer pointed forward, and Hu looked over. Sure enough, he saw a person flying towards them from the sky. A wizard, and a very powerful wizard. only a wizard of the wizard level could break free from the pull of the earth and fly in the air like a bird. Ahu's eyes suddenly sank. He's injured. Dai's voice suddenly came from beside him. Ahu didn't know when she came, but after more than a month of contact, Ahu and the others understood that Dai was also a very powerful great wizard. Since she said so, it was definitely not wrong. Injured, Ahu frowned. When he looked over again, he did find some clues. The great shaman who was flying over was unstable and swaying. As the great shaman approached, he could vaguely see a trace of blood red. The other party was indeed injured. It's someone from the Raging Flame tribe, Dai said again. Master Chi, who finally saw the other party's face and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was the Master Chi of the Raging Flame tribe, who had seen him more than a month ago at the Bone-Eating tribe's stone castle. As far as he knew, Master Chi was a great wizard. What kind of person could injure him? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, the situation didn't seem optimistic. His right arm was missing, and blood was gushing out, dyeing half his body red. And from the look of the wound, it didn't seem to be caused by a sharp weapon. Instead, it looked like someone had torn it apart with their bare hands. Whose body went cold at this thought. Chapter 2833. Who was his enemy to be able to tear off a great wizard's arm? In just an instant, who made the most appropriate response? He turned around and said, "Go get Anyo." As soon as he said that, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that Anyo had appeared behind him at some point, hovering in the air. Anyo's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared ahead. His face was unusually cold. Chi, who had flown over from afar, had clearly discovered Yonkai's existence as well. He was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror, and his entire body began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible hand had pinched him in the air. He could not move at all. His face turned green and purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "Run away." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up. His simple animal skin clothes burst open, and his skin became transparent. His blood vessels could be seen clearly. Whoosh! When he had swelled to his limit, Chi exploded, turning into a pool of blood that rained down from the sky. Not even his corpse was left behind. Many of the villagers of Songnan village were shocked. They had no idea what had happened at all. They all took a few steps back from Chi's miserable appearance. When they looked over again, a burly figure had suddenly appeared where Chi had been. The person was dressed in heroic attire, and there were several skulls of various sizes on his waist. The skulls radiated with a chilling aura that enveloped the entire Songnan village. At this moment, the strange person who had suddenly appeared was holding something in his hand. He grinned viciously at Yonkai as he gnawed on the food in his hand. The Bone-Eating tribe. Ahu cried out. He could tell the person's identity from the unique pattern on his face. He had long heard that the Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyo and the other two tribes had cleared out a small tribe of the Bone-Eating tribe, so who had been rather worried about the Bone-Eating tribe's revenge. He had wanted to find some time to suggest that Anyo lead everyone to migrate, but Anyo had been cooped up in his house all this time. Naturally, he could not bring this up. Now, it seemed that he had been right to be worried. The Bone-Eating tribe had really come for revenge. Moreover, this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, even the great wizard, Master Chi, was killed by him. How could Anyo be his opponent? When the nearby villagers heard Ahu's voice, their expressions turned cold. They had experienced the terror of the Bone-Eating tribe before. When they saw what the great wizard of the Bone-Eating tribe was holding, their faces paled. That was because it was actually a calf. Moreover, it looked like the calf of a child. definitely not more than 5 years old. With each bite, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe tore off a large chunk of flesh. He chewed with relish, which made him look even more ferocious. Many of the villagers felt extremely uncomfortable. Their stomachs churned, and they felt like vomiting. Yong Kai lowered his eyes and looked at the blood that had spilled on the ground after Nakashi's death. He sighed slightly. Although he did not understand what had happened to Chi, he could vaguely guess. The great wizard of the bone-eating tribe had probably not killed Chi on purpose. Instead, he had purposely tortured and chased after him, using this opportunity to find the location of Sangnan village. Perhaps he had used many methods to prevent Chi from heading to the main tribe of the Furious Flame tribe, forcing him to seek out reliable allies. Regardless, to be able to toy with a great wizard, there was only one possibility for this great wizard's strength, the Wizard King. "I smelled your aura," the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe suddenly said. The bone-eating tribe's great shaman suddenly spoke up. He looked at Yong Kai with a burning gaze. Over at the stone fort, Yong Kai sneered. "I killed Fault," the great wizard sneered. "You—" He clearly did not think that Yong Kai had the ability to kill Fault. After the incident at the stone castle, he had specially gone to investigate. He had used some methods to replay the battle that day. Although it was blurry, it was enough for him to track down the murderer. Furious Flame tribe, Furious Gale tribe. He visited them one by one, destroying 2 small tribes and killing everyone who had participated in the battle at the stone castle. Only the last target he could not determine was him. It was as if something had blinded his investigation. In the end, he had no choice. He could only follow behind Chi and let him lead him to find the murderer of that day. The plan was very successful. Chi, who had nowhere else to go, had indeed come to an unfamiliar place. When the great wizard smelled the aura of the last target, he decisively activated the hidden hand he had left on Chi and killed him. All that was left was to destroy this small village. The dignity of the bone-eating tribe could not be violated. Any enemy who dared to taint themselves with the blood of the bone-eating tribe would definitely suffer 1,000, 10,000 times the revenge. "Do you think I don't have the ability?" Yong Kai asked with a smile. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Butterfly, telling her to take the villagers and hide. Although Yong Kai's strength had increased tremendously after a month of seclusion, he had to go all out against the Wizard King. He could not care less about Sangnan village. If the villagers did not hide well, the power that leaked out would be enough to scatter their souls. The great wizard snorted and did not comment. "Fault also thinks I don't have the ability." And then he died. Yong Kai chuckled. The great wizard said condescendingly, "Are you trying to say that the wizard Chi, will meet the same end?" Yong Kai shrugged, but his attitude was no doubt a silent agreement. The wizard Chi stared blankly at Yong Kai for a while, then burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, and it had the effect of catching one's soul. Many of the villagers who were quietly evacuating were shocked by this laughter, and blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Only Yong Kai faced it head-on, unmoving like a mountain. Wu Qi stopped laughing and frowned as he looked at Yong Kai. He found that Yong Kai wasn't pretending to be calm, but really wasn't affected at all. This was really a bit strange. A trivial great sorcerer seems to have some skill. He was the Wizard King. Even if he was just a low-tier Wizard King, he was still a Wizard King. How could a great wizard resist his laughter that secretly stimulated his power? However, the other party just stood there like an immovable mountain. His methods were completely ineffective. As he spoke, Wu Qi threw down the leg in his hand and stretched out his hand to pat his waist. When his wizard energy surged, a wave of ghostly wails and howls sounded out, and the few skulls hanging on his waist actually emitted a chilly aura. Their empty eyes flickered with a dark green glow, and they flew out together. "How dare you kill my bone-eating tribesmen? Today, this wizard will turn all of you into food." As the wizard Chi roared, the skulls that flew out grew in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. They spread out and blocked the village's surroundings. Each of them breathed out a chilling aura from their mouths. Wherever the aura hit, the ground and wooden houses would freeze, losing all life. In the blink of an eye, the village seemed to have turned into a burial ground, filled with the aura of death. Fortunately, Yang Kai had secretly instructed Butterfly earlier. At this moment, the villagers had all gathered in the center of the village and were preparing to retreat into the tunnel, so there were not many casualties. This tunnel was excavated under Butterfly's supervision, after experiencing the bone-eating tribe's invasion last time. The existence of this tunnel was enough to ensure that the villagers would have a safe way to leave if a similar situation occurred again. Therefore, when Butterfly suggested this, Ahu and the others naturally did their best to cooperate. In a month's time, the tunnel had been dug to a secluded location 15 kilometers away. It was enough to create a safe buffer zone. However, the aura of death spread extremely quickly. It would take time for the 200 villagers to retreat. If they did not stop them, they would not be able to retreat safely. Fortunately, when the skulls began to move, Yang Kai moved as well. With a slight sway, he suddenly appeared before a huge skull. When the wizard Chi saw this, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. He said disdainfully, "You're looking to die." The skulls were his wizard artifacts. He had refined them for who knew how many years, making them even more difficult to deal with than himself. If Yang Kai had attacked his main body, right now he might have had to expend some effort to repel him. However, this guy just had to come looking for trouble with his wizard artifacts. He really didn't know what he was talking about. While speaking, the wizard Chi's mind moved slightly. The huge skull's dark green light flashed wildly. Then, the cold aura it spat out increased several times in an instant. It completely wrapped around Yang Kai. This cold aura of death was refined from the resentment of the people he had killed and eaten. Its power was mysterious and powerful, not to mention that the other party was a great wizard. Even if the other party was a wizard king, they would be haunted by evil spirits and their mind would be shaken. When that time came, he could play with the other party in the palm of his hand. He could kill him however he wanted. The wizard Chi could almost foresee Yang Kai's end. It was nothing more than being frozen on the spot by the cold aura of death, and then having his soul taken away by the skulls. However, within the dense cold aura of death, there was suddenly a burst of colorful light. Within the light, the power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. It circulated endlessly. It was like a pillar in a monstrous flood. It stood tall and did not fall. Instead, it was driven to expand. The wizard Chi frowned. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat impossible. The other party was indeed only a great wizard. Moreover, he should be a low-rank great wizard. There was no reason for him to be able to resist the power of his wizard tool. But what he saw in front of him was beyond his scope of understanding. Under the 5 elements' indestructible sword Chi, a sizzling sound could be heard. The cold aura of death that was enough to make the wizard king feel difficult to deal with was actually blocked outside of his body. Yang Kai raised his sword high. His power surged. A burst of light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. In the next moment, he slashed his sword at the skull. The sword light fell, as if it could split the river and split the sea. The cold aura of death was clearly divided into 2 halves. The huge sword light heavily chopped at the skull. An extremely sharp wail sounded. The dark green ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets flickered violently a few times. Under the push of the huge force, the skull was sent flying. It kept tumbling in the air, but its momentum did not decrease. It looked like it was going to fly out of the sky. Chapter 28:34. Wizard Chi was shocked. He did not expect this great wizard to be able to do this. He quickly waved his hand, and the flying skulls immediately shrank as if they were summoned by something. They were held in his hand. Looking down, Wizard Chi was furious. His face suddenly turned ferocious. A crack had appeared on his wizard tool. This was the shaman weapon of a shaman king, not to mention a crack. Under normal circumstances, no matter how the shaman king attacked, not even a mark would be left behind. But now, this tiny crack was like a gaping mouth that was wantonly mocking his ignorance. Just as he was investigating the skulls, he suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked up and roared, "Enough!" That ordinary-looking great wizard had flown in front of another skull and slashed down with his sword. After suffering once, Wizard Chi knew what the other party was capable of. He quickly recalled all the wizard tools that were spraying out the cold air of death, preparing to turn the village into a territory of death. The 6 skulls flew back and circled around him like shooting stars. They had shrunk to their original size. Without the skulls wreaking havoc, the air of death that covered the village quickly melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai rested the myriad's sword on his shoulder and looked at Wizard Chi casually. He chuckled. "I'm not bragging, but you'd better give it your all." The Wizard Chi's eyes twitched. If it was any other great wizard who spoke to him like this, he would definitely not care. But the one in front of him was different. "Fault, was it really you who killed him?" Wizard Chi asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "Not really. He died by self-explosion in the end." "It really was you." Wizard Chi was enraged. Previously, he had some doubts. With Fault's capabilities, how could he be killed so easily? Moreover, even the stone castle had been massacred. After all, Chi and Zhu did not have the ability to kill Fault. Previously, he thought that the Wizard King of the whole Gale tribe, or the Raging Flame tribe, had made a move. But now, after experiencing Yang Kai's means, he knew that the other party was not lying. Fault had really died in his hands. Otherwise, he would not have known so many details. Fault's abilities were mostly built on the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea was the manifestation of his wizard artifact, the Blood Gourd. The great wizard who killed Fault appeared to have a powerful wizard artifact as well. How could an ordinary wizard's tool damage his skull? But he was just a great wizard, even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he had personally made a move, could he still escape alive? "You will pay the price for your arrogance," Wizard Chi bellowed. Suddenly, he raised his hands. The 6 skulls intertwined with each other and whistled as they pounced toward Yang Kai. However, this time, the skulls did not grow larger. Although they were less powerful, they were undoubtedly more agile. In just an instant, the 6 skulls had sealed off Yang Kai's escape route. Then they opened their mouths. From their mouths, they spat out a chilly aura. This aura seemed to be able to freeze everything. Even the Wizard King would not feel good if he came into contact with it. Yang Kai stood upright with his sword in hand. Sword flowers bloomed as he shook his sword, creating an impenetrable defense. There was a series of clanking sounds. The 6 skulls' full-force attacks were ineffective. They were all blocked by Yang Kai's sword aura. Even the skulls were beaten until they were unsteady. Wizard Chi did not panic. It was as if he had already expected this. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile. As his lips moved, he silently chanted an incantation. With a flick of his finger, a powerful wizard spell was silently launched. It quietly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was facing him from the side, did not seem to be prepared for this. Wizard Chi sneered in his heart, silently waiting for the scene of Yang Kai being killed. But at this moment, a transparent wizard shield strangely appeared. At the same time that the wizard shield appeared, a translucent ghost crashed into the wizard shield. It let out a miserable howl. Young Kai did not even look at it. He only grinned. While his right hand held the sword to block the 6 skulls, his left hand threw a washbowl-sized fireball at the ghost. An even more miserable howl came out. The formless ghost was instantly turned into nothingness. Wizard Chi was dumbfounded. This kid, he actually still has the strength to block my sneak attack? Where did he get such a strong divine sense to guard against my secret attacks in such a high-intensity battle? Wizard Chi's face was ashen. He felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He was the Wizard King, against a great wizard. He was actually being countered by him. In a fit of anger, Wizard Chi controlled the 6 skulls to continuously increase pressure on Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands danced, and one wizard spell after another was launched at Yang Kai. He could guard against it once, but it did not mean that this kid could always guard against it. As long as he distracted him, his wizard would find an opportunity to kill him. But the next scene made Wizard Chi dumbfounded. In the face of his continuous wizard spell attacks, Yang Kai was actually not surprised. His left hand was constantly blooming with various wizard spell lights, methodically dealing with his own attacks. In an instant, the 2 great wizards actually started a battle of wizard spells in the air. Although there was almost a large gap between their realms, the wizard spells they released did not seem to be inferior. Whether it was the frequency or the damage, they were all at the same level. They constantly collided in the air, blooming out dazzling lights one after another. Perhaps, at the beginning, Wizard Chi could feel that he had a certain advantage. His opponent occasionally felt a little flustered, but as time passed, his opponent's mastery of the wizard spells became more and more refined. The power and control of the spells were not inferior at all. What the hell? This was only a small village, not even the scale of a tribe. In a village like this, Wizard Chi had destroyed at least 80, if not 100. In every village like this, it was already very good to have one wizard apprentice, but this village had a great wizard. What was even more unacceptable was that this great wizard could be on par with him in terms of wizard spells. How could he have mastered so many wizard spells? Any tribe's wizard spells were not easy to learn. Every wizard could only learn the wizard spells that were researched by their own tribe and passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. As far as he knew, the wizard spells of the southern barbarian tribe were not very special. They were relatively mediocre. And at the level of a great wizard, it was already very impressive to be able to master a dozen or 20 wizard spells. No matter how many wizard spells they learned, they would not have the energy to learn them. And among these dozen or 20 wizard spells, only a small half of them could be used to attack. The other half were mainly used to buff the warriors of the tribe. He was a low-rank wizard king, but he had only mastered 50 wizard spells. There were only 27 types of sorcery spells that could be used to attack. He had long since memorized these 27 sorcery spells by heart and could use them at his fingertips. With this kind of achievement, even some middle-rank wizard kings would have to admit defeat. But compared to the opponent, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. In this short battle that lasted less than an hour, Wizard Chi had seen at least hundreds of wizard spells from the opponent. None of them were repeated, and the opponent did not seem to use any effort to cast them. It was as if he had practiced many times. Many wizard spells made his eyes red because those wizard spells were the secrets of many tribes. Only the great wizard of those tribes could master these secrets. Was this guy really a great wizard? Looking at his age, he did not seem to be very old. Where did he learn so many wizard spells? How did he have the time to master all these wizard spells and use them as one? If the opponent was an old man, Wizard Chi would not be so surprised. Old people could always do some amazing things, but the opponent seemed to only be around 20 to 30 years old. The more the Wizard Chi fought, the more shocked he became. For some reason, He had the illusion that the opponent was a wizard king, and he was a great wizard. This was because the performance of this great wizard was really amazing. It was so amazing that he wanted to capture him right now and bite off his flesh while he was still alive to taste the wonderful taste. Boom! In another battle of wizard spells, the two wizard spells collided in midair. However, they did not dissolve each other like before. Instead, the opponent's lightning strike, after breaking through his soul-collecting spell, continued to rush towards him. The flickering lightning was like a poisonous snake, opening its mouth full of fangs. Wizard Chi was shocked. His wizard spells were broken through. In a hurry, he could only condense a wizard shield in front of him. After successfully blocking the lightning strike, Wizard Chi's face turned green and white. He was silent for a long time before he said, "You are using a wizard book to practice?" Recalling the scenes from before, Wu Qi suddenly had a bad feeling. If his guess was right, then this time he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Yang Kai laughed loudly. With a wave of his sword, he pushed back the 6 skulls around him and said loudly, "Thank you, Wizard King Master, for helping me." Yang Kai had inherited a huge amount of knowledge from Qing, but he did not have time to carefully digest it. During this month of training in seclusion, he was also digesting Qing's inheritance. Unfortunately, training in seclusion was not as good as using real swords and spears. It was rare for a wizard king to come to his door, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to test the results of his 1 month of training. The result was very satisfactory. All the ideas he had during his seclusion were tested today. Although there were some differences, it did not affect the overall situation. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Wizard Chi's face became more and more ugly. A huge sense of shame shrouded him. He trembled and said, "You're looking for death." Fighting against Wizard was definitely a wrong decision. This guy was completely relying on his own training, so the wizard spells he released were getting stronger and stronger. He gradually lost the initiative and broke through his own wizard's interception. This great wizard was really terrifying. He could actually grow rapidly in battle. The speed of his growth had already made Wizard Chi feel uneasy, so he decided not to play around with him anymore. He wanted to end the battle quickly. When Yang Kai shouted, the 6 skulls that had been hovering around him suddenly flew back. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Wizard Chi's side. Wizard Chi's expression was stern. He chanted an incantation. The 6 skulls that were flying around him flew faster and faster. They gradually turned into a dark green light. Chapter 2835. When the light dissipated, the wizard pool and the 6 skulls disappeared at the same time. In their place was a monster that was about 5 meters tall. The monster had a green face and fangs. Its hair was disheveled, and its face was ferocious. At first glance, it looked like a legendary evil spirit that could reap souls. On the evil spirit's body, translucent human faces floated up and down. They struggled and wriggled, revealing all sorts of tragic expressions. The wails that came from their mouths were chilling. Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand. His expression was cold as he said, "You really deserve to die." The human faces that appeared on the evil spirit's body were clearly souls. Where did the souls come from? They were clearly the people that the wizard pool had killed and eaten. Those people that the wizard pool had killed had not only suffered great terror and torture before their deaths, but even their souls had not been able to escape. They had been devoured and refined by the wizard pool and kept in his body. They could not reincarnate and would forever fall into hell. If such a wizard king was placed in the future, he would be a veritable evil cultivator. He would be hated by everyone. However, in this era, the bone-eating tribe had the protection of the wizard saint. He could do whatever he wanted. The wizard pool, who had transformed into an evil spirit, had his already powerful aura reach a new height. That shocking might was comparable to that of a high-tier wizard king. He laughed sinisterly. The aura that came out of his mouth seemed to be able to kill the world. The vegetation around him quickly withered. He opened his hand, which turned into a screen of light that covered the sky. He grabbed at Yong Kai. The space around him was locked. Yong Kai tried to teleport, but it was completely ineffective. His expression turned ruthless. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The myriad sword in his hand released a circle of light. His body was wrapped in sword light as he pounced toward the giant hand. The power of a great wizard surged wildly. As the giant hand closed, Yong Kai's muffled groan could be faintly heard. However, in the next moment, a hole appeared on the back of the giant hand. Yong Kai rushed out from it, his whole body covered in blood. He arrived above Wu Qi's head without any fear of death and fiercely chopped down with his sword. The wizard pool was not flustered. His other palm swept across the air, as if it was light, as if he was swatting a fly. Before Yong Kai could attack, the palm had already sent him flying. The wizard's spell shield did not have the slightest effect and shattered in an instant. Rumble, Yong Kai tumbled in the air and hit a small hill before he regained his balance. When he got up again, he was in a sorry state. His mouth and nose were full of blood. "It ends here." Wizard Pool's cold voice rang in his ears. By the time he finished speaking, he had already reappeared in front of Yong Kai and reached out to grab him. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yong Kai sneered, his hands quickly forming a seal, and a mysterious power suddenly fluctuated. Wu Qi was stunned, and he inexplicably had the misconception that time had stopped. At the same time, an enormous feeling of panic and danger assaulted him from the bottom of his heart, and this caused him to be slightly surprised and transform himself into the evil spirit path. This was his most powerful trump card. With this trump card, he was able to compete with a high-rank wizard king. His opponent was only a great wizard. Even if he was struggling on the verge of death, what kind of trouble could he bring? But that sense of panic and crisis was real, and he could not ignore it in the slightest. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew 80% of his power to protect himself and take a defensive posture. The next moment, the pause time seemed to flow again. He saw the great wizard in front of him casually throw a palm at him. That palm seemed to have no power at all, but it gave people a feeling that it could destroy all things. It gave people the feeling of reincarnation. Flowing time, great emperor. Shuttle like shuttle. Wu Qi's pupils abruptly contracted. Even though he couldn't discern what kind of mystery was contained within this palm strike, his instincts told him that he absolutely couldn't take it. Once he took it, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He fiercely opened his mouth. There was a whistling sound. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts flew out from his mouth and rushed towards the palm print. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce surge of power burst out. Wizard Pool took advantage of this moment to retreat more than 100 feet. Those ghosts that were hit by the palm print, without exception, were all scattered. Before dispersing, these souls not only did not show any pained expressions, but instead all of them looked as if they had been liberated, their expressions calm and peaceful. Occasionally, a few of them would glance towards Yong Kai, but these gazes were filled with gratitude before quickly dissipating. What kind of wizard spell was this? It actually had such power. Wizard Pool's expression was uncertain. The method that the great wizard in front of him used was beyond his understanding. After the palm print, Yong Kai was gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He secretly cursed, "Flowing time, great emperor." Shuttle like shuttle like shuttle like shuttle was a divine technique of the great emperors. Although he had the opportunity to cultivate it, it was not something that he could casually use. As a low-rank great wizard, using this divine technique was still too much for him. As such, after the palm print, Yong Kai immediately felt that he was very weak. However, Wizard Pool had already used his trump card. If he did not go all out, there was no way he could contend against him. Not daring to expose himself, Yong Kai reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. Taking advantage of this action, he stuffed an emperor-level spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He pointed the myriad sword at Wizard Pool and sneered, "Are you afraid?" Wizard Pool coldly snorted, "Your method is indeed unexpected, but it is far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the air, and a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly waved it at Yong Kai. Yong Kai's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he felt his divine soul suddenly jump, as if it was about to leave his body uncontrollably. He immediately understood that the scythe was not a wizard tool, but a strange and inexplicable wizard spell that had the effect of collecting souls. If it was not for the fact that his divine soul did not belong to a great wizard, he would have been in trouble. Yong Kai let out a muffled snort as he guarded his mind and locked down his knowledge sea. He only felt a strong suction force pulling at his soul, trying to pull his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. There seemed to be an invisible connection between his knowledge sea and Wizard Pool's pitch-black scythe. As the Wizard Pool waved the scythe faster, the stronger the suction force became. Yong Kai did not dare to make the slightest movement. It's very tiring, right? If it's very tiring, then don't resist. Obediently enter this wizard's embrace. This wizard will lead you to enjoy the rest of the show. The Wizard Pool's gloomy voice sounded, carrying a strong sense of bewitchment, trying to break Yong Kai's mind. "You want my divine soul?" Yong Kai clenched his teeth and shouted, "You can't block it. Why deceive yourself?" The Wizard Pool sneered. "Okay." Yong Kai shouted, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." The Wizard Pool was startled. He thought the other was just joking. After all, if a person's divine soul was taken, they would become a walking corpse with no chance of survival. So who would be willing to take the initiative to give away their divine soul? But soon, the Wizard Pool was dumbfounded, because the other was not joking. He actually took the initiative to give up his defense, allowing his wizard spell to be successfully used and draw out the other's divine soul. This taste, the Wizard Pool was shocked, but immediately became overjoyed. Wonderful, too wonderful. This wizard really can't wait to try it. He never thought that this great wizard's divine soul would be so strong and so pure. This kind of divine soul should not appear on a great wizard, but on a high-rank wizard king. No. It was not that he had not killed a high-rank wizard king before. Even a high-rank wizard king's divine soul was not as wonderful as this. In an instant, the Wizard Pool was like a cat that smelled fish. His eyes lit up, and he could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This wizard will accept it. Don't worry, since you are so cooperative, this wizard will not make you sad. The Wizard Pool laughed and withdrew his black scythe. A dazzling light was pulled out from Yong Kai's mind. One could vaguely see that the light was pure and clear without any impurities. Not only was it unimaginably pure, it was also extremely vigorous. The Wizard Pool's eyes lit up. Just now, he only smelled the scent of the other's divine soul. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his judgment was right. This was really a delicious meal that he could not refuse. After Yong Kai's divine soul was pulled out, he fell from the sky like a wooden stake. Without a divine soul, a person naturally could not control their own body. On the other side, the divine soul that was pulled out quickly approached the Wizard Pool. But at a certain moment, the Wizard Pool's expression suddenly changed. The joy and anticipation on his face melted away and was replaced by anger. "You dare to lie to me?" Yong Kai laughed loudly. "Idiot, when did this young master lie to you? Didn't I take the initiative to deliver myself to you? But let's see if you have the ability to eat it. When the words fell, the divine soul's divine soul exploded with a sword light. The entire divine soul's divine soul leisurely turned into a long sword and directly rushed towards the wizard pool. The wizard pool's figure suddenly retreated. Although he did not know what method the other party was going to use at the expense of exposing his divine soul, the great wizard's various methods from before were too outrageous. He had to be on guard. The pitch-black scythe in his hand turned into a pure divine soul attack and slashed forward. In the next moment, the wizard pool's expression changed again, because his wizard attack did not have any effect. The other party's divine soul, wrapped in the sword light, was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. The wizard pool turned pale with fright. His surging divine sense fiercely surged and fiercely defended, not daring to let the other party come half a step closer. The result made him feel aghast. His Wizard King level divine sense seal was actually unable to block the other party's attack. When his mind hurt, the other party had already broken through his divine soul's defense. The divine soul's divine soul, along with the sword light, rushed into his knowledge sea. The wizard pool groaned. Although he had encountered a great change, he did not panic much. His body fell rapidly, and at the same time, he closed his eyes and transformed his divine soul's divine soul into his knowledge sea, quietly hiding to the side. In the purgatory-like knowledge sea, there were evil spirits everywhere. The surroundings were full of ghostly shadows and ghostly wails. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai would not have dared to believe that there was someone in this world with a knowledge sea like this. Chapter 2836. How was this the knowledge sea? This was clearly hell. A group of blind ghosts smelled the unfamiliar aura and rushed toward Yang Kai. However, before they could get close, Yang Kai's sword flashed and eliminated them all. Wizard Qi, who was secretly investigating, was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the long sword with a complicated expression. Instinctively, he was afraid of this long sword. What kind of wizard tool was this? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? And he actually brought it into his knowledge sea. How could such a thing happen? How could there be such a miraculous wizard tool in this world? Although the souls in Jihao's spiritual sea were born from all living creatures, they had been nourished and refined by Jihao himself and were not ordinary souls at all. Even if a Magus King's soul intruded into his spiritual sea, they would be able to divide and devour him. However, when the sword flashed a few times, Wizard Qi clearly felt the ghosts in his knowledge sea become frightened. They were like mice that had encountered a cat, not daring to get too close. Yang Kai held the sword with one hand and looked around. He sneered, "You're not going to come out? Wizard Qi, oh Wizard Qi, you are still a Wizard King. Don't disappoint me." Wu Qi didn't pay any attention to him. As a Magus King, he wasn't an idiot. He hadn't figured out what exactly that weird long blade was, so of course he wouldn't dare to take the risk and attack. As if he understood the fear in his heart, Yang Kai raised the long sword and flicked it. He said, "This sword is called the soul-severing sword. It does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar. Letting this young master into your knowledge sea is your biggest mistake. Wizard Qi, quickly come and accept your death. This young master will be merciful and give you a quick death. Does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar." Wizard Qi did not want to believe this nonsense, but what he saw made him admit that the other party was right. This was definitely the most evil wizard tool he had ever seen. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out, right? If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. Yang Kai sneered. He raised the soul-slashing saber high, poured his spiritual power into it, and slashed down. The huge saber light seemed to tear apart this sea of consciousness. When the saber light rushed out, countless ghosts blocking the way were killed on the spot. Even the wizard pool, who was hiding in the dark, felt pain all over his body, as if he was being torn apart. This was his sea of consciousness, so no matter what kind of damage Yang Kai caused here, it would not affect him. They would all affect his body. Although the injuries he suffered temporarily were not painful, if it happened too many times, he was afraid that it would not be good. Just as Wizard Chi's face turned ashen, Yang Kai had already brandished his soul cutter. As if he had gone mad, he slashed in all directions. As he slashed, he laughed maniacally. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I'm asking you, isn't it great? It would be a miracle if he could feel good. As the saber slashed down, Wizard Chi could feel a huge pain, causing his soul avatar to tremble. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer, and that letting this madman destroy his sea of consciousness would only result in more losses than gains, Wizard Chi finally could not bear it and shouted, "Enough!" As soon as his words fell, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and raised his hand, slightly blocking Yang Kai's attack. Although the soul cutter was extremely strange and had the magical effect of destroying one sea of consciousness, this was his home field. He was the master of everything. If they really fought, the most likely outcome would be a mutual defeat. He was not without the ability to fight back. If you like to hide, keep hiding. Yang Kai pointed his saber at Wizard Chi, a look of ridicule on his face. Get out! Wizard Chi's expression was indifferent. He gave the order to leave. Having an outsider invade his sea of consciousness was not a good thing. The sea of consciousness was not only the home of his soul, but also the place where he hid many of his secrets. No one was willing to have their sea of consciousness invaded by others. Beg me, and see if I'll get out. Yang Kai grinned. That appearance made Wizard Chi burn with anger. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, ready to erupt at any time. I'll say it again. Get out. Wizard Chi coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "The one who wants to take my soul avatar is you. Now the one who wants me to get out is you. Give me a quick answer. What do you want?" Wizard Chi lowered his eyes and lightly said, "It looks like you want this wizard to drive you out. I hope you can withstand this wizard's anger." With just a few words, he knew that if he wanted to drive this great wizard out, he had to use force. After all, he had taken the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, Wu Qi wasn't willing to waste his breath on him, and he'd made up his mind to expel him even if he was injured. Otherwise, Wu Qi would always have a feeling of his life hanging by a thread if he were to stay here with that strange shaman weapon, and his entire body would feel uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, Wizard Chi's figure collapsed, as if he had merged with the world. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He knew that Wizard Chi was going to fight to the death with him. Space suddenly froze, and in the next moment, a huge repulsive force rushed towards him. That was the Wizard Chi's power as the master of this sea of consciousness. Invading someone's sea of consciousness could cause harm to them at any time, but in an away battle, the situation would be very passive, so this kind of thing was not common. Only when there was a large difference in strength between the two sides would the stronger side invade the sea of consciousness of the weaker side. But then again, if the difference in strength was too big, there was no need to use this kind of method to kill the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase, as if he was going to be pushed out of this world. He forcibly stabilized his body, but no matter what, he could not continue to stay. Seeing that he was about to be driven out by Wizard Chi, Yang Kai suddenly moved. At the same time, the soul cutter buzzed, and a burst of light burst out. He swung the sword forward. "I'll give you a big gift. I hope you like it." "How is this possible?" Wizard Chi's shocked and angry voice came. The power of the opponent's sword suddenly increased by a lot, almost twice as strong as before. Caught off guard, Wizard Chi did not have time to defend. In an instant, his defense was broken, and his soul was cut. He only felt pain that made him want to die. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed out of Wu Qi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance enveloped him, and when he dispelled the darkness, Wu Qi was already nowhere to be seen. Wizard Qi actually escaped. "You're smart." Yang Kai coldly snorted and did not rashly pursue. This time, he was lucky to be able to repel Wizard Qi, thanks to the soul's secret technique, heaven-piercing strike, at the last moment. Wizard Qi obviously noticed that something was wrong, so he fainted and took the opportunity to escape. If he continued to stay, the ending was destined to not be good. Yang Kai sighed and felt the location of his body. He did not dare to continue to expose his soul avatar. His body shook, and his body and soul became one. When he opened his eyes, he only felt and looked up he was in Butterfly's arms. It seemed that when his soul avatar left his body, Butterfly discovered it, so she specially came to protect his body. "How are you?" Butterfly asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head and tried to stand up, but he felt dizzy and fell back into Butterfly's arms. He bitterly smiled and said, "I won't die." Butterfly looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze and felt that it was unreal. As a lower-ranked great wizard, he defeated and seriously injured a wizard king. This achievement can be called a miracle. Although he paid a price, it was obviously not too serious. After not seeing him for a month, he actually became a great wizard. How did he cultivate? Butterfly's heart was full of doubts. What about the villagers? Yang Kai lay down for a while to recover some strength and asked, "They've all been arranged." Butterfly replied. Previously, she took the villagers of Sangnan village through the passage and left the village. After everything was settled, she returned to check on Yang Kai's situation. She just happened to see Yang Kai's soul avatar leaving his body, so she immediately protected Yang Kai's body. "Call them all back. It should be fine." Yang Kai sighed. The bone-eating tribe's wizard king had personally made a move and was defeated by him. Presumably, the bone-eating tribe would not make any moves in the near future, unless an even more powerful wizard king or wizard saint came. However, the wizard saint probably would not care about such a thing, and the bone-eating tribe's wizard king might not necessarily be of any use. After the wizard pool revealed his trump card, his strength was comparable to a high-rank wizard king. Even he could not do anything to Yang Kai, so what could the other wizard kings do? Moreover, as long as Yang Kai was given some time to recover, his strength would become even stronger. The next time he encountered a wizard king, he would not have such a hard time. While he was talking to Dai, Kai Yang suddenly frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. Butterfly also noticed something and looked in the same direction. She immediately said with a vigilant expression, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's face darkened as he secretly put up his guard. Sangnan village was just a small village. Usually, it was isolated from the rest of the world, and very few outsiders came here. This time, they were able to find the wizard pool only because of Qi's lead. Yang Kai had just defeated the wizard pool, and another person suddenly appeared. It was hard to say if this person was in cahoots with the wizard pool. If it was a wizard king, then they would be in trouble this time. Butterfly obviously thought of this as well, and her pretty face turned pale. However, she soon heard Yang Kai make a sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Butterfly turned to look at him. "It's just a wizard. Don't be nervous. Maybe he's just passing by." Butterfly heard this and could not help but sigh in relief. That wizard was obviously not just passing by, because after a while he flew straight towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. A moment later, an honest-looking barbarian appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Did someone just fight here?" The wizard looked around and asked condescendingly. The traces of the battle were still there. Although he could not determine how strong the person was, the aftermath of the battle made him feel a little shocked. This was clearly an extremely high-level battle. It was definitely not something he could get involved in. In such a battle, perhaps even a slight scratch would be enough to make his soul scatter. Thinking of this, he quickly looked towards Yong Kai and Butterfly. Yong Kai had a weak expression. The wizard power on his body was faintly discernible, allowing him to clearly see the opponent's cultivation. Great wizard! The barbarian was shocked and flew down from the sky. Chapter 28:37. He didn't think that there would be any strong people in this remote corner, so he didn't care. But now that he realized that Yong Kai was a great wizard, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. "Greetings, master." Yong Kai stood up with Butterfly's help. He frowned and nodded. No need to be so polite. Hearing this, the magus straightened his back and asked curiously, "My lords, which village are you from?" He didn't recognize Kai Yong and Dai, but the two great shamans were not unknown figures, so he should have heard of them, especially since he was the messenger between the tribe and the villages below. Even if he didn't know all the shamans in the tribe like the back of his hand, he at least had some understanding of them. "Sangnan village," Yong Kai replied. "Ah." The wizard was stunned. He looked at Yong Kai with suspicion and said in disbelief, "Sangnan village? How could there be two great wizards in Sangnan village?" He remembered that the village chief of Sangnan village was only a wizard apprentice, and a low-rank wizard at that. So he didn't believe Yong Kai's words. But there was no reason for a great wizard to lie to him. He said in a daze, "Master is from Sangnan village?" "Yes." Yong Kai looked at him and said, "What's the matter?" "What about Wizard Li?" "Wizard Li," the name of the old village chief. Hearing this, Yong Kai immediately understood that this person knew the old village chief. And this time, he came here to find the old village chief. His face sank and said, "The old village chief is no longer here. Now, this wizard is the village chief. Wizard Li is actually..." The man was slightly stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, Wizard Li was old, and his cultivation was not high. He couldn't live long. Maybe his life was up, and he returned to the arms of the barbarian god. He changed his mind and said, "Master, what is your name?" "Wizard is awesome." The man nodded. His expression turned solemn as he said in a clear voice, "Wizard Master Bull, under the orders of the Wizard King, the Master, I order you to gather all the villagers of Sangnan village within 5 days and gather them in the capital." "An order from the Wizard King Master?" Yong Kai was stunned. Although the southern barbarian tribe wasn't considered very powerful among the barbarian tribes, they still had the Wizard King, and according to Yong Kai's knowledge, he was an upper-level Wizard King. The place where the Wizard King was stationed was the royal city of the southern barbarian tribe. Just like the status of Snow Frost City in the southern barbarian tribe, the various small tribes and village chiefs of the southern barbarian tribe were located there. They all lived around the king's city. The king's city and the Wizard King had absolute authority over the small tribes and villages. This sudden order made Kai Yong smell a trace of unusualness, faintly feeling that something big was about to happen. "It's an order from the Wizard King Master." The man replied, "Seriously, I came here to inform the wizard of the ceremony, but since Master is now the village chief of Sangnan village, it's the same to tell you." Yong Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is there a tribe at war with us?" In ancient times, it was common for the various barbarian tribes to fight for the remaining living space. For the benefit of their own tribe, it was common to see war between tribes. And once this happened, it was necessary to invest all the manpower and military force. No one could avoid it. So when he heard this order, Yong Kai subconsciously felt that a tribe was at war with the southern barbarian tribe, and the first to bear the brunt was the cruel and inhumane bone-eating tribe. If that was the case, Yong Kai didn't mind being the vanguard. It just so happened that he couldn't fight to the death with the wizard pool today, which made Yong Kai feel quite regretful. The messenger smiled bitterly, and then slowly shook his head. He said softly, "If it's just a tribe at war with us, then it's no big deal." Yong Kai said in surprise, "Is there something even more serious?" The messenger hesitated before saying, "This has always been a secret. It can't be divulged. However, the two master are both great wizard masters. Even if you reach the king's city, you'll be summoned by the wizard king master. You'll understand the situation by then." With that, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "It's an invasion of demon folk." What? Say that again. Yong Kai almost thought he had heard wrong. The messenger's expression was extremely stern as he repeated, "Invasion of demon folk." Kai Yong stared blankly for a moment before sucking in a cold breath. His face was filled with shock. "Really?" The messenger said. "3 major tribes have already been destroyed, so it obviously can't be fake." Yong Kai's expression immediately became stern. Although the ancient barbarians had a small population, the 3 major tribes had gathered several 100,000 people at the very least. They had been destroyed just like that. This was truly an earth-shattering matter. Invasion of demon folk. This term was not unfamiliar to him, but he was not familiar with it either. He learned from Qing's legacy that this land had already been invaded by demon folk more than once. The most recent time was 30,000 years ago. Back then, Qing was still just an evergreen tree that had just gained sentience, absorbing nutrients from the earth and cultivating diligently. He had personally witnessed the overwhelming changes to the land after the demon folk's invasion. He had personally witnessed the deaths of countless people. He had personally witnessed the extraordinary people of the land using their own lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Countless generations of people stepped forward one after another, paying with their precious lives. It took almost 1,000 years before they managed to save the land from the demon folk's hands. During that 1,000 years, the land wailed in grief. After the flames of war, the boundless mountains and rivers took an entire 10,000 years to gradually recover their vitality. Afterwards, the ancient barbarians emerged, becoming the masters of the land. And now, the scene from 30,000 years ago had appeared once again. No one knew what kind of situation it would be this time. Demon folk was a general term. Even Yong Kai had no idea what they looked like. All he knew was that they came in various shapes and sizes, and they were extremely vicious. In comparison, the bone-eating tribe was basically as docile as a lamb before them. However, there were also rumors that the reason why the bone-eating tribe stood out among the barbarians was because they possessed some of the demon folk's inheritance. During the great battle 30,000 years ago, some demon folk had tainted the women of the land, giving birth to a group of descendants. These descendants were the ancestors of the bone-eating tribe. Rumors were just rumors after all. No one knew whether they were true or false, especially in this current age. This rumor had already vanished into the long river of history, so no one knew the truth. Only a tree demon like Qing, who had stood for several tens of thousands of years, knew a thing or two. However, as the saying went, there was no smoke without fire. Countless barbarians had suggested wiping out the bone-eating tribe and removing them from the list of barbarians, which probably had something to do with this rumor. However, even now, no one knew why they wanted to wipe out the bone-eating tribe. They only thought they ate everything, including barbarians. The invasion of demon folk would definitely be a great disaster to this world. No one knew where the demon folk had come from. Even Qing, who was the most knowledgeable of them all, did not know much about this. The demon folk from 30,000 years ago seemed to have suddenly appeared on this land overnight. They were fearless, doing whatever they wanted. Slaughter had become second nature to them. The arduous war that lasted 1,000 years left the Yuan Qi of beautiful land heavily wounded. The humans had almost been wiped out. Yet in the ancient times, after 30,000 years, the demon folk actually invaded again. Yong Kai felt like he could see the end of the world, as if he could see mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Compared to that, his grievances with the bone-eating tribe did not seem to be anything. Master, Master? The messenger called out a few times, but when he saw how Yong Kai remained in a daze, he smiled bitterly and helplessly. Yong Kai sucked in a deep breath. Within 5 days, I will take the villagers of Sangnan village to the king's city. The messenger was overjoyed. He clutched his chest. Thank you, Master. I still need to inform the other villages, so I'll be taking my leave first. Yong Kai nodded. He did not keep him. After watching him leave, he looked at Butterfly. How much do you know about the demon folk? Butterfly said, I don't. Do you? That made sense. She was only in her teens. Even if Qing had raised her, it was impossible for her to know too many things. Why would Qing tell her about the demon folk for no reason? Rest in the village today. You can go back and find Senior Qing tomorrow, Yong Kai said before turning around and making his way back to the village. The invasion of demon folk would stir up great waves across the entire world. If there was still a safe haven, it would be Snowfrost City protected by Qing. Perhaps that would be the final safe haven. You're chasing me away. Butterfly widened her eyes and said furiously, You're actually chasing me away? Leave if you want. Yong Kai could not be bothered with her. He turned around and said, Oh, right, Kullahu, and the others back. I have something to say. Butterfly stomped her foot furiously, turned around, and left with gritted teeth. Before long, the villagers returned to the village. When they saw Yong Kai safe and sound despite his pale face, they were obviously overjoyed. However, their joy did not last long before Yong Kai said coldly, Everyone, I've just learned from the messenger in the royal city that the demon folk have invaded. 3 tribes of our barbarians have already been destroyed. The wizard king master has ordered all the villagers of our Sangnan village to gather in the royal city within 5 days and await orders. With that, over 200 villagers fell silent. Who asked, What are demon folk? Everyone wanted to ask that, as they had never heard of that before. Yong Kai said, I'm not too sure about what demon folk are either. All I know is that they're an enemy that's hundreds or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. They're the enemies that bring us disaster. They're the #1 enemy that we barbarians and even humans will never share. Hundreds or even thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. The villagers' expressions changed when they heard that. They had just been captured by the bone-eating tribe, so they knew just how vicious the bone-eating tribe was. Now, there were actually people who were hundreds, if not thousands of times more vicious than the bone-eating tribe. Were they still human? The royal city's orders are there, but I won't force you to follow them. I'll be setting off for the royal city tomorrow. If anyone is willing to come with me, I'll take everyone with me tomorrow. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the village. Yong Kai's voice was not loud, but it rang out in everyone's ears. I won't lie to you all. If you go, you'll most likely die. You might not even get the chance to return to the village. Think about it carefully. With that, Yong Kai did not wait for the villagers to respond. He directly returned to his room, took out a healing pill, and shoved it into his mouth. The battle against the wizard pool was close, but his injuries were not too severe. He should be fine after a night of rest, and he had benefited quite a lot from an intense battle like this. If he fought a few more battles like this, it would be much more effective than cultivating behind closed doors. As a result, he gladly accepted the orders from the royal city. Firstly, he was interested in meeting the so-called demon folk, and secondly, he wanted to grow as quickly as possible through battle. Chapter 2838. The next day, when Yong Kai emerged from the wooden hut, over 200 pairs of eyes focused on him. Everyone in the village, regardless of gender or age, was gathered here. There were many of them, but they were completely silent. A sense of unity connected every single villager. The petite butterfly was among them too. As she stood at the front of the crowd, she seemed particularly eye-catching. Yang Kai looked around. Every single villager who met his gaze would give him a simple and honest smile. Perhaps they had no idea what demon folk were, much less what an invasion of demon folk entailed, but every single one of them knew that they might not be able to return once they left. They were destined to die in a foreign land. This was because Neo had already explained everything clearly yesterday. However, not a single person backed down. The barbarians were destined to press forward bravely, a race that would never turn back. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with grief. He did not say anything more. He only waved his hand. "Let's go!" He led the way to the royal city first. Over 200 villagers followed closely behind him. Their steps were orderly, like a well-trained army. With the speed of the barbarians, it would take them 3 days at the very least to reach the royal city. If a regular wizard led these 200 people, they would probably have to travel at full speed to reach their destination within the allotted time. However, Yang Kai was now a great wizard, and he was skilled in various wizard spells. With a single cast of the lightning technique, the speed of the villagers suddenly increased by 30%. Although they moved quickly, they did not seem flustered at all. They moved in an orderly manner. 2 days later, when Yang Kai led the villagers to the royal city, the 200 people under his command had surprisingly expanded to 1,000 people. There was no other reason other than the fact that they had been walking all this way. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of people from other villages. There were wizards in these villages as well, but they paled in comparison to a great wizard like Yang Kai. The most powerful one was only a high-grade wizard, while the rest were all low-grade and mid-grade wizard apprentices. The strength of these villages was basically the same as the Tsangnan village when the old village chief, Wizard Li, was still alive. The barbarians had always had the custom of surrendering to the strong, since they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, and Yang Kai was a great wizard. They had no choice. These villages that had gathered together naturally merged into his team and were led by him. And after witnessing Yang Kai's wizard spell completely enveloping an army of 1,000 people, these wizard apprentices were even more in awe of him. The villages had some interactions with each other. So many of the villagers were familiar with each other. After gathering together, they quickly integrated into one. After this battle, if these 1,000 people didn't die, Yang Kai could establish a small tribe with his own strength and prestige. In front of the southern barbaric tribe's royal city, the 1,000-man army stopped and looked from afar. King City was no worse than Snow Frost City. The only difference was that Snow Frost City was protected by an evergreen divine tree, while the southern barbarian tribe did not have such a guardian. Outside the royal city, in the surrounding open space, many barbarians had already gathered here. Hundreds of people formed groups, thousands of people formed groups, and each small group had a wizard overseeing it. Their strength was different. Obviously, they had all received orders from King City and rushed over from all directions. With so many people coming at once, it was impossible for them all to rush in a king's city. King City did not have such a large space to accommodate them. Therefore, everyone could only wait outside, eating and sleeping in the open. However, this kind of thing was nothing to the barbarians. Yang Kai and the others came neither early nor late. The place near King City had already been occupied by the people of other small tribes. When Yang Kai scanned with his divine sense, he found a medium-sized open space and led the team there. After arriving at the place, without any instructions, the 1,000-man team began to get busy. Some took out the dry food they had brought with them, while others started to make fires to cook on the spot. Everyone was in good order. At this moment, a wizard flew out of King City and shouted as he flew, "The Wizard King Master has ordered all great wizards to gather in King City." He shouted several times in a row and attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, great wizards flew out of the crowd and headed straight for King's City. With someone taking the lead, it was like a chain reaction. Powerhouses with the aura of great wizards constantly leapt out of the crowd and threw themselves into the embrace of King's City like swallows returning to their nest. Yong Kai glanced at them, then turned around and said, "I'll go. You keep an eye on things here." Butterfly nodded slightly. Although she was a great wizard, she was a great wizard of the floating department. So it was inconvenient for her to show up in an occasion like this. King City was huge. Although Yong Kai set off later, he arrived before many people. Just like the other great wizards, he landed in front of the palace in King's City first and waited quietly. Quite a few people had already gathered here. With the invasion of demon folk, the Wizard King ordered the entire southern barbarian tribe to gather. Great wizards that were rarely seen in the past were like cabbages and carrots. They could be seen everywhere. Yong Kai scanned with his soul sense and knew that there were at least 100 great wizards here. And this was not all of them. There should be even more great wizards on the way, unable to make it to King's City. Without a summon, the great wizards were not bold enough to barge into the Wizard King's palace, so they could only wait outside. The great wizards who were familiar with each other gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the invasion of demon folk this time in low voices. They had clearly received some news from the messengers, but no one could explain what demon folk were. The more they discussed, the more confused they became. However, such a large movement in King's City made everyone feel slightly uneasy. Everyone knew that the battle they were about to experience this time would probably be unprecedented. Just when Yong Kai was bored to death, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The black shadow was like a mountain enveloping him. Yong Kai turned his head and saw a broad, sturdy chest full of black hair. "You're also from our southern barbarian tribe." The owner of the black shadow looked down at Yong Kai and asked with a rumbling voice. The discussions in the surroundings immediately quieted down. Many great wizards cast their gazes in this direction, watching with great interest. To be honest, when everyone had gathered here, there were already quite a few people who were curiously sizing up Kai Yang. Kai Yang's physique was really a bit out of place here, as if he was a mountain goat that had suddenly appeared in a group of tigers. It was a bit out of place. It was difficult for such an unconventional person to not attract attention. There were very few berserkers with such a body type among the berserkers. Even the old village chief of Sangnan village, Wu Li, might have been old before he died, but it was not difficult to deduce how tall and sturdy he used to be based on his physique. However, Yong Kai did emit the aura of a great wizard. Although others were curious, they did not pay too much attention until someone questioned Yong Kai face to face. Ever since he came to this ancient world, it had become a habit to raise his head when talking to people. It seemed that everyone had to look up at him, which made Yong Kai feel very uncomfortable. This time, he simply stared at the black hair on the man's chest, nodded and said, "Yes." "Ha." The man laughed. "Boy, I'm talking to you. Raise your head and look at me. My neck is sore. Why don't you squat down and talk to me?" Yong Kai shook his head with a serious face. In front of him, the burly great wizard's aura suddenly became heavy. Beside him, someone laughed. "Wizard 2, this guy is looking down on you. Hurry up and teach him an unforgettable lesson." The barbarians had a fiery temperament, so naturally there was no lack of troublemakers. Anyway, everyone was bored staying here, so they could find some entertainment to pass the time. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him with interest, as if they were waiting for a good show. "You don't need to talk nonsense." Wizard 2 turned his head and shouted at the person who spoke before. Then he turned his head and looked at Yong Kai coldly. "What? You don't have the guts to look at me?" Yong Kai still stared at the black hair and said, "I prefer people to lower their heads and talk to me." Wizard 2 was stunned, but soon understood Yong Kai's meaning. He flew into a rage and said, "Boy, you're looking for a beating?" When he finished speaking, his big fist was already smashing towards Yong Kai's head. The onlookers were not shocked, but happy. Some of them even whistled, looking very interested. Anyway, the barbarians could take a beating, and everyone standing here was a great wizard. This punch would not kill anyone. At most, he would bleed, and bright red blood was something that the barbarians loved to see the most. Yong Kai did not move at all, as if he did not feel the attack. When the fist came whistling, his hair was blown away. At this moment, the door of the palace that had been closed suddenly opened. A barbarian warrior with a steel sword at his waist walked out and shouted, "Wizard King, Master wants you to enter." The huge fist was only an inch away from Yong Kai's head. Wizard 2's face twisted, and it took a lot of effort to suppress his desire to hit someone. He pulled back his fist and said, "You're lucky. If you dare to do this again, I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, he turned around and left. He did not dare to ignore the Wizard King's order. Although he could hit that fist, if he angered the Wizard King, Master, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Although the barbarians were simple-minded, they were only simple-minded. They were not mentally retarded. Naturally, they were able to consider this point clearly. A group of more than 100 great wizards walked into the palace in an orderly and silent manner. It was no longer as noisy as before. Yong Kai walked at the back. When he passed by the barbarian warrior, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. This was because he felt that the blood in this barbarian warrior's body was unreasonably strong. Tiger and the others simply could not stand in front of him. Faintly, Yong Kai felt that this barbarian warrior was not someone to be trifled with. Even if an ordinary great wizard went up against him, he might not have a good ending. However, Yong Kai did not detect any fluctuations of wizard power from him. In other words, this guy was purely cultivating his body. Sure enough, there were 3,000 ways, and each of them was connected to the heavens. It was rumored that in ancient times there were people who could become saints with their bodies. Yong Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after seeing this barbarian warrior, he felt that it was not a lie. And it was said that among the 4 great wizard saints, one of them was a saint with his body. Yong Kai's gaze was unscrupulous. It was impossible for the barbarian warrior not to feel it. He raised his eyes, and a pair of sharp eyes looked straight at Yong Kai. It was like 2 sharp blades, piercing Yong Kai's eyes. Chapter 2839. When they passed by each other, Yong Kai smiled and nodded. The barbarian warrior stared at his back for a long time before retracting his gaze. He smiled and said, "Interesting." Although he was not a wizard, he did train his body. As the captain of the royal guards, his strength was not weaker than a great wizard. The only thing he lacked, compared to those great wizards, was the wizard spell that could buff the power of his people. In a one-on-one fight, no great wizard could be his opponent. But the seemingly weak great wizard just now made him eager to fight. The only ones who could make him want to fight were powerful opponents that could not be crushed. This could be seen from the other party's calm gaze. Although the gaze just now did not have the buff of a wizard spell, it was an instant burst of his fighting spirit. No great wizard could easily withstand it, but the other party did. What an interesting great sorcerer. He looked so weak, but there was an unimaginable amount of power hidden in his frail body. That guy called Wu Tu should thank me. It was because of my timely appearance that he was able to avoid being humiliated in front of everyone. In the hall, a person with an aura as deep as the sea stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for the arrival of the crowd. After more than 100 people came in, he slowly turned around. He frowned, as if he was confused about something. He looked up at the crowd and said loudly, "I am the Wizard King. the sixth wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe. Some of you may know me, some may have heard of me, and some may not know who I am. But it doesn't matter because from today onwards we will often meet. Greetings to the wizard king. Master. Everyone put their hands on their chests and bowed. Yang Kai was also among them. His eyes flashed slightly. The sixth wizard king. In other words, among the wizard king of the southern barbarian tribe, his strength was ranked sixth. Above him, there were 5 more powerful wizard kings. It was unknown how many wizard kings were under him. Yang Kai only knew that there were no wizard saints in the southern barbarian tribe. There were only 4 wizard saints in the entire barbarian tribe, and they were all in the 4 largest tribes. In the southern barbarian tribe, the most powerful wizard king was a high-rank wizard king. He didn't even know his name was Yang Kai. Most of what he knew about the southern barbarian tribe was taught by the village chief. As a low-level wizard, the information that the village chief had access to was too little. I believe everyone has heard that the reason why I've gathered you all here this time is because of the invasion of demon folk. 3 tribes have been destroyed. The wizard's voice was deep. It was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. When they heard that the 3 divisions had been destroyed, the 100 great wizards' expression turned cold. Those 3 divisions, none of them were weaker than the southern barbarian tribe. They all had a high-rank wizard king, 100 to 200 great wizard, and thousands of wizard disciples, but they were still destroyed. In other words, if the southern barbarian tribe encountered such an enemy, they probably wouldn't end up well. This was no longer just a matter of the 3 divisions that had been destroyed, but a matter of the entire barbarian tribe. However, this news is already outdated. The wizard's words caused a huge commotion. Just as everyone looked at him suspiciously, he spoke again. In the few days that we've gathered here, the Lomley tribe has been destroyed too. What? Really? The Lomley tribe has actually been destroyed too. It's said that the wizard king master of the Lomley tribe is the existence most likely to become a wizard saint within 100 years. How is he now? All the great wizard cried out in surprise. They could not be blamed for their ugly expressions. It was mainly because the Lomley tribe's overall strength was greater than most of the barbarian tribes. It was only second to the 4 wizard saints' tribes. It would be strange if they were not shocked when they suddenly heard that the Lomley tribe had been destroyed too. The wizard said in a deep voice, "Not a single survivor of the Lomley tribe has survived." The hall immediately fell silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Not a single survivor. In other words, everyone had been wiped out, including the great wizard king, who was extremely likely to become a wizard saint. A great battle was imminent. Suddenly hearing this news shook everyone's confidence. Even the Lomley tribe had been destroyed. Just how terrifying were the demon folk? Who in the world could stop them? As if he could see through everyone's thoughts, the wizard Dang said, "The 4 wizard saint master have all been mobilized. I believe their strength is enough to deal some damage to the demon folk. However, this is a war that concerns all of the barbarians. The wizard saint master may be powerful, but we can't place all the burden on them. We barbarians have to do our part too. This is also why the King City has urgently gathered all of our clansmen here." Only when they heard the wizard Deng say that the 4 great wizard saints had all been mobilized did everyone relax. The wizard saints were the most powerful existences in this world. With them taking action, the invasion of the demon folk would definitely be stopped. However, the wizard Dang was right. This was a war that concerned all of the barbarians. No one could stay out of it. The wizard saints were powerful, but there were only 4 of them. I believe you very much want to ask me what the demon folk are, where they come from, and why they want to destroy my barbarian tribe. The wizard Deng glanced past everyone and said sternly, "I want to tell you that even I don't know much about these matters. However, you just need to remember that the demon folk are the irreconcilable enemies of us barbarians. As long as there's still a single breath left among us barbarians, the demon folk can't touch this land." The blood of the great wizard surged from what he said. They were all excited, ready to face death. It was as if they were tempted to fly onto the battlefield right now and dye the sky red with their blood, using their lives to stop the demon folk's invasion. Young Kai watched on coldly. He only felt like the barbarians really were simple-minded. The wizard cheese words were not bewitching at all. It was just a simple explanation, but it was enough to resonate with the many great wizard. If he casually bewitched them a little more, the effect would probably be even better. "Master, what should we do now?" "Yeah, Master. Are we going to set off for the battlefield right now? I already can't wait to witness the power of the demon folk. Ha ha ha! I hope the demon folk don't piss their pants when they see me, the wizard." The group of great wizard yelled out. They did not take the demon folk, who had already destroyed the 4 tribes, seriously at all. The wizard Dang smiled. "You'll all have the chance. When the time comes, I hope you'll remember what you said today." However, he changed the topic and said sternly, "It's not the time yet. We have to wait for news from the Saint Master of the Wizard, and our southern barbarian tribe hasn't finished gathering yet. There are still many clansmen on the way. If we had more time, our southern barbarian tribe would definitely be able to do even better. It's a pity that time waits for no one. What you need to do right now is very simple. Gather all the clansmen of the southern barbarian tribe. Gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen each, and then train them and make them listen to orders." The entire southern barbarian tribe had several 100,000 clansmen. If a great wizard wanted to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen, it would be just enough to gather all the people in the tribe. However, these clansmen were usually scattered in various villages. If they gathered together rashly, it would definitely lead to all sorts of conflicts. Obviously, they would need some time to get used to each other. This was something that required the great wizard as the leader to deal with. Yong Kai nodded slightly when he heard that. A snake couldn't do without a head. 2,000 to 3,000 people was just the right number for a team. It was not too much, not too little. It was basically the limit that a great wizard could control. Currently, he had gathered around 1,000 people under him, according to the wizard Dang. He still needed to gather at least 1,000 more people. However, this was simple too. With the wizard king's orders, the clansmen would definitely cooperate. Those villages that did not have a powerful wizard would definitely find a powerful backer to rely on. However, this required mutual consent. Currently, there were just too many great wizards gathered in the king's city. If he wanted those stragglers to rely on him, he would need to demonstrate some strength first. No one was willing to rely on an unreliable great wizard. Thinking of this, Yong Kai already had a plan in his mind. The wizard Dang did not speak much. This time, he gathered everyone here mainly to inform them of this mission. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he gave a few words of advice and let everyone leave. In an instant, more than 100 great wizards rushed out of the hall. Obviously, they were all anxious to recruit more people. Once the war started, the more people they had, the more protection they would have. Therefore, at this critical moment, no one was willing to fall behind others. They all wanted to use their means to keep others here, so that they could carefully select the strongest warriors. Only Yong Kai, after waiting for all of them to leave, walked forward at a leisurely pace. "What's your name?" Suddenly, the wizard pool's voice came from behind. Yong Kai turned his head and replied, "Wizard Awesome." Then he said, "I was born like this, but I am indeed from the southern barbarian tribe. I was born in Sungnan village." The wizard Dang nodded and said, "It doesn't matter how strong or weak your physique is. You are a great wizard. Next time, if someone questions your identity, just tell them my name." Yong Kai was stunned. He did not know why the master looked like he was taking care of him, but he still nodded and said, "Thank you, master. Go." The wizard Dang waved his hand. Yong Kai then walked out of the hall. After a moment, the guard captain who looked at Yang Kai before came in and looked at the wizard Dang curiously. The wizard Dang said, "What do you want to ask?" The guard captain said, "Master, what's so special about that person?" He obviously heard the wizard Dang's words, so he did not understand why the wizard King Master specifically asked him to stay behind to talk. The wizard Dang heard the guard captain's question and said, "Special, very special. He is a great wizard who is favored by the barbarian god." The guard captain frowned and said, "People who can become a wizard are all favored by the barbarian god." The wizard Dang smiled and said, "He is different. Before last winter, he was just an ordinary person. You could even say that he was worse than an ordinary person." "What?" The guard captain was shocked. "Master, are you sure?" "Before last winter, he was just an ordinary person. After one winter, he became a great wizard? How is this possible?" The wizard Dang said, "When I was a great wizard, I taught a person called the Wizard Li for a while. And that Wizard Li was the former village chief of Sungnan village." Chapter 2840. The old village chief, the Wizard Li, truly cared for Yang Kai in every possible way. He had personally witnessed Yang Kai's rise like a comet, shining with extremely dazzling light. He also knew that a small place like Sungnan village was unable to accommodate a great wizard like Yang Kai with a limitless future. As a result, he had once written a letter last winter and got a hawk to take it to the King City, asking the King City to allow Yang Kai to study there. The letter back then was addressed to the wizard Dang. After all, the two of them had once been master and disciple. Although they had not contacted each other for quite some time, the old village chief felt that the wizard Dang should not turn him down with the aptitude and talent that Yang Kai displayed. If the invasion of the bone-eating tribe had not happened, then Yang Kai would have gone to the King City under the village chief's arrangements after winter. Unfortunately, the village chief had died along the way during the bone-eating tribe incident. He did not even manage to leave behind his last words. In reality, the wizard Dang was very interested in the person the village chief had mentioned in the letter, but the invasion of the demon folk had left him in a terrible state, so he had no time to care about anything else. Only when he saw Yang Kai in the hall this time did he vaguely feel that he was rather similar to the person the wizard Li had described in the letter. Did he specially ask about him? Sure enough, the seemingly weak wizard was the wizard Nio from Sangnan village. He was actually a great wizard. The wizard Li had mentioned in the letter that the wizard Nio was only a low-grade wizard, yet he had actually become a great wizard after winter. So it really was a miracle from the god of barbarians? Just what kind of instructions did the god of barbarians hold for him to bestow such a miracle during this sensitive time of the demon folk invasion? Suddenly, the wizard Dang thought of a saying he had heard in the past. However, in times of great calamity, there will definitely be a savior. In the King's City, the flow of people was like a tide, shoulder to shoulder, no worse than any city Yang Kai had seen before. Unlike the other great wizards, he did not rush back to gather his subordinates and gather his men. Instead, he wandered around the capital alone. Not long after, he walked directly into a shop and conspired with the shop owner in the back hall for a long time before he walked out leisurely. The shop owner, who followed behind him, had a joyful smile on his face. His attitude was extremely polite, as if he had received some great benefits. Without stopping, Yang Kai walked into another shop. After a while, when Yang Kai walked out again, the owner of this shop actually sent him off respectfully. After running around for half a day, there were dozens of shops in and out of Yang Kai. The situation was almost the same every time. Half a day later, Yang Kai silently calculated. Then he nodded slightly and flew out of the city. Not long after, he flew back to where he was originally stationed. Butterfly stood there silently. When she sensed him coming over, She only raised her eyes to look at him. He lightly nodded. A few of his wizard apprentices came forward to greet him. They looked at Yang Kai anxiously. One of the older wizard apprentices said, "Master, where did you go? Why did you only come back now?" "I went to do something. What's wrong?" The old wizard apprentice said. "The other masters seem to be gathering people. I heard that the Wizard King Master gave an order for the great wizards to gather 2,000 to 3,000 subordinates. Master, you only came back now. Those strong warriors are almost all divided up by them." "Yes, the Wizard King Master did give such an order." Yang Kai nodded. When the wizard apprentices heard this, they immediately became anxious. The old wizard apprentice said, "Master, what are you waiting for? Since you are back, hurry up and prepare. I see that there are still a few villages with good warriors. They seem to be hesitating to join the great wizard. Master, you can go and invite them. Maybe you can persuade them to join." "Yes, Master. This matter should not be delayed. If we wait any longer, the rest will be crooked melons and cracked jujubes." The wizard apprentices persuaded one after another. On the way here, they merged with the Sangnan village led by Yang Kai. Now, they did not want to join the other great wizard. Seeing that their master was not in a hurry, they were a little anxious for him. Anyone could see that only by having more and more powerful warriors under their command could they gain a certain advantage in the future war. Over 100 great sorcerers had been roaming all over the place during this half a day. They had been constantly swallowing and recruiting those barbarian warriors from various villages. Only Ji Hao's group hadn't moved at all. It seemed to be an anomaly. The tense atmosphere made them feel a sense of crisis for no reason. Don't worry. Yang Kai waved his hand. His face was so calm that the wizard apprentices did not know what to say. For a moment, they were so anxious that their mouths were burning with anger. When they turned their heads to look at the other groups, the great wizards were using all kinds of methods to attract people. Some of them even directly used powerful wizard spells to attract people's attention. Looking at the strong warriors approaching the great wizard, they felt like they were watching a trace of life slip away from them. However, as the great wizard Yang Kai said that he was not in a hurry, it was useless for them to be anxious. After all, they were only a few wizard apprentices. In this kind of situation, they would not be of much use, especially when they were not familiar with Yang Kai. Sure enough, they were inexperienced. The wizard apprentices looked at each other and thought of the same thing. Time slowly passed in torment. The scattered barbarians gathered around the capital were gradually swallowed up by the groups led by great shamans one after another. The news of the demon folk invasion gradually spread through the crowd, and all of the barbarians began to band together for warmth. Some of them even took the initiative to seek refuge with the great shamans that seemed to be relatively stronger, even without being roped in. Yang Kai looked young and weak, so no one cared about him. And Yang Kai himself did not seem to have any intention of recruiting anyone. After returning from the king's city, he sat side by side with Butterfly and meditated. All the noise around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. This made the wizard apprentices under him feel more and more helpless. This continued until evening, when a thunderous voice suddenly rang out, whereas the wizard master ox of Sangnan village. With that, the noisy plains suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in that direction. They wondered why this guy was looking for the wizard ox of Sangnan village. Sangnan village. Many people had heard of it before. It was just a small village, so how powerful could a wizard from that place be? In a place where great wizard gathered. How could a wizard from a small village dare to call himself a master? However, when the people saw what the owner of the voice was carrying, their eyes could not help but light up. Even their breathing became ragged. This could not be helped. This person was actually carrying many wizard tools forged from steel. They shone brightly under the afterglow of the setting sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. This was a real weapon. Look at the sharp blade and the heavy hilt. If someone was really hit by such a weapon, he would be split in half. Then they looked at the stone spears and stone axes in their hands. Countless barbarian warriors felt ashamed of their inferiority. Only the truly powerful warriors of the barbarian race were qualified to possess such weapons. This was because ordinary people couldn't get their hands on these weapons. They had to offer something of considerable value in exchange for these weapons. How could the barbarian warriors who came from various villages have anything of value? In the entire southern barbarian tribe, only the king city could make such weapons. None of the villages had this ability. So, when a guy who was armed to the teeth suddenly appeared in a group of warriors carrying stone spears and stone axes compared to those warriors from various villages, they were incomparably country bumpkins. This was not the end. Behind this person, there was a group of people who were armed to the teeth. Each of them carried a weapon on their back. With every step they took, even the ground trembled and groaned. Here, here. Yang Kai flew into the air and waved at them. Come here. The leading barbarian raised his eyes and looked. After seeing Yang Kai, he grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Then he beckoned the people behind him to follow him and quickly approached where Yang Kai was. Why is it this guy? Not far away, a great wizard who was like an iron tower looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of surprise. So he was called Wizard Bull. The abnormal situation here obviously attracted a lot of people's attention. Many great wizards flew into the air and looked down, wanting to see what was going on in Sangnan village. Wizard Master Bull, the things you want are here. Please accept them, the leading barbarian warrior said, as he took off all the weapons on his back and threw them on the ground. The weapons were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common. None of them weighed less than 100 pounds, and this person carried more than a dozen of them on his back. He walked like the wind, and when the weapons were thrown to the ground, a circle of dust was kicked up, and a dull sound was heard. Well, put them all here. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Boom, boom, boom. One weapon after another was thrown on the ground. One barbarian warrior after another walked past. Soon, a mountain of weapons was piled up on the ground. Ahu and the others were dumbfounded. The surrounding barbarian warriors were also dumbfounded. The great sorcerers who had flown into the air to watch were similarly flabbergasted. The sound of swallowing of saliva was heard. Everyone looked at the mountain of weapons with eyes full of shock and desire. In the past, the barbarian warriors were very eager to get their hands on the weapons, but now they were piled up here. It was like a dream. Among those present, even those great wizards had never seen so many weapons gathered in one place. Any one of these weapons was worth a lot of money, and it was far from over. More people walked over and threw down the weapons they brought. Why did the owners of the shops in King City take out their weapons and throw them here? What was the relationship between them and this Wizard Bull? What was going on? Could it be that they gave these weapons to the Wizard Bull? That was not possible. But what about the scene in front of them? Many great wizards knew the owners of those shops, and some of them had dealt with them before. Naturally, they would not be wrong. Chapter 2841. Many of the great wizards could no longer stay calm as they thought of this. Why? Everyone was a great wizard. Why did they only give the Wizard Bull to him and not to them? They were also great wizards. Furthermore, none of the great wizards present would be weaker than that Wizard Bull. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why did you give all the things to him? Why don't you give some to me too? A great wizard shouted in midair. That's right. The war is imminent. These things should be divided equally. We can't let him have all of it. Someone immediately agreed. This statement was accepted by even more great adepts. For a moment, everyone was shouting nonstop, and the scene was chaotic. "What are you shouting about?" The barbarian warrior, who was leading the group, shouted angrily. He did not have any intention to give these great wizards any face. He raised his head coldly and snorted. "Who said that we are giving these weapons to the Wizard Master Bull? These are all things that he exchanged for." Exchanged? Impossibles. So many weapons. What did he exchange for them with? No one had such a huge amount of wealth. There were at least 1,000 weapons piled up at the scene. Moreover, there were still more weapons being sent over. Even the Wizard King would not have so much wealth to exchange for so many weapons, right? The barbarian leader shook his head and said, "I don't know what the Wizard Master Bull used to exchange with others. However, he gave me this." As he spoke, he took out a rolling object. The barbarian warriors looked at it, but still did not understand what it was. However, the great wizards all changed their expressions and said, "The inner core of a beast." Moreover, it was an extremely high-quality inner core of a beast. This kind of inner core was even beneficial to the training of the Wizard King, let alone a great wizard. If it was an inner core of a beast like this, it could be exchanged for many weapons. However, no great wizard would use this kind of treasure to exchange for weapons that they could not use. In order to exchange for so many weapons, how many inner cores did this wizard have? Just the thought of it was terrifying. The Wizard Master Bull also used this to exchange with me. Another shop owner agreed. At the same time, he took out another inner core and shook it. It almost blinded the eyes of the great wizards. If it was said that the variety of weapons had an incomparably huge attraction to every barbarian warrior, then the barbarian warriors would definitely be attracted to them. Then these inner cores were the same for the great wizard. For a moment, the way many people looked at Yang Kai changed. There was only one question in their minds. Where did he get so many monster cores from? No Grand Magus had the ability to kill so many savage beasts, not even a Magus King. Time passed by slowly. After learning the truth of the trade, the noisy great adepts were too embarrassed to make any more noise. They could only watch as the weapons were tossed aside one by one. Their faces were full of envy. There were even some who were silently contemplating whether they should form a good relationship with Wu Niao. Not to mention other things, if they could obtain a demonic beast's inner core from him, it would be enough to benefit them greatly. After a long time, the last barbarian who brought the weapons walked past. The weapons piled up on the ground had reached thousands. Rapid breaths showed just how restless the hearts of many berserkers were. The villagers from Sangnan village were so excited that they swallowed their saliva. They had already guessed what these weapons were used for. After all, they were not idiots. The devil people were invading. With the war imminent, Yang Kai suddenly bringing out so many weapons was clearly meant for them to use, but such a miraculous method made them somewhat unable to believe it. Ah Hu went to Yang Kai and pulled him down. He whispered, "Anyo, are these things for us?" Yang Kai smiled and patted his shoulder. "Of course they are for you." Then he waved his hand and said, "Choose for yourselves, one for each of you." As soon as he said that, thousands of people became serious. The few wizard apprentices who were secretly complaining about Yang Kai's inaction were speechless. They were full of respect. The great wizard gathered outside King's City. There were hundreds of them. But who had the ability to gather so many weapons at once? Who had the courage to do so? If you want to do something, you must first sharpen your tools. With so many sharp weapons, even if there were only 1,000 people, the advantage they had was not something a team of 2,000 or 3,000 people could compete with. And the weapons piled up here were more than 1,000. The few wizard apprentices could almost predict what would happen next. The complaints and dissatisfaction they had with Yang Kai had already disappeared. They only felt that this wizard bull was very experienced. Although he looked young, he was very experienced. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he hit the vital points. It was hard not to admire him. The few wizard apprentices who came from different villages looked at each other and smiled. The sound of people swallowing their saliva came one after another. The 1,000 people who were under the command of Yang Kai gathered around the mountain of weapons. But no one was in a hurry to fight for anything. They all looked at the piled-up weapons in a daze. Everyone's eyes were full of soft light. It was as if they were not looking at cold weapons, but at naked beauties. "You guys go first." Tiger suddenly turned his head and looked at the villagers from other villages. As a warrior who came from the same village as Yang Kai, Tiger felt that this was the time to win glory for Yang Kai and establish prestige. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to fight for it. Instead, he gave priority to the villagers from other villages. Hearing what Tiger said, the leaders of other villages looked at each other. One of them smiled and shook his head. These weapons were brought by the wizard Master Ball. Songnan village should have the priority to choose. "You guys go first." "Yes, Tiger." "You guys go first." "Yes, Tiger." "Don't decline." Tiger shook his head and said, "It is because Bull brought these things that you guys should choose first. These things were not brought for Songnan village, but for everyone." The leaders of the few villages immediately quarreled. They did not want to give in to each other. They did not want to be the first to make a move. The barbarians who were watching cursed in their hearts. They were envious and helpless. The oldest wizard apprentice suddenly smiled and said, "Don't quarrel. Now that we are gathered in one place, there is no difference between villages. Now we are a whole. We belong to the Wizard's Bull Division. It doesn't matter who goes first. What's more, there are so many weapons here. Even if each of you take one, you won't be able to divide them all. There is no need to decline." The Wizard's Bull Division. Everyone's eyes lit up. They all started to ponder. The old wizard apprentice was right. Now that everyone had gathered in one place, there was no need to differentiate between villages. Only when they became a whole, they would be united in the future war. Everyone's will was like an impregnable fortress. Deliberately dividing the villages would only cause selfishness between each other. Any selfishness might cause people to lose their lives in the future war. Tiger thought for a while and nodded. What the old master said is right. Since that is the case, let's choose together. The rest of the people naturally did not have any objections. Everyone immediately swarmed up and began to divide the weapons. They took out the weapons that were suitable for them and let the others choose. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Everyone was laughing. Although it was lively, it was not chaotic. Everyone advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. This scene made the other great wizard look at it with different expressions. Needless to say, they were envious and jealous. This wizard was able to gather more than 1,000 people just by gifting them weapons. His method was admirable. Looking at their own barbarian warriors who were envious of him, they all sighed. They couldn't help it. Although this method was obvious at a glance, it could not be replicated. They did not have the huge financial resources of this wizard. Although they admired him, they also felt a sense of crisis. Previously, the Wizard King Master's order was very clear. He wanted the great wizard to each recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. Half a day had passed, and many people had completed the task. However, there were still many people who were still working hard. There were also a lot of stragglers who were still observing. Originally, everyone had used their own methods to compete fairly, but now that Voodoo Bull had suddenly made such a move, he had the advantage and left the other grand wizards far behind. They believed that after the 1,000 people had divided the weapons, there would be more people who would be willing to join them. If the powerful warriors were all recruited by the wizard, then what would they do? Thinking of this, a few great wizards who had a good relationship with each other gathered together and began to discuss countermeasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the 1,000 or so barbarian warriors under Yang Kai's command all received their own weapons. Each of the warriors was holding a large axe, a broadsword, and a spear forged from fine steel. They looked majestic and had a completely new temperament. As for the archers, they were also given more powerful bows and arrows. The mountain of weapons had only shrunk by a third. There were still more weapons waiting for the owner to choose. A group of barbarian warriors gathered around and looked at the weapons. They all licked their lips and looked like they were hungry. When they turned to look at Yong Kai, their eyes were full of desire. Yong Kai smiled and snapped his fingers. Wizard Bull Tribe, accept. Wizard Bull Master, I am willing to join. I'll join. I want to join too. Wizard Bull Master, please accept me. I am the strongest warrior in our village. As soon as Yong Kai's voice fell, it was covered by the voices of countless people. The situation was almost out of control. Fortunately, Tiger and the others took out their shining weapons in time and blocked the people who were crowding over. Yong Kai raised his hand and said, "Don't rush and don't push. The Wizard King Master ordered us to recruit 2,000 to 3,000 people. My Wizard Bull's target is 3,000 people. So, many people will have a chance. Those who are interested in joining my Wizard Bull tribe, please line up and come forward to receive your weapon. After that, you will be a member of my Wizard Bull tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately quieted down. The next moment, the barbarians rushed forward and formed a long line. Chapter 2842. 3,000 people? Wizard is awesome. You're just a low-level great wizard. How can you control so many people? Be careful. At the same time, a burly figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the side of the weapon mountain. The huge impact made the ground tremble. Dust flew up, and the entire weapon mountain made a clanking sound. Yong Kai looked at the lush black hair on the man's chest and raised his eyebrows. "Wizard 2, what do you want?" Wizard 2 laughed and said, "I'm just worried about you because you're young and weak. Thank you for your kindness, but don't worry." Wizard 2 shook his head and said, "You can't say that. We're all great wizards of the Southern Barbarian tribe. We should help each other." How about this? This shaman is a little stronger than you, so I'll work a little harder. You take in another 1,000 people, and this shaman will help you digest the remaining 1,000 people. As thanks, you can give me the extra weapons." As he said that, he reached out his hand and grabbed the weapon mountain, not giving Yong Kai any chance to react. "Stop." Who was furious when he saw this. Nyo had paid a huge price to get these weapons from King City. Although he did not know where Nyo got so many internal elixirs that could be used for trading, now that someone dared to reach out their claws, he naturally could not sit back and do nothing. What bullshit great wizard. If you dare to steal my things, then you're my enemy. While shouting, Tiger had already chopped at Wizard 2 with his axe. "Fuck off." Wu 2 didn't even turn his head. He only let out a roar, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out from under his feet. The shock wave clearly contained a huge impact because when Ahu was touched by the shock wave, he instantly flew high into the air like a kite and fell to the ground. At the same time, Wizard 2 had already reached out and grabbed a fine steel spear. With a slight force, the entire weapon mountain shook, and almost half of the weapons flew up into the air. Looking at the direction, it was obvious that they were flying towards the barbarian warriors, led by Wizard Tuesday. Seeing this, everyone in Wizard 2's department was overjoyed and excitedly prepared to welcome the arrival of many weapons. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the weapon mountain out of thin air. He didn't do anything, but the thousands of weapons flying in the air seemed to be pressed down by a mountain. They all fell back and collided with each other, making clanking sounds. High up in the air, Yong Kai looked down at Wizard 2 and mocked. "Are you robbing me? Wizard Two's face turned red and defended himself. How is that robbing? I've said that we're all from the Southern Barbarian tribe. Wizard. Wu Tu shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. I've always been willing to help others. Hurry up and get lost. Don't be unappreciative." Yang Kai said in shock, "Wizard, can you be a little more shameless? Don't you feel embarrassed for lying through your teeth?" As expected, the wizard's face turned red, but his tone was still firm. Fine. Since you don't know what's good for you, I, as an upper-level great wizard, have the responsibility and obligation to teach you the truth. As he spoke, he chanted an incantation and raised his hand. Wizard power surged, and 2 visible chains of wizard power wrapped around Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was trapped tightly. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he lectured. "Remember, if you can't see the reality now, you'll only lose face. If you can't see the reality on the battlefield, you'll lose your life. So there's no need to thank me. This is what a wizard should do." As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to drag Yang Kai down from the air. But in the next moment, his expression changed. This was because under his actions, the wizard bull standing on the weapon mountain didn't move at all. He looked at him with a smile on his face, as if he was nailed there by some force. He was slightly shocked and instinctively felt that it was impossible. His opponent was just a low-level great wizard, 2 levels lower than him. Since he was bound, how could he resist his power? He didn't believe it and tried again, but he was shocked to find that there was still no effect. He didn't seem to be binding a low-level great wizard, but a real mountain. After 2 futile attempts, he was a little embarrassed. Many of the clansmen were at a loss. They didn't know what the Wizard 2 was doing. A few great wizard even glanced at the Wizard 2, hinting him to quickly end this farce. Previously, when they gathered together to discuss, they felt that the best way to solve the current situation was to make the wizard bull lose face. It was a fact that he brought thousands of weapons which attracted the attention of many powerful barbarian warriors. It also attracted their interest to join him. However, this interest was only built on the basis of weapons. If the clansmen saw that this Wu Nyo couldn't even withstand a single blow, presumably those clansmen who wanted to join him would make other plans. Weapons were tempting, but a weak great wizard was not worth entrusting their lives to. The barbarians were about to face a bloody battle of life and death. A powerful great wizard leader was much safer than those weapons. That was why the Wizard 2 jumped out to find trouble and deliberately fought with Yang Kai. According to their previous plan, as long as they could crush this wizard bull in front of everyone and make him lose face, then his advantage would be gone. But the current situation was a little different from what they had discussed before. The wizard bull was already captured. What was the Wizard 2 doing? In a flash, another great wizard flew down and cast a chain-like wizard spell to tie up Yang Kai. He shouted, "Wizard bull, Wizard 2 is a kind person. I don't want to embarrass you like this. This wizard is not that easy to talk to. Get the hell down here." With a bit of strength in his hands, he was actually pushed over and almost fell to the ground. This great wizard's eyes almost popped out. Only now did he realize that the Wizard 2 was not being merciful, but he was really powerless. What's going on? While he was stunned, he saw Yang Kai grab the 2 wizards' chains and grinned. The scenery above is beautiful. This wizard doesn't want to go down. It's better for you 2 to get the hell up here. The big hand that grabbed the chains suddenly pulled back, accompanied by 2 exclamations and countless pairs of shocked eyes. The Wizard 2 and the other great wizard flew directly from the ground and uncontrollably threw themselves at Yang Kai. While in midair, The two of them danced and struggled to stabilize their bodies. But then their hearts sank because they saw the wizard bull was actually grinning and rubbing his hands together. He looked like he was up to no good. Forcing themselves to take a breath, the two of them simultaneously urged the wizard's power to condense a wizard's shield on the surface of their bodies. As soon as the light of the wizard's shield lit up, Yong Kai had already swung his fist. Left hook, right hook, two punches like the wind. Crack. At the same time, the two great wizards' shield on the surface of the wizard's body shattered. Facing Yong Kai's punches that didn't seem to have much strength, they didn't have the slightest strength to resist. The two grand magi let out a muffled groan as they were sent flying like ragged sacks. They landed heavily on the ground, their faces covered in blood. The whole world was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Yong Kai in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those great wizards, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their faces twitched. They couldn't believe what they just saw was real. The barbarian warriors didn't practice wizards' power, so they didn't know the huge difference between a great wizard and a great wizard. But the wizards on the scene knew. Under normal circumstances, a great wizard of the upper rank could easily crush a great wizard of the lower rank. The difference of two ranks was not just for show, but the scene in front of them was so real that they couldn't find a suitable reason to explain it. The wizard's shield cast by the two great wizards was easily broken by this wizard. If the wizard's shield was so weak, then what was the point of learning it so hard? In fact, it wasn't that the wizard's shield was weak. It was that this wizard was too strong. All the great wizard's scalp went numb. Previously, when they saw that he had brought a few thousand weapons and suddenly gained a huge advantage in terms of recruiting people, they were a little dissatisfied. Some even wanted to find trouble with him, like the wizard tome, and wait for an opportunity to snatch some weapons from him. But now, who would dare to have such thoughts? Even the two great adepts had lost so much face. Who could possibly be his match? On the other side, the two great wizards who were sent flying were also a little confused. The wizard tome struggled to stand up from the ground, shook his head, and finally came back to his senses. He looked at the eyes of the people around him blankly, and his face turned green and red. He suddenly became angry and said, "You dare to sneak attack me?" He didn't want to admit that he wasn't Yong Kai's opponent. He only felt that the loss just now was because he didn't notice it, because he didn't think that Yong Kai would really attack him. If he was fully prepared, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This time, he came out to teach Yong Kai a lesson to suppress Yong Kai's advantage, and at the same time, to increase his prestige. Who would have thought that he would go for wool and come home shorn? Not only did his plan not go smoothly, but his face was also covered in dirt. He couldn't just let this go. If he just admitted defeat like this, his prestige would definitely plummet, and he wouldn't be able to gather any more people. "Surround them for me," the wizard tome shouted. At the same time, there was a burst of noise, and nearly 2,000 barbarians rushed out and spread out, surrounding Yong Kai and his 1,000 people. When the other great wizard saw this, he also silently waved his hand, and the 1,500 people under him also gathered. In an instant, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarians heard the command and moved. Tiger and the others' bodies tensed up, and they all held the weapons in their hands tightly. When the other barbarians saw this, they immediately understood that this matter was not going to be easily settled. They quickly retreated to the side, making space for the two sides of the battle. Chapter 2843. You want to fight? Yong Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly chanted an incantation and waved his hand. A halo of light suddenly spread out and enveloped the 1,000 people on his side. The 1,000 people's bodies suddenly emitted a dark red light, as if they were covered in a layer of blood mist. Not only that, but Tiger and the others' bodies also emitted crackling sounds. Their originally tall bodies suddenly grew 3 times taller, and the animal skin clothes they wore tightened. Every pair of beautiful eyes became as red as blood, and there was no fear in them. It was as if even if a wizard saint stood in front of them, they would still be able to swing their weapons and hack at him. The 1,000 people's killing intent gathered in one place, as if it wanted to break through the clouds. Boundless energy gushed out from their bodies as thousands of people gripped their weapons tightly. It was as if they had been reborn. All of them had excited expressions on their faces as they stared blankly. They couldn't believe that they had such powerful strength, bloodthirst, and it was an extremely high-grade bloodthirst. This was because, although the eyes of these 1,000 people were as red as blood, and they didn't seem to be afraid, they didn't lose their rationality. This was an effect that only the most profound bloodthirst technique could produce. An ordinary bloodthirst technique could certainly make the barbarian warriors more powerful and reduce their senses. However, it would also affect the warriors' rationality to a certain extent. In serious cases, it could even cause them to go crazy and damage their primordial spirit. After the effects of the bloodthirst technique disappeared, there might even be some repercussions. However, this wizard's bloodthirst was different. It was something that only a great wizard on the level of a wizard king could use. Many of the great wizards were shocked. Just this bloodthirst was enough to make them view this wizard in a new light. This wasn't something that just anyone could use. In particular, the bloodthirst he used could easily envelop 1,000 people, not one more, not one less. What kind of precise control did this require? And it seemed that he was far from reaching his limit. Was this really going to start a war? The bloodthirst had already been used. The arrow on the bow had to be released. However, this wasn't the end. After using the bloodlust technique, Yang Kai didn't stop chanting. His hands moved up and down as he moved. Rays of light of different colors burst out one after another, enveloping the 1,000 people. Lightness, stone armor, mega strength layer after layer of light. The light enveloped every wizard and every warrior of the bull tribe. The surface of their bodies emitted a dark red light mixed with yellow light, as if they were wearing a layer of heavy armor impenetrable by swords and spears. A light breeze wrapped around their legs. It made their speed faster and fiercer. The golden light that symbolized the potency skill increased their strength by 30 to 50%. The breathing of the 1,000 people became heavy, and their fighting spirit was fully unleashed. The 3,000 to 4,000 people surrounding them were so shocked by this power that they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their faces full of fear. There was no need for them to fight. Just by looking at their posture, they knew that each of the Wizard's Bull clan members had the ability to fight one against 2 or more people. The Wizard 2 and the other great wizards' faces were extremely ugly. They thought that they would use their own people to intimidate them. That Wizard Bull was definitely going to lose his mind. Who knew that this guy would be so fierce? Not only was he not afraid, but he also directly buffed his own people with many wizard spells. At this moment, the 2 great wizards were just like the other great wizards. They were immersed in the deep shock, casting so many large-scale wizard spells consecutively by himself. Even a wizard king wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Wizard Bull was just a low-rank great wizard. How could he have so much wizard energy to squander? Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this Wizard Bull. Just the amount of wizard energy stored in his body was far more than an ordinary great wizard. Currently, he was just a low-rank great wizard. What would happen if he was promoted to a high-rank great wizard? Just when the 2 were still in shock, Yang Kai's mouth started chanting again. Another ray of light enveloped them. At the same time that the beam of light descended, the expressions of over 1,000 people simultaneously changed. The dark red light that spread out from their bodies seemed to come alive and fuse together. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of people seemed to have merged into one. There was no longer any distinction between them. The monstrous aura that gathered together made the heaven and earth tremble. Life Chain, the Wizard Two's face changed. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a monster. Life Chain. That was a truly profound wizard spell. Only Great Wizard had the qualifications to learn this wizard spell. This wizard spell could connect the life force of different numbers of barbarian soldiers together. Under the effect of the life chain, the damage that was inflicted on anyone would be evenly distributed. This allowed the barbarian soldiers to withstand more damage than they could withstand. This was the wizard spell that the entire barbarian race relied on the most in large-scale battles. However, although Great Wizard could learn how to learn the life chain, they would often need the help of other wizards if they wanted to use it. If there were only a few people, then it would be fine. A high-rank Great Wizard's life chain could connect the life force of 200 people together. However, if there was help from other wizards, and disciples in the team, the number of people could increase by several times. The more wizards there were, the better the effect would be. When this Wizard 2 used the life chain just now, there was no one to help him. However, the light of his wizard spell instantly enveloped the thousands of people, connecting the life force of the thousands of people together and fusing the thousands of scattered individuals into one. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, no Great Wizard would believe it. Only Magus Kings and high-grade Magus Kings at that could create life chains that could connect the lives of 1,000 people. Facing such a terrifying group, the advantage of having several times the number of people was instantly gone. The Wizard 2 and the other Great Wizard could also use the life chain to connect the life force of their own soldiers, but that would require some preparation time. After all, they still needed the help of their wizard subordinates. How could they be like Yang Kai, who could use the life chain so casually? In other words, if they really fought now, the 1,000 people under Yang Kai's command could easily crush 10,000 barbarian soldiers without much damage. This wizard is ready. When do we fight? Yang Kai looked down at the Wizard 2 and asked with a straight face. This calm look made the other Great Wizard's eyelids twitch. So many large-scale wizard spells were cast, but he didn't look tired at all. Was he really a monster? Just casually casting 2 or 3 wizard spells like that was enough to exhaust any Great Wizard. Facing such an enemy, what was the point of fighting? But was it really worth it? If it was other wizard spells, it wouldn't affect the soldiers much. But Bloodlust spell was different. Once it was activated, it would consume the blood essence of the barbarian soldiers. After the effect was over, they would be weak for many days. This wizard didn't say anything and just cast Bloodlust spell on his soldiers. Was he crazy? Didn't he know what the consequences of doing this would be? Facing Yang Kai's aggression, the Wizard 2's face turned red. He couldn't say a word. What could he say? Fight now? He didn't really want to fight with Yang Kai. He just wanted to use his people as a deterrent. Who knew that this guy would be so unruly? Now that he was in a difficult situation, the wizard's intestines turned green with regret. Oh, Yang Kai looked at the Wizard 2 mockingly and laughed, looking at the Wizard Master 2. It seems like you are ready. Do you want me to give you a few days to prepare? The Wizard 2's face turned red. He straightened his neck and said, Wizard 2, don't be too arrogant. This wizard just thought that this is outside the king's city. If you and I really fight, it will definitely alarm the Wizard King Master. If the Wizard King Master is angry, no one will have a good ending. It's not that I am afraid of you. When these words were heard by everyone, the Great Wizard had different expressions. Now that the situation was like this, anyone could see that the Wizard 2 had no chance of winning. He could only use his mouth to save some face. However, after this incident, Wu Tu's reputation had been completely lost. There was no point in saying anything more. It was impossible for him to recruit more clansmen. On the other hand, this wizard was awesome. He had the battle record of sending 2 great wizards flying, and now he showed his strong great wizard skills. It would only make the stragglers more interested in him. Fortunately, the Shaman King's order was for every Grand Shaman to gather 2,000 to 3,000 clansmen. If he was allowed to do as he wished, he might be able to gather tens of thousands of people. If that was the case, many Grand Shamans would not be able to complete their mission. Wizard Master 2, do you mean you don't want to fight? Yong Kai chuckled and said with disappointment, I prepared for so long. The Wizard 2 snorted, we are all from the southern barbarian tribe. What's the point of having a civil war? If you want to fight, go fight with the devil people. When the time comes, let's see who can kill more devil people. Yong Kai touched his chin and thought for a while. He nodded and said, Wizard Master 2 is right. The Wizard 2's expression relaxed. You also think it's right? Yong Kai smiled. If that's the case, then let's fight on the battlefield. Okay, it's a deal. This wizard will not lose to you. After the Wizard 2 said that, he waved his hand. The 2,000 people under him immediately let out a sigh of relief and scattered like birds and beasts. The Wizard 2 turned around and was blown by the wind. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked with sweat. He could not help but shiver. He secretly cursed himself for not having eyes. He actually kicked an iron plate. On the other side, Yong Kai's hand seals changed continuously. He undid the chains of life and bloodlust, to the surprise of Hu and the others. After the bloodlust was undone, they did not feel dizzy like before. Although they were more or less tired, it was reasonable, and this kind of after effect was nothing to the strong barbarian warriors. They could recover by eating something casually. Chapter 2844. Not only did the wizard's provocation not have the desired effect, but it also increased Yong Kai's prestige. Now, everyone knew that although this great sorcerer called Wu Neo looked thin and weak, his personal strength was unfathomable. If one could follow such a great sorcerer, it would definitely be more secure and have a better future than following others. What's more, if they joined him, they could even get weapons. Who wouldn't be tempted by such conditions? Therefore, after the wizard left, Yong Kai's recruitment work went smoothly. In less than half an hour, another 2,000 people joined the team, and the remaining weapons were divided up. It wasn't that Yong Kai didn't accept anyone, but rather he recruited people on a per-village basis. Each village had 200 to 300 people, so the number of 2,000 people he could recruit was only 8 or 9 villages. Among these people, 90% were barbarian warriors and archers. Only a few were wizards of varying strength. Butterfly coordinated the situation of the newly recruited 2,000 people and reported it to Yong Kai. Yong Kai immediately had a few more wizards under his command. In addition to those who had followed Yong Kai to the king's city, he now had 13 wizards under his command. 4 of them were wizards, and 9 were wizard apprentices. There wasn't a single wizard under his command. This couldn't be helped. The number of wizards was low, and it was difficult to cultivate a wizard in a village. Only a few small tribes with thousands of people and the king's city had wizards. However, this wasn't a big problem because Yong Kai still had Butterfly. Other great wizards had wizards under their command, but Yong Kai had a great wizard under his command. Butterfly wasn't an ordinary great wizard. She had been taught by Qing Yan for many years. The wizard skills she mastered were definitely more abundant than other great wizards. Once the war started, if the two of them worked together, it would be more than enough to cover 3,000 wizards. Next, Yong Kai personally split the 3,000 people into 10 small teams. Each team consisted of 250 to 300 people, with the strongest warriors and archers taking up the position of captain and vice captain. 100 elites were selected from the 3,000 men to form a guard team. It wasn't that Yang Kai needed a group of guards. With his current strength, why would he need the protection of these barbarians? The main task of this special group of guards was to protect the 13 wizards other than himself and Butterfly. These wizards were just wizards and wizard apprentices. They wouldn't be of much use in a one-on-one fight, but in a small-scale war, they would be of great help. It was indeed the hub that connected the 10 teams, and the death of any one of them would be a huge loss. Therefore, Yang Kai had to plan for their safety. After the allocation of the teams was made clear, the team of 3,000 was immediately clear. Each team was managed by their own captain and vice captain, and these captains and vice captains were directly under Yang Kai's command, which was much more effective than him giving orders to the 3,000 people. The great sorcerers in the surroundings saw this and realized the benefits of it. They also learned from others. Very soon, the various great adept clans were in an orderly fashion. After this display of strength, the 3,000 people became even more submissive towards Yang Kai, feeling that they had truly chosen the right person this time. In the future, perhaps they would have an advantage over their fellow clansmen in future battles. After ordering the 3,000 people to practice and familiarize themselves with the formation, Yang Kai and Butterfly quietly left King's City. "Where are we going now?" Butterfly didn't know why Yang Kai pulled her out, so she asked curiously. Yang Kai flew in front to lead the way and said without looking back, "When I was in King's City, I saw some tamed monster beast. Let's go catch some." "You want to tame a beast?" Butterfly looked at him in surprise. "Senior Qing taught you the art of taming a beast, right?" Yang Kai looked back at her. Butterfly nodded lightly. "Yes, he did. But I haven't used it before, so I don't know if it's effective." "It's fine as long as he did. As for whether it's effective or not, we'll know when we try it. I haven't used it before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "But do you know where there are savage beasts? Just follow me. Those beasts in King's City couldn't have appeared out of thin air. If they can catch them, we can too." Yang Kai continued to move forward as he spoke. He had already inquired about the location before. There was a mountain range about half a day's journey away from King's City, and Yang Kai's target was in that mountain range. The two set off at night, and only at dawn did a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, as if a giant dragon was lying on the ground. After entering the mountain range, they kept moving forward without stopping. After half a day, a fierce cry suddenly came from above. Yang Kai's figure paused and looked up. Through the scattered leaves, he saw a huge eagle-shaped monster beast swooping down from the sky and rushing into a kernel. When the monster beast flew up again, its sharp claws had already caught a giant python. The python was struggling nonstop, even coiling its body around the eagle's claws. The eagle lowered its head and pecked the python's body. Blood suddenly spilled out from the air, and the python struggled even more fiercely, causing the eagle's body to sway unstably, as if it could fall from the sky at any time. But soon the giant eagle opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade-like attack, cutting the body of the giant python into several pieces. The internal organs of the giant python were blurred, and the struggling body gradually stopped moving. The fierce cries sounded again, and the eagle turned in the air, grabbed its prey, and flew in a direction. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it with great interest and a look of interest, Butterfly immediately understood his intention and asked, "You want to catch this kind?" "Of course I want to catch this kind," Yang Kai said as he called Butterfly to follow in the direction of the eagle. Butterfly was speechless. Although she knew that Yang Kai wanted to catch savage beasts, she didn't know that his goal was actually flying savage beasts. These things are much harder to catch than ordinary savage beasts, and judging from the eagle's size and aura, its rank is not low. Relying on her beast taming skill may not be effective. Although she was nervous, she didn't say anything and just followed Yang Kai all the way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two of them arrived at the bottom of a valley. This valley was surrounded by steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The cliffs were filled with rugged rocks, and between the rocks of the cliffs there were countless huge bird nests. Almost every nest had a giant eagle proudly standing there, as if they were monarchs overlooking their territory. Even more giant eagles were soaring in the air, either out looking for food or returning from their hunt. So many! Butterfly looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. It's good to have more. Yang Kai grinned. According to his idea, the more the better, but the prerequisite is that the beast taming skill is useful. If it's useless, then everything is just empty talk. Wait a moment, I'll try. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. Butterfly looked around with wide eyes, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. Her pretty face couldn't help but be shocked. This is definitely not the effect of any wizard skill that she knows of. The more she interacts with this wizard, the more Butterfly finds him to be unfathomable. Just as she was looking around for Yang Kai, she suddenly felt something strange on the opposite cliff. When she looked up, she saw Yang Kai. She didn't know when he ran over there, but he was holding a giant eagle by the neck and pressing it into the nest so that it wouldn't be discovered by the other giant eagles. A weak light flashed and disappeared into the giant eagle's body. Butterfly clearly saw that the struggling giant eagle had stopped moving. After a while, the giant eagle stood up again and stretched its wings. It became extremely arrogant again, as if nothing had happened. Success. Butterfly's eyes lit up. Taming beast is a very overbearing wizard skill. Not only does it consume a lot of wizard power, but it is also a wizard skill that can only be mastered by a great wizard, and the conditions to use it are also very harsh. If it succeeds, it will leave a brand in the body of the savage beast, controlling its life and death. But if it fails, not only will the great wizard who uses taming beasts suffer a certain degree of backlash, but the target will also die in an instant. So, under normal circumstances, if you want to use taming beast on a savage beast, it is best to first capture it and spend some time to cultivate feelings so that it will lower its guard. Only then will there be some hope of success. Like Yang Kai, who forced himself on a savage beast, failure is the only outcome, but in fact, he actually succeeded. Even though she has seen many miracles brought by this wizard skill, Butterfly was still a little stunned. Is it just luck? She thought. The next moment, the giant eagle that was subdued by Yang Kai suddenly spread its wings and flew directly towards him. A moment later, when the giant eagle landed in front of him, Yang Kai, who was hiding on the back of the giant eagle, poked his head out. I have a very good idea. I need you to cooperate. Butterfly asked in a daze, what idea? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. I want to capture the Eagle King. Butterfly couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. But after Yang Kai explained the situation, she felt that this is indeed a good idea. After using Taming Beast to subdue a giant eagle, Yang Kai vaguely sensed the thoughts of the giant eagle. And from its thoughts, Yang Kai understood that there is an Eagle King in this place. That Eagle King is stronger than all the other giant eagles, and all the other giant eagles have to bow down to it. If they can really directly attack the root of the problem and subdue the Eagle King, then there are so many giant eagles here that they can take for themselves. This is a way to take the firewood from under the cauldron. It is much more effective than Yang Kai's plan of subduing the eagles one by one. The two of them discussed for a moment and quickly finalized the plan. Then the giant eagle flew up again, while Yang Kai and Butterfly hid on the back of the giant eagle. This monster beast's back is very wide, enough for two people to sit side by side without feeling crowded. Under the cover of the long feathers, Yang Kai and Butterfly's figures are not exposed at all. Chapter 28:45. Inside a giant eagle's nest, the Eagle King was locked in place by Yong Kai's wizard spell. Rays of taming beast light blossomed from Yong Kai's hands and enveloped the Eagle King, but to no avail. The Eagle King continued to cry out, its scarlet eyes filled with an untamed look. Around the eagle nest, hundreds of giant eagles launched attacks without fear of death. They kept rushing over in an attempt to rescue their king. Butterfly stood in the air, urging her wizard power. A wizard shield enveloped the entire nest, blocking all the giant eagles outside. Even the wind blades they spat out could only create ripples on the wizard shield. Previously, Yong Kai and Butterfly had directly attacked the Eagle King's nest. Yong Kai had just subdued the Eagle King, but before he could use Taming Beast on it, the Eagle King let out a fierce cry, and after this cry, the giant eagles all rushed over, as if they had received an order. If it weren't for Butterfly blocking them, Yong Kai wouldn't have had time to deal with the Eagle King. These giant eagles' levels weren't low, but they weren't too high either. With Butterfly's means, if she was ruthless enough, it wouldn't take long for her to slaughter them all. However, this time Yong Kai wasn't here to kill, but to subdue them. So Butterfly could only block the giant eagles from rescuing them, not daring to hurt them. This made her unable to use her great wizard skills, making the situation very passive. Bull! Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Butterfly's forehead was covered in fine sweat. Stopping the giant eagle's attacks and wind blades for a long time had taken a toll on her. I'm trying, Yong Kai replied, sending out another ray of taming beast light into the Eagle King's body, but it didn't have the expected effect. Instead, under his continuous attempts, he had already caused considerable damage to the Eagle King. Taming Beast was an extremely overbearing wizard spell, but the Eagle King was unyielding, so the wizard spell couldn't be used. Under the impact of the wizard power, it was bleeding from all 7 orifices. If it wasn't the Eagle King, it was much stronger than the average giant eagle, but it was probably already dead by now. However, with the current situation, it wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Eagles were proud and belonged to the sky. No shackles could stop their freedom. Coldly staring at the pair of red eyes, Yong Kai said, "You should be able to understand my words. Even if you don't, you should understand what I mean. You only have 2 choices, submit or die. I don't have much time, and you don't have that many opportunities either. Choose wisely." Just as he finished speaking, another beast taming light was released. This time, the beast taming light did not enter the Eagle King's body. Instead, it was repelled by the Eagle King's powerful will. Yong Kai cursed as a ferocious look appeared on his face. He rolled his eyes and suddenly raised his hand. A moon blade flew out. It accurately cut into the body of a giant eagle, splitting it into 2. The blood-curdling screech came to an abrupt end. The giant eagle's blood and internal organs scattered in the air, and the 2 halves of its body fell into the deep ravine. Butterfly looked back at Yong Kai in astonishment. She didn't know what was going on with him. Yong Kai looked at the Eagle King and sneered. "If you refuse once, I will kill one of your companions. Let's see how many times you can refuse." As he spoke, he once again used the beast taming technique. This time, the beast taming light was not repelled, but the Eagle King was still resisting and unwilling to cooperate. Yong Kai did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, another giant eagle was cut in half and fell from the sky. Screech! The Eagle King cried out, obviously becoming very angry. If it wasn't for Yong Kai using the wizard technique to bind it, it would have immediately rushed up and fought with him to the death. Yong Kai was not surprised, but happy. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good. Angry is good. If you don't want them to die, just obediently lower your head." The beast taming technique could be traced back to ancient times and looked forward to the future. In the star boundary, there was a famous beast taming school. This school was famous for their ability to tame monster beasts. Every disciple in the school had a few beasts, and when fighting with others, they had the advantage. However, the beast taming school's beast taming technique was extremely gentle, but it was also very complicated and time-consuming. Yang Kai didn't know the mysteries of the beast taming school's beast taming technique, but he thought that it should have originated from the beast taming technique of ancient times. No matter how despicable and sinister the method was, it was only for one purpose: to make the monster beast submit and be used by them. As long as they could achieve their goal, there was nothing wrong with using some methods. With Yang Kai's current strength, if he was given enough time taming an eagle king like this wouldn't be difficult. But the key was that he didn't have much time. He had to rush back to King City as soon as possible, in case there was any battle there. The eagle king was stubborn and untamed, so he could only use some strong medicine. Perhaps it didn't care about its own life and death, and would rather die than live in dishonor. But as the king of a clan, if it couldn't protect its own people, that would be the greatest failure of duty for any proud creature. This was something that couldn't be tolerated. Every time Yang Kai killed a giant eagle, the eagle king's mood became more and more irritable and uneasy. The wizard's chains that bound it were clearly distorted by its struggle. Yang Kai's expression didn't change, and he killed 10 giant eagles in succession. Only then did the crazily struggling eagle king suddenly stop its movements, revealing a pleading expression. It could probably see that if it really didn't submit, Yang Kai would really kill all of its people. Yang Kai observed the eagle king's expression and knew that it was time. He used the beast taming light again. And this time, the beast taming light wasn't reflected or blocked. It easily broke through the eagle king's defenses and directly branded into its body. Yang Kai's body shook. He could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of connection between him and this giant eagle, as if he could control its life and death at any time. And the arrogant eagle king also became docile at this moment, lowering its noble head. Time to go. Yang Kai grinned and patted the eagle king's head, then took out a few healing pills and handed them over. The eagle king looked at them with a very human-like look of curiosity in its eyes, but it still swallowed the pills in one gulp. Once the pills entered its stomach, the eagle king's spirit was clearly lifted. Its originally dispirited spirit from Yang Kai's torment was rejuvenated. Yang Kai tried to communicate with it. The eagle king immediately responded. The giant eagles that had been gathered around and didn't show the slightest fear, or even retreat, even when Yang Kai killed them, seemed to have received some kind of order. They all stopped attacking and flapped their wings to circle in the air. Seeing this, Butterfly couldn't help but sigh in relief. She looked back and asked, "Did it work?" Yang Kai nodded. Butterfly then put away the wizard's shield, her face slightly pale. "You rest for a while. I'll take care of the rest." Yang Kai ordered, then communicated with the Eagle King for a while. Although the Eagle King hadn't reached the level of shape-shifting, it was already intelligent. Yang Kai didn't need to use much effort to communicate with it. He had the Eagle King give the order for all the giant eagles to return to their nests. A moment later, the giant eagles circling in the air returned to their nests. Yang Kai then led the Eagle King to visit them one by one. If Yang Kai came alone, these giant eagles would definitely treat him as an enemy and attack him without any explanation. However, with the Eagle King by his side, the situation was different. Under the Eagle King's suppression, none of the giant eagles had any thoughts of resistance. They obediently stayed in their nests and allowed Yang Kai to plant the beast taming light in them. The process was extremely smooth, and he succeeded every single time. There was not a single failure. After busying himself for an hour, Yang Kai had subdued all the giant eagles. After a careful count, there were as many as 76 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but be overjoyed by this harvest. With so many giant eagles, a vague idea in his mind could be implemented after an hour of recovery. Butterfly was also full of energy. The two of them immediately rode on the Eagle King and returned the way they came. Behind the Eagle King, there were 76 giant eagles in a continuous line, forming a shadow that seemed to want to cover the earth. The giant eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, not at all inferior to a great wizard's flying speed. Moreover, their backs were extremely stable, without any interference from the airflow. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at the sky above the capital. From afar, they could hear an uproar below. Someone even exclaimed, "Savage beasts are attacking." Many barbarians from all over the country heard the commotion and moved. The archers all drew their bows and aimed at the Eagle King, who was leading the way. There were also great wizards who chanted incantations and flew into the sky. Their bodies shone with the light of a wizard's shield as they charged towards the Eagle King. The distance between the two sides was quickly closing. Waves of bright and dark wizard power undulated in all directions. Seeing that the attack was about to start, Yong-kai quickly stood up from the Eagle King's back and shouted, "Don't be nervous! Don't be nervous!" The sudden appearance of a person on the Eagle King's back shocked many barbarians. The great wizards who were charging towards the Eagle King were even more dumbfounded. One of them rubbed his eyes hard and said in surprise, "Wizard awesome?" The battle between Yong-kai and the Wizard 2 yesterday caused quite a commotion. Many great wizards had seen it from the beginning to the end. Naturally, they had a deep impression of this thin and weak Wizard Tuesday. Therefore, when they saw Yong-kai, many of them immediately recognized him. In the crowd, the Wizard 2 jumped out and said in a daze, "Wizard awesome, where did you get so many savage beasts?" Yong-kai smiled slightly. "Of course I caught them. Caught them." Everyone's eyes twitched when they heard this. If these flying beasts were so easy to catch, they wouldn't be so surprised. If it was just one, it could be said that the Wizard Awesome was lucky. However, these giant eagles were obviously a group. There were 70 to 80 of them. How could they catch them? Yong-kai stood on the Eagle King's back and said in a clear voice, "These are the wizard's aerial mounts. What do you think, Master?" Aerial mounts. The great wizards weren't idiots. Although it was their first time hearing about aerial mounts, they instantly understood what Yong-kai was planning. In the next moment, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at the giant eagles with eyes full of desire. The war was about to start. If they could have such aerial mounts, they would have a unique advantage in terms of intelligence gathering. Chapter 2846. Oh my, I forgot. It's April Fool's Day today. I was wondering why so many beauties were confessing to me today. What a waste of joy. Above the city, 75 huge eagles soared through the air apart from the Eagle King. An archer sat on the back of every single eagle. These archers clung onto the feathers on the backs of the eagles firmly. All of their faces were pale. Some of them even vomited in the air, but they persisted. They were not wizards, so they had never experienced the wonders of the sky. They were obviously not used to riding eagles recklessly into the sky. However, they were all barbarians. They were born with great resilience and adaptability. They only needed a few more days, and they should be able to take a turn for the better. These were the aerial cavalry under Yong-kai's command. A Hua, who came from Sangnan village, was the captain of the aerial cavalry. Yong-kai had not appointed a Hua as the captain of the aerial cavalry through favoritism. Instead, he had chosen her through a competition between many archers. All the archers of the barbarians were godly archers. Not only did they have great eyesight, but they could even hit the wing of a mosquito from several hundred meters away. With such impressive abilities, there was obviously no one who wanted to be below them. When the aerial cavalry was established, Every archer had their eyes set on the position of captain. Yang Kai did not say anything about it, only letting them compete in archery. Whoever was the best would be the captain of the aerial cavalry. In the end, the archers that had been carefully selected were dragged out for a stroll. When they returned, Hua was filled with pride, while the others were all docile and obedient. However, even as the captain of Hua, she found the training of aerial cavalry rather difficult. Every time she descended from the sky, she would directly collapse on the ground, unable to return to her senses for quite some time. Within Yang Kai's encampment, there was a newly constructed wooden hut. It was extremely simple, but it did provide shelter from the wind and rain at least. Currently, Yang Kai and Butterfly were meditating and cultivating inside. Yang Kai slowly withdrew his soul sense and nodded. Hua and the others are improving very quickly. They should be able to go into battle in another 2 days. Butterfly opened her eyes and glanced at him. She said, I wonder what demon folk are like. Although aerial cavalry is nimble, they're far too obvious a target. If they have long-range attacks, this aerial cavalry probably won't be of much use. Yang Kai smiled. Being able to investigate the enemy situation is the greatest use. At this moment, the voice of the old wizard's apprentice came from outside the house. Master Wizard Bull. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted with a dark face, Tell them to scram. I won't see any of them. Ever since Yang Kai brought back more than 70 giant eagles 2 days ago, the other great wizard came to visit one after another. All of them were full of enthusiasm, as if they had known Yang Kai for many years. When they arrived, they even prepared some small gifts and politely presented them. Under normal circumstances, the gifts prepared by the great wizard would naturally be extraordinary. However, for someone as wealthy as Yang Kai, the gifts given by these country bumpkins were nothing to him. The great adepts slowly revealed their true intentions as they continued to argue with each other. They hoped that Yang Kai could share a few of the giant eagles with them. Everyone could see that these giant eagles could be used to investigate the enemy situation, so they all wanted to take a few back from Yang Kai. For this kind of rude, shameless, and even unreasonable request, Yang Kai naturally refused without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? 75 giant eagles were all subdued by Yang Kai one by one, and they were just enough to form a medium-sized air cavalry unit. If they were divided up among others, what was the point of him going through all that trouble to catch them? After being refused, the great wizard naturally didn't give up easily. They either tried to reason with him, move him emotionally, or even threaten him with force. Without exception, they were all thrown out of the wooden house by Yang Kai. The few great wizard who tried to fight him were beaten black and blue. Now, Yang Kai's reputation in the southern barbarian tribe was very bad. All the great wizard knew that this guy was selfish, bad-tempered, and didn't listen to others at all. Even so, there were still many great wizard who shamelessly came to visit, hoping that there would be some miracle to change Yang Kai's mind. So when he heard the old wizard's report outside, Yang Kai thought that it was some idiot who wanted to share the giant eagles with him. His mood suddenly became bad. If he had the time to talk to them, he might as well practice. Suddenly, another person's voice came from outside the door. It sounded familiar. Wizard Bull Master. The Wizard King Master wants to see you. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up and opened the door. Seeing a simple and familiar face, he couldn't help but grin. It's you? This guy was the wizard messenger he saw in Sangnan village before. Yang Kai didn't know his name, but he remembered this simple and honest face. The sorcerer chuckled. That's me. Yang Kai's expression became serious. The Wizard King Master wants to see me. The messenger nodded. Yes, Yang Kai said. Then let's go. On the way, Yang Kai asked the messenger why the Wizard King wanted to see him. The messenger was also vague, and it wasn't clear whether he didn't know or didn't say. However, Yang Kai didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him. He just chatted with him on the way, which made the messenger feel flattered. Over the past few days, Wu Niu's name had spread throughout the entire King City. Everyone knew that the skinny great wizard was not someone to be trifled with. He had only been in the King City for a few days, but he had already beaten up more than a dozen great wizards who were more powerful than him. He had even formed an air cavalry that used giant eagles as a carrier. The 70 to 80 giant eagles would hover over the King City from time to time and drop a pile of feces on people's heads. This made the residents of the King City hate Wu Niu to the core. They could not wait to rush out and beat him up so badly that even his own mother would not recognize him. Before the messenger came, he was also a little scared. Who knew that after seeing Yang Kai, he would find that this person was not as fierce as the rumors said. Instead, he was very amiable, which made him feel that the rumors were wrong. The two of them chatted along the way and soon entered King City. In the palace, they saw the 6th wizard King Dang. The wizard bull greets the master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest and saluted. I don't know why the master summoned me. The wizard Dang was not far away. The captain of the guard stared at Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. It was as if 2 sharp blades were stabbing into his mind and prying into the secrets in his heart. Yang Kai frowned and looked back at him. He thought that this guy was crazy. Every time he came, he would look at him like this. It was as if he would be at a disadvantage to the wizard Dang at any time. The wizard Dang turned around and said with a smile, "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and didn't stand on ceremony. He said, "Thank you, master." He sat down as soon as he finished speaking. The wizard Dang said with a kind face, "I didn't call you here for anything important. It's just that I heard some interesting things in the past few days." "Oh?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The wizard Dang smiled. He thought that Yang Kai would ask him something interesting, but he didn't say anything after that. The wizard Dang's expression was a little awkward. He could only cough lightly and say, "I heard that you spent a lot of money to buy many weapons from the city for the soldiers under your command." Yang Kai suddenly looked like he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Wizard King, master, for this war, this subordinate has spent all of his family's wealth selflessly. The wealth that I have accumulated for a lifetime has been scattered. This subordinate is loyal to the great barbarian tribe. My heart can be seen by the sun and the moon, the heavens and the earth. It's hateful that those unscrupulous merchants actually raised my price at this time. They raised the price by 20% to 30%. They are really the cancer of my barbarian tribe. It's a shame." As he finished speaking, his spittle flew everywhere, and his expression was one of hatred. The wizard Dang's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai a few times. He didn't know how to respond. As the Wizard King, he had seen a lot of storms, but it was the first time he saw Yang Kai like this. He had only said a few words, but the other party was already talking like a river. He was pouring out bitter water, one after another. Extremely novel words came out of his mouth. It was actually interesting. With a serious face, Yang Kai lowered his voice and said, "Wizard King, master, did you call me here this time to punish those unscrupulous merchants? The barbarian tribe is facing a great disaster. It's fine if these guys don't provide convenience, but they actually raise the price. They really need to be severely punished. If the Wizard King, master, has such intentions, this subordinate is willing to testify. I guarantee that none of them will be able to escape, and all of them will be punished. This will eliminate the business atmosphere of the southern barbarian tribe." This time, even the guard captain, who had been standing there quietly, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The wizard King Dang helplessly waved his hand and said, "This king doesn't have such intentions. Business is a matter of mutual consent. It can't be forced. Those merchants didn't do anything wrong." "Oh," Yong Kai suddenly showed a disappointed expression, but soon his eyes lit up and said, "Could it be that the Wizard King, Master, is going to reimburse me for part of the expenses?" "What?" The Wizard Dang was startled. "Reimburse?" Yong Kai looked at him seriously. "This subordinate has already spent all of his family's wealth, and now I have no money. If I want to buy anything, I'm afraid I won't be able to. King City has a lot of businesses. If you can—" "Impudent!" The guard captain finally couldn't listen anymore and shouted angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense in front of the Wizard King, Master?" Kai Yong glanced over at him and rolled his eyes, causing the guard captain to become even angrier. The Wizard Dang helplessly smiled. He realized that it was unrealistic to chat with this Wizard Dang. He could only prepare to get straight to the point. "Wizard Dang, actually, this king called you here because I have something to tell you." Yong Kai sat up straight. "And still, as long as you don't talk about the things in the sky, you can talk about anything else." The Wizard Dang said, "I just want to chat with you about the things in the sky." Yong Kai sullenly said, "No way. King City also wants to take advantage of my aerial cavalry?" "Wizard King, Master, are you kidding me?" Before he came here, he had a bad feeling. After all, he had just seen the Wizard Dang a few days ago. If there was really a war, he wouldn't have summoned him alone. And other than those giant eagles, there was probably nothing else that could catch the Wizard King's attention. This trip probably bodes rather than well. Chapter 2847. Now, it seemed that Wu Dang had summoned him for the giant eagles. It was obvious that the royal city wanted to get a share of the pie from him. If other great wizard wanted to get some giant eagles from him, Yong Kai could refuse without hesitation. He could even beat them up. Since they were on the same level, it didn't matter if they were beaten up. However, if King City asked for it, he was afraid that he couldn't do anything. How despicable! "Master, I saw that King City also has aerial mounts a few days ago. My giant eagles are wild beasts in the mountains. They can't be tamed. I'm afraid they won't be presentable." The wizard smiled. "King City does have some aerial mounts, but there aren't many of them. Flying wild beasts are difficult to tame. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you could tame so many wild beasts at once." Yong Kai immediately said, "I spent a lot of effort and spat out a few liters of blood. I almost died there." The wizard said, "So, King City won't take your giant eagles for free?" Yong Kai was suddenly interested. His eyes lit up. "Then how many giant eagles do King City want? What price are they willing to pay?" Since he couldn't do anything, he could only try to minimize the losses. King City could ask for the giant eagles, but they had to show some sincerity. Yong Kai's giant eagles didn't come from the wind. The wizard's expression turned serious. "Half. You can name your price." As soon as she said this, Kai Yong jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He angrily said, "Half? Master, you really dare to ask for so much. How about I give you all the giant eagles?" This sudden action shocked the guard captain. He pulled out his weapon and stared at Yong Kai vigilantly. The wizard patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "It's rare that you have this kind of heart. It would be impolite for me to refuse." Yong Kai looked at him blankly, his eyelids twitching. "Master, I have a question." "Ask." The wizard raised his eyebrows. "Do you have any shame?" The wizard laughed. "That's why I said you have to name your own conditions." He didn't mind Yong Kai's rudeness at all. This made Yong Kai a little surprised. He immediately felt that this Wizard King was also a wonderful person. Yong Kai was silent for a while before he said, "I'll give you 25. I'll keep 50 for myself. With this number, I'll be able to use them in a small-scale battle. If it's any less, it won't be of any value. Royal City only wants the giant eagle for reconnaissance, right?" The wizard did not deny it. He nodded and said, "That's right. It doesn't matter how many there are. 25 giant eagles, plus the aerial cavalry of Royal City, are enough for reconnaissance. Wizard Dang still wanted to say something, but Yong Kai interrupted. 25. This is my limit. Fine. 25 is fine. I won't make things difficult for you. Wizard Dang readily nodded in agreement. It was obvious that he was mentally prepared. He raised his head and said, "Then what are your conditions?" Yong Kai immediately said, "Give each of my subordinates a set of armor." Wizard Dang looked at him with a strange expression. Yong Kai scratched his face. All right. 1,000 sets of armor should be enough, right? Wizard Dang shook his head. Let alone 1,000 sets. Royal City can't even take out 100 sets. Is Royal City that poor? Yong Kai was shocked. It's not that Royal City is poor. Wizard Dang smiled helplessly. It's just that most of the resources in the city have been swept away by the great wizards. If we really want to talk about it, you were the one who started this. You gave 3,000 people weapons at once. How could the other great wizards not show some sincerity? Otherwise, how could they convince the people? Although they don't have as much wealth as you, if each of them bought a little, how many things in the city would be enough for them to divide? That's true. Yong Kai nodded. He knew that Wizard Dang wasn't lying to him. In the past few days outside the city, there were indeed many barbarians who were equipped with weapons and armor. They must have been bought by the great wizards themselves. It was just that they couldn't equip everyone, so they could only give priority to a few people. Let's not talk about the resources anymore. I can't do anything about it. Yong Kai thought for a moment. If the resources are not enough, then give them to people. Wizard Dang narrowed his eyes. What kind of people do you want? Yong Kai grinned and said, "It just so happens that I don't have enough wizards under me. Master, why don't you transfer a few wizards under me?" "How many?" 5. Yong Kai smiled. 5 giant eagles for 1 wizard. It's a very good deal. Master, 5 is too much. I can only give you 1. What kind of wizard is so precious? Yong Kai was shocked. Master, can you show some sincerity? Wizard Dang coldly snorted. You want 5 wizards. Do you have sincerity? Yong Kai calmly said, raise the price on the spot and pay the price on the spot. Business is like this. At most 2, this is my limit. If it's not enough, then you can go back. Just go back and pretend that this prince never mentioned this matter. How can it not be enough? Yong Kai hurriedly said, 2 it is. Who told you to be the Wizard King, Master? Wizard Dang reached out and pointed at him. He wanted to scold him but didn't know what to say. Then he turned to the guard captain and said, call you and Lu over. When the guard captain heard this, he was obviously shocked, but he still walked out without saying a word. After waiting in the hall for a while, footsteps sounded outside the door again. Not long after, the captain of the guards led the 2 women in. Yong Kai looked up, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Previously, although he had vaguely guessed that you and Lu were women, he did not expect that these 2 women would be so good-looking. Compared to the other barbarians, their appearances could be considered very delicate and pretty. Moreover, their figures were tall and slender. They were actually quite impressive. The most important thing was that these 2 women actually looked exactly the same. They were clearly a pair of twins. This made Yong Kai particularly surprised. Among the barbarians, the number of wizards has always been very small, because only those who are favored by the barbarian god can practice wizard arts. In a village, to have a wizard disciple is a very amazing thing. But these twins are actually wizards, which is really rare. What's even more rare is that they have already practiced to the level of wizard. Looking at their young appearance, it seems that they are not much older than Butterfly. With time, their future is limitless. Facing Yong Kai's gaze, the 2 of them didn't look sideways. With a cold expression, they stepped forward a few steps and said in unison, Master, You summoned us? The voice of the two was almost exactly the same. If it was heard by someone who didn't know, perhaps they would think that it was the same person talking. Telepathy. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at them with shining eyes. Although it is easy for twins to have telepathy, telepathy is a more profound level. When the twins reach this state, no matter what they do, they will get twice the result with half the effort. If they join hands to cast a spell, the power will far exceed their current level. In other words, although you and Lu are only wizards, once they join hands, even a great wizard may not be as good as them. Picking up a treasure, Yang Kai was very happy. He just wanted to casually ask for 2 wizards to fill the gap on his side. Who would have thought that the wizard sent such a pair? The wizard nodded and looked at you and Lu. There was a trace of gentleness and love in his eyes. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He thought that these 2 girls couldn't be wizards people, right? If so, he didn't know if he would be punished in the future if he took them over. Just as he was feeling nervous, the wizard said, "From today onwards, you will follow this wizard master cow and listen to his orders. Do not disobey." Hearing this, Yu and Lu turned their head to look at Yang Kai and said, "Greetings to the wizard master cow." Their tone was flat, without the respect that many wizards have for a great wizard. Yang Kai put on the posture of a master and nodded. No need to be so polite. The wizard smiled. You and Lu have been living and practicing in the wizard temple since they were young. They just returned to King City a few days ago, so they don't know much about the ways of the world. In the future, when they follow you, you can freely discipline them. If they don't listen to your orders, you can also punish them at will. Sorcerer Temple. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. The wizard temple was the spiritual place of the entire barbarian tribe. It was the symbol of the barbarian tribe. In the sorcerer god's shrine, there was a statue of the sorcerer god. Only the most outstanding sorcerers from each tribe were qualified to enter the sorcerer god's shrine to cultivate and serve the sorcerer god. Under normal circumstances, the wizard who came out of the wizard temple all practiced exquisite wizard techniques. Their strength was outstanding, and they were basically invincible in the same realm. Yang Kai inherited the knowledge of Qing, so he also knew the status of the wizard temple in the hearts of the barbarians. In the past, he had even considered going to the sorcerer goddess's shrine if he had the chance. He wanted to see if he could learn something from it. However, the invasion of the devil people made his plan fall through. But he didn't expect that now there were 2 wizards from the wizard temple standing in front of him. No wonder they could cultivate to such a realm at such a young age. If they could enter the wizard temple, then Yu and Lu's talent for cultivation was beyond doubt. They were definitely the most talented wizard in the entire southern barbarian tribe. The wizard smiled. "With your talent, if this accident didn't happen, you can also enter the wizard temple. So, live well. Wizard is awesome. The really powerful wizard techniques can only be passed down in the wizard temple. If you want to appreciate the brilliance, then become stronger and save your life in this war." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Yes, I will follow the master's teachings. Go." The wizard waved his hand and said no more. Yang Kai held his chest and retreated. Before Yu and Lu left, they looked at the wizard reluctantly and said together, "Master, take care." The wizard nodded gently. Only then did Yu and Lu turn around and walk out of the hall. Immediately, only the wizard and the captain of the guards were left in the hall. "Master, he's just a great wizard. Why did you give Yu and Lu to him?" The captain looked at the wizard in confusion. Obviously, he was troubled by the decision he made before. He only wanted 2 wizards. Although the number of wizards in King's City wasn't too many, it wasn't few either. He could have just given him 2, but he gave Yu and Lu. Chapter 2848. The wizard Nyo didn't know about the relationship between rain and dew and the Wizard King Master, but the captain of the guards knew about it. The war was about to begin. How could leaving rain and dew to a great wizard be safer than staying with the Wizard King Master? The wizard Dang said indifferently, "Only by following him will we have a chance to survive." The captain of the guards frowned slightly. He clearly didn't agree with this point of view, but in front of the Wizard King, he couldn't show it too obviously, so he could only remain silent. Outside the capital, Yong Kai led the twins back to his base. After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, "Who is rain and who is dew?" The two girls stopped. The one on the left said, "I am rain." The one on the right said, "I am dew." Yong Kai grinned and nodded. "I will remember." The Wizard King Master said that you two have been training in the Wizard Temple since you were young. The Wizard Temple. Is it fun? The twins frowned. Rain said in a deep voice, "The Sorcerer's Shrine is the most important place in the entire barbarian tribe. Only the most outstanding sorcerers are qualified to enter and serve the Sorcerer God. It is not a place to play around." Dew continued, "Please be careful with your words, Master." Yong Kai shrugged. He had a vague understanding of the personalities of these two wizards. He didn't say anything else and led the way. He returned to his base in a short while. A group of barbarian warriors and wizard who were training saw him come back with a pair of beautiful twins. They couldn't help but be surprised. Yong Kai clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. He said loudly, "These two wizards are Rain and Dew. They were specially sent by the Wizard King Master to the wizard tribe. Now that everyone knows each other, I hope that everyone can get along peacefully in the future and work together to fight against the demon folk." Everyone agreed in unison, and the group of barbarians looked at the twins with eyes full of amazement. If it weren't for the fact that the Wizard Rain and Dew's status was too high, there would definitely be people who couldn't help but approach them. The wizard apprentices and wizards respectfully stepped forward and saluted the two wizards. Yu and Lu only nodded slightly. He scanned the wizards' members from the Bull clan. "Continue with your training." Yong Kai waved his hand and said to the twins, "You two go with them. The Wizard Temple will only teach you the cultivation of wizard spells. I don't think they taught you how to use your abilities in battle, right? Take advantage of these few days to familiarize yourself with it. Don't be flustered when you're on the battlefield." The twins nodded slightly. Yong Kai whistled to the side, and in the next moment, the Eagle King, who was lying on the ground, seemed to have received some kind of order and raised its head. A sharp howl came out of his mouth. The giant eagles flying in the sky responded one after another. Soon, they returned from the sky with the archers and landed on the ground. Many of the archers turned pale and jumped off the back of the Eagle King. They ran around and vomited, and some even wobbled and fell on their butts. "Master, what orders do you have?" Hua carried a longbow on her back and walked over valiantly. Although her face was slightly pale, it was obviously much better than the others. At least her footsteps were not as weak as before. Yong Kai said in a deep voice, "I just received the Wizard King Master's order. He wants me to send 25 giant eagles to King City." Hua was shocked. 25 giant eagles? Doesn't that mean... Originally, each of the 75 giant eagles was assigned to an archer. If 25 giant eagles were sent out, it meant that 25 of them would lose their right to ride on the sky mount. This was unacceptable to any archer. These archers were all elites of the wizard clan. They were carefully selected from among them. None of them were worse than the other in terms of rotation shooting. So, I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, the 25 with the worst performance will return to their respective teams. Do you understand? Hua pondered for a moment and nodded. Understood. Yong Kai waved his hand. Go. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. Hua turned around with mixed feelings. When she looked up, 74 pairs of eyes full of fighting spirit looked at her. Needless to say, everyone had heard Yang Kai's words clearly. If they wanted to keep their giant eagles, they had to perform better than the others on this last day. Not long after, 75 giant eagles took to the sky together. The scene was spectacular. Yang Kai returned to the wooden house, swallowed a monster beast's core, and sat down to meditate. A day later, Hua came to report the situation of the Sky Mount. With Yang Kai's approval, 25 archers who performed poorly were eliminated, and the rest of the giant eagles were sent to King's City. The following days passed by peacefully. The wizard clan's 12 teams were also training in an orderly manner. As time passed, their cooperation with each other became smoother and smoother, especially with the addition of Yu and Lu. The shamans of the Wizard Bull tribe were able to cast a spell that was enough to cover all 3,000 people. This was something that they had not been able to do before. In the past, if they wanted to reach this level, they would need Kai Yang or Dai's help. But now that they had Yu and Lu, Kai Yang and Dai did not need to intervene. The more they interacted with the Rain and Dew twins, the more the wizard realized how strong they were. As expected of a sorcerer, from the sorcerer god's temple, the sorcerer spells that they had mastered, their understanding of sorcerer spells, and the timing of their spells were not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Under their guidance, the wizard and wizard apprentices improved rapidly. Although the twins were not cold, they were not cold. In fact, if they took the initiative, they were easy to get along with. So in these days, the wizard and wizard apprentices had become familiar with them. If they had any questions, they would carefully guide them without holding anything back. After a few days, the two wizards had built up quite a reputation in the wizard clan. Yang Kai was happy to have nothing to do. He hid in the wooden house all day long and worked hard to train. The level 9 inner core did not give him enough improvement. So Yang Kai started to devour the level 10 inner core. In just 3 short days, he had raised the realm of a low-grade Great Magus to the level of a mid-grade Great Magus. On this day, the peace was finally broken. When the dull sound of the horn sounded in the king's city, all the busy barbarians quieted down. Hundreds of thousands of eyes looked towards the king's city. Everyone smelled the smell of a storm from the dull sound of the horn. Figures flew into the sky and rushed towards the king's city. Not long after, many great wizards arrived at the palace where they gathered last time. This time, the number of great wizards was more than half of the previous time. After all, when they came last time, many great wizards were still on their way and had not yet arrived at the king's city. But today, all the great wizards of the southern barbarian tribe had gathered here. This was basically the gathering of the elites of a large tribe. The wizard Dang was nowhere to be seen in the hall. When the great wizard arrived, they obviously gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the development of the war. However, they had all been training their subordinates outside the king's city recently, so they did not receive the latest news. As a result, they had no idea what was going on in the outside world. They could only wait for the wizard Dang to come and explain to them. A while later, the wizard Dang walked out with a stern expression. The noise suddenly died down. Many gazes were cast over. As soon as they saw the wizard Dang's expression, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the wizard Dang opened his mouth and said, "A few days ago, the Saint Master of Wizards became the demon race's hinterland and fought a bloody battle with the powerful demon folk. In the battle, 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only the hero Master managed to escape, but he won't be able to fight again for a while." With that, everyone was shocked. Many of the great wizard opened their mouths wide, as if an invisible fist had been shoved into their mouths. They could not close them no matter how hard they tried. They were all extremely shocked. No wonder everyone reacted like that. In an era where there was no wizard god, the saint wizard was synonymous with the strongest. There were only 4 wizard saints in the entire barbarian tribe. A few days ago, they heard the wizard Dang say that the 4 great wizard saints had already taken action. Many people still held on to a sliver of hope, hoping that the 4 great wizard saints could exterminate the demon folk, or whatever. However, only after hearing this shocking piece of news today did everyone realize that demon folk were not pushovers either. The 4 great wizard saints had all taken action. 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. Only one of them managed to escape, but he would not be able to fight again for a while. To be able to beat the 4 wizard saints into such a state, the demon folk clearly had no lack of existences that could rival the wizard saints. Even the wizard saints were not their opponents, so what could they do even if they had more people? Immediately, many people paled. The wizard Dang looked around and raised his voice. However, the Saint Master wizard saint's efforts have not been in vain. According to the information that the Master Hero sent over, the strongest demon folk either died or were injured. As a result, the battle between the higher-ups this time was not our loss. Only when they heard him say that did everyone suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The 4 great wizard saints had personally taken action. This was an acceptable result. The Saint Master Wizard Saints needs to rest and recuperate. The powerhouses of the demon folk need to rest too. And at this crucial moment, the final direction of the war lies in our hands. If we can use this opportunity to kill off all the other demon folk, then we can protect our barbarian tribes. However, if we fail, then this land will sink into the enemy's hands. As a result, we only have one choice. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. In the hall, many of the great wizard saints called out together. Their blood boiled. The wizard Dang looked at everyone's performance in satisfaction. He gestured with his hand, and only then did everyone calm down. The wizard saints' efforts have slowed down the pace of the demon folk's invasion. They seem to be using the 4 territories they conquered before as a foundation to construct a line of defense. Our mission is to take back these 4 territories and prevent them from gaining a foothold. Master, what exactly do we do? Someone asked. The wizard Dang said, "Let's all take a look." As he said that, he waved his hand. As the power of wizards surged, a huge map constructed from the power of wizard saints suddenly appeared in the air above the hall. On the map was a large, startling region of red, which made everyone's faces stiffen. Everyone could see it clearly. It was the territory of the 4 territories occupied by the demon folk. Chapter 2849. Outside Royal City, the sound of bugles rang out one after another. One troop after another moved in an orderly manner towards the north. That was the direction where the great battle would take place. The Wizard's Ox tribe consisted of 3,000 people. 10 regular troops, 1 troop of aerial cavalry, and 1 troop of guards were all ready to set off. There were a total of 12 troops, 3,000 people gathered together, but it was completely silent. At the front of the troops, 2 wizards from the Wizard Temple for Wizards and 9 wizard disciples raised their heads and looked up. Yonkai sat on the back of his Hawk King like a true commander. His sharp gaze scanned across the entire place. Every single clansman straightened their backs, displaying their most powerful side. There was no need to say anything. Yonkai waved his hand. Set off. With the cry of an eagle, the aerial cavalry set off first, spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. With you and Lu in the lead, the many wizards and wizard disciples even worked together to cast a large-scale lightning technique. After being enveloped by the light, it buffed the 3,000 people, making all the clansmen even lighter. With a rumble, the Wizard's Ox tribe left the capital extremely quickly. There were a lot of people, but they moved in an orderly fashion. In the air, Yang Kai sat on the Hawk King's back. He did not waste any time at all. He had been meditating and cultivating the entire time. Earlier in the capital, the Wizard Dang's orders were very simple. The demon folk were currently fortifying their defenses and setting up a line of defense, as if they wanted to buy time, so that the strongest on their side had enough time to recover. The barbarians obviously would not just sit by and watch. So the various large tribes had already set off right now in an attempt to reclaim the territory of the 4 tribes that they had invaded while the strongest demon folk were recovering. On the side of the southern barbarians, 100 to 200 troops led by great wizards would surround the demon folk from the south, eating away at their strength and forcing them to retreat. Afterwards, the wizard kings of the various large tribes would take action, leading everyone in a battle to the death against the demon folk. This strategy made the early stages of the battle very flexible. None of the great wizard troops had any special missions. All they needed to do was kill the demon folk they came across. They were completely free to do whatever they wanted. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. His current strength was still in urgent need of improvement. If there was a special mission, he would definitely be too busy. The current situation was the best for him, as long as it was before the final battle. If he could raise his strength to a certain level, there would definitely be a stage for him on the battlefield in the future. After coming to this ancient world for such a long time, Yang Kai had unknowingly considered the issue from the perspective of the barbarian tribe and was involved in such a war. He could no longer simply be a spectator. More than 150 teams led by the great wizard set off from the capital. As time passed, more and more teams split up and headed to different destinations. In the beginning, the Wizard's Bull tribe could still vaguely see the silhouettes of their allies. However, after 10 days of leaving King's City, the aerial cavalry could no longer detect any allies within their detection range. Hundreds of thousands of people had been completely scattered across the vast land. Many of the berserkers rushed toward the cruel battlefield with the belief that they would either live or die. 10 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating on the back of the Eagle King, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, Ahua was riding her giant eagle towards him. When she got close, she suddenly stopped and skillfully stabilized her body. Without changing her expression, she said, "Master, there is a village in front of us. Did you find anything?" Yang Kai asked. Ahua shook her head and said, "There is no one." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let everyone rest there. If we continue forward, I am afraid that the days will not be peaceful. Eat and drink to your heart's content and prepare for a big fight." Yes, Ahua accepted the order and left. The team continued to move forward. 2 hours later, they saw a small village as expected. The size of this village was slightly larger than Sungnan village, but not by much. Most of the houses in the village were made of wood and stone. Outside the village was a mud wall. After entering the village, immediately, some people began to take charge of guarding the surroundings. Some people began to make fires and cook. Everything was in order. Although such a troop had been formed not long ago, it was already a well-trained army. Yang Kai also wanted to find a place to rest, but after entering the village, he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Faintly, he felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at him. This surprised him. He quietly released his divine sense to carefully investigate the situation of the village. But what surprised him was that he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and the feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Shaking his head, he called Dai and said, "Tell everyone to be careful. Maybe something will happen." Dai looked at him in surprise. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai said lightly, "There is no harm in being careful. This is no longer a peaceful area." Dai nodded and said, "I know." After Dai passed the order, the clansmen became more vigilant. Not long after, the smell of meat began to spread. After marching for 10 days, they basically only had a full meal every day. Even the barbarians could not bear it. At this moment, after smelling the smell of meat, many people's stomachs began to growl. Without waiting for the meat to be cooked, the clansmen began to divide and eat, each with a satisfied expression. At this time, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped. In the perception of his divine sense, dozens of strange and hidden auras appeared out of thin air in the village. Before he could investigate what was going on, he roared, "Enemy attack!" The clansmen who were eating heartily were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted. They hurriedly threw away the food in their hands and took out their weapons to guard the surroundings. The dozen or so wizards also hurriedly urged their wizard power, ready to attack at any time. The next moment, accompanied by a strange sizzling sound, a dark aura emerged from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire village. The clansmen were shocked. No one knew what this was, but they instinctively urged their physique power with vigilance. Demonic chi. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his face full of shock. This was demonic chi, and it was extremely pure, ancient demonic chi. Although he had constantly heard about the invasion of demon folk in the past, Yang Kai had also wondered whether the demon folk of the ancient world were the demon race he knew of. However, because he had never come into contact with them personally, nor did he have too many clues, he was unable to make a judgment. Only when he saw the pitch-black aura with his own eyes did Yang Kai immediately understand that the so-called demon folk were the demon race he was familiar with. In the past, when the ancient trolls revived outside Maplewood City, the demonic chi surrounded the city. Who knew how many people had been corrupted by the demonic chi and turned into demon folk? Even he had been corrupted. Fortunately, the energy in the gold and silver tree had turned into sealing power, sealing the ancient demonic chi in his dantian. Otherwise, he would have lost his mind long ago. The demonic chi was extremely corrosive. Anyone who came into contact with it could be turned into a demon folk, an existence that was neither human nor demon, enslaved by the demon race. A barren village like this actually hid so much demonic chi. It was clearly a trap. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the demonic chi was hidden extremely well. He actually failed to sense it when he used his soul sense to investigate earlier. The demonic chi could not appear out of thin air. Even if it was hidden underground, someone had to activate it. Yang Kai also paid great attention to the several dozen unfamiliar auras earlier. With a sweep of his soul sense, Yang Kai immediately discovered some clues. On the ground, under the cover of the demonic chi, there were bumps on the ground one after another, and those unfamiliar auras were emitted from these bumps. These bumps appeared silently and abruptly, and after a certain extent, they turned into human figures that seemed to be molded by sand. They had complete facial features, but their skin was dry like mud, and their whole body exuded an indescribable demonic chi. These were actually demon folk with unusual abilities. The sudden turn of events caused the 3,000 people to panic. No one had ever experienced such a thing. In the darkness, it was pitch black. Moreover, there seemed to be something hidden in the pitch-black aura that could evoke evil thoughts in people's hearts. It made people involuntarily restless, and they couldn't help but want to kill everything in front of them. The light of the wizard's magic shield lit up in the darkness like guiding lights, giving the 3,000 people a bright direction. The light on Yang Kai's body was particularly dazzling, directly spreading out to a radius of 10 feet, making all the demonic chi unable to enter. Concentrate, purify. Yang Kai roared and took the lead in waving his hands. Circle after circle of milky white light shrouded the surrounding area. The dozen or so other magi, who were at a loss for what to do, instantly found their pillar of support when they heard this. They imitated the magi and began to cast the 2 magi spells. With this action, the level of the wizard was immediately determined. The light of the wizard spell cast by Yong Kai could cover the whole village every time, and there were even more. Butterfly's light could only cover half of the village, and under the joint efforts of Yu and Lu, there was not much difference between them. The remaining 10 wizards and wizard apprentices paled in comparison. The worst of the wizard apprentices could only light up a radius of 10 feet. Chi, 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 chi sounds were loud. At the same time when the light of the wizard's spell bloomed, the darkness that enveloped the sky seemed to have encountered nemesis, disappearing into the void in large pieces. The thick darkness was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The demonic chi that was disturbing between heaven and earth at this moment was constantly moving around to avoid, as if it was alive, but it still couldn't avoid the light of the wizard's spell. The situation was good, but Yong Kai was cold all over. The barbarians didn't know much about the demonic chi, but he had personally experienced it once, so he knew the horror and power of the demonic chi. His 3,000 subordinates were basically all infected by the demonic chi, except for the 10 wizards who activated the wizard shield in time. Once infected by the demonic chi, it was inevitable that they would be turned into demons, and when that time came, they wouldn't recognize anyone, and it would be bloody and ferocious. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a shrill scream rang out. Following the source of this sound, Yong Kai's heart sank. Chapter 2850. Not far away, there was already a tribesman who had been demonized by the demonic chi. The weapon in his hand viciously chopped off the tribesman's head without mercy. Could it be that the Wizard Bull tribe was going to be wiped out right after they set off? When the screams were heard, all the barbarians were shocked. No one knew what was going on around them. They could only huddle together in groups of 3 to 5, keeping their backs against each other and being vigilant of their surroundings. After the demonized tribesman killed one of his companions, he did not stop. He once again raised the weapon in his hand and chopped at another person. Yong Kai shook his hand, and a wizard chain flew towards the tribesman and tied him up tightly, making him unable to move. More screams were heard, one after another. It was obvious that many of the tribesmen had been killed by their trusted companions. Yong Kai's spiritual sense shrouded the entire village. One wizard chain after another flew out of his hand and bound all the demonized tribesmen. After such a short delay, Yong Kai suddenly realized that the situation was much better than he had expected. The 3,000 warriors of the Voodoo Bull tribe hadn't been completely annihilated. Roughly counting, only 100 of them had been demonized. The rest of the warriors didn't have much of a reaction. They were still conscious. It was just that the omnipresent demonic chi was constantly eroding their bodies. If the demonic chi was not dispelled quickly, it was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. Yong Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He continuously cast purification on a large scale, and every time he cast a spell, the demonic chi in the surroundings would fade a little. Other than him, the rest of the wizard were wantonly casting their wizard power and wizard spells. The wizard spells that the wizard cast seemed to be the nemesis of the demonic chi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the darkness that had shrouded the world had disappeared and light had returned. Only now did the clansman see the situation clearly. Hundreds of his companions died on the spot, blood flowing like a river. Many of his companions were tied up in chains by the wizard. They continued to struggle, and the eyes of these companions were all crimson black. They looked extremely terrifying, as if they had lost their rationality. A series of meaningless roars came from his mouth. This situation caused everyone to be horrified. On the other side, the dozens of bizarre existences that had emerged from the ground had only fully taken form at this moment. transforming into sand devils that seemed to be made of sand. These sand devils shuddered as a monstrous demonic chi swept out from their bodies, creating a whistling wind. Each of them moved swiftly and pounced on the surrounding barbarians. Even though he had no idea what was so special about these sand demons, since they dared to charge over, they were enemies. The barbarian warriors roared, raised the weapons in their hands high, and launched a brave and pointless charge. The eagle screeched, and the air riders took to the sky, hovered over the village, and accurately shot down one arrow after another. On the other side, led by Yu and Lu, the dozens of wizards were also chanting spells, and a series of spells bloomed with colorful light. The battle started suddenly, and it ended quickly. Although the dozens of sand demons had successfully launched a wave of sneak attacks under the cover of the demonic chi, the Wizard Bull Tribe members were a little flustered at the beginning and lost some of their men. The following battle was completely one-sided. No one died, and only a dozen or so people were slightly injured. The dozens of sand demons were all killed. After the fierce battle, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Looking at the dead and demonized companions around them, they did not feel the slightest sense of victory. This was the first battle that the Wizard Bull Tribe encountered since the day they set out from King City, and their opponents were only dozens of sand demons. But even in such a battle, there were also unbearable casualties. This made all the barbarians feel ashamed. Apu, come here. Yong Kai solemnly waved his hand and called. Who responded and walked a few steps to Yong Kai and said in a deep voice, "Master, what orders do you have for me?" Although they were from the same village before, and they were very good friends, but now Yong Kai was the commander of an army, so who could not call him casually in front of others. A commander should have the dignity of a commander. Do you feel like something is wrong? Yong Kai asked while putting his hand on Ahu's wrist. The wizard power surged and carefully checked Ahu's body. Ahu was silent for a moment, and then said, "I feel very uncomfortable." Yong Kai was shocked. "Where are you uncomfortable?" Ahu turned his head and looked to the side. "If I had been more careful, maybe fewer people would have died." Yong Kai was relieved and patted Ahu's shoulder at the same time. "Things have come to this. Don't blame yourself. This time everyone is responsible." Waving his hand to dismiss him, Yong Kai looked at him blankly, because under his investigation, who did not have the slightest abnormality, and there was no trace of being contaminated by demonic chi. But just now, the demonic chi had enveloped the entire village, and the 3,000 people should have been contaminated without exception. In disbelief, he pulled a few more clansmen to check, and found that the situation was the same as Ahu's. All of them were very good, which made Yong Kai frown. It was a good thing that the clansmen were contaminated by demonic chi, but he did not understand why. If all the clansmen were like this, it would be fine, but there were hundreds of people who had been transformed into demons. Thinking like this, he came to the side of a demonized clansman who was being controlled. At the moment, the clansman was in a delirious state, constantly growling, and his eyes were red and black. Yu was standing next to him, constantly casting purification and concentration, but it did not seem to have much effect. The other dozen or so wizard were also busy around the other demonized clansmen. Various wizard spells were cast, but there was no surprising scene. "Master, they can't be saved." Lu came from not far away, and a trace of sorrow appeared in her usually indifferent eyes. Yong Kai did not answer, and his divine sense swept through every demonized clansman, and soon found a common point. Compared to the other clansmen, these clansmen were somewhat weak. Although the barbarians were all strong, there were also differences in strength, and these demonized clansmen were basically at the bottom of the 3,000 people. Obviously, the reason why they were demonized was related to their own strength. The barbarian warriors did not practice wizard spells, but only the physical body. The stronger the physical body, the more vigorous the vitality. On the other hand, the weaker the strength, the lower the vitality. Vitality, Yang Kai muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, making his eyes light up. Walking straight to one of the demonized clansmen, Yang Kai reached out and touched his forehead. Everyone watched nervously, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. But soon they found that after Yang Kai touched the demonized clansman, his whole body was emitting a dark red vitality, and his body suddenly became a lot taller, as if he suddenly became a lot stronger. Bloodthirst spell. Lu and Yu's eyelids twitched, and they looked at each other in shock, because they did not hear Yang Kai's incantation, and this bloodthirst spell was cast. In other words, this bloodthirst spell alone. This wizard had reached the level of being able to cast spells from the heart. This was not a level that just anyone could reach. Only a few people who had a high level of understanding of certain wizard spells would be able to achieve this. This was something that even they who came from the wizard temple could not achieve. Shock was shock, but what was the point of casting bloodthirst spell now? The clansman was already demonized, and it was already difficult to control. If the bloodthirst spell was added, the situation would be before they finished this thought, Lu, and you looked at the clansman who was affected by the bloodthirst spell in shock. After the effect of the bloodthirst spell appeared, a layer of dark red appeared in the clansman's black eyes. Although it was not very eye-catching, it was very obvious when mixed with the black. The clansman who was roaring and struggling at this moment seemed to be startled and stopped struggling. Then there was a painful groan from his throat, and a trace of consciousness appeared in his eyes. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Yang Kai and said with difficulty, "Wizard." "Great Master." Yang Kai looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "You are a child of the barbarian god. You are a warrior of the barbarian tribe. You have a strong body and a strong will. I believe that you can defeat the evil in your heart. Quickly find yourself. Your brothers are waiting for you." Pairs of eyes looked at him. As if he had been encouraged, the clansman who had been demonized let out a low roar, and the dark red light on his body became brighter, and even the red in his eyes burned like flames. The darkness in his eyes was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, quickly melting away. The next moment, a dark light suddenly overflowed from the clansman's 7 orifices. It was obvious that the demonic chi that had eroded his body was forced out. Yang Kai raised his hand, and a purification spell was cast, purifying the demonic chi. After the demonic chi left his body, the clansman immediately seemed to collapse, forcing a smile, and fainted on the ground. A few clansmen who were familiar with him quickly went to check and quickly turned around and said, "He's not dead. He just fainted." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Wait for him to wake up." Under the investigation of his divine sense, the demonic chi in the clansman's body had disappeared completely. In other words, the hidden danger had been eliminated. "Master, can the bloodthirst technique also restrain the demonic chi?" Rain looked at Yang Kai curiously, with a look of curiosity on her face. Yang Kai ordered his clansmen to bring his demonized companions over, and casually explained, "I don't know the specific situation, but I feel that it is not the bloodthirst technique that can restrain the demonic chi, but the strength of the barbarian tribe's warriors has the effect of resisting the demonic chi. The stronger the strength of the chi, the more it can resist the corrosion of the demonic chi." Chapter 2851. This was obvious. The reason why Ahu and the others remained unscathed after being contaminated by the demonic chi was because their bodies and vital energies were powerful enough. The 100 or so demonized clansmen were all the weakest existences in comparison. However, after Yang Kai used the bloodlust technique on them, their vital energies would suddenly swell by 2 to 3 times, enough to force out the demonic qi that had invaded their bodies. Yang Kai had only planned on experimenting earlier, but he never thought it would actually be so effective. Looking at it now, if he used the bloodlust technique on his clansmen when the demonic qi surged and stimulated their vital energies, they probably would not be corroded by the demonic qi. The barbarians' understanding of demonic qi was far too shallow. There was far too little useful information. When the demon folk invaded, the 4 tribes were destroyed. None of the 4 great tribes were spared, so there was obviously not a lot of information. Afterwards, the 4 great wizard saints took action and directly sought out the strongest people from the demon race. A great battle ensued. Before setting off from the King City, the Wizard Dang had also said that he wanted the great Wizard Dang to search for the weaknesses of the demon folk in battle. Now, Yang Kai felt like he had found a way to counter the demonic qi. However, if he used the bloodlust technique too many times, even the strongest clansmen would not be able to avoid the fate of premature aging. However, who could care about that when the clan faced a crisis of life and death? As he thought about it, Yang Kai felt like something was off. If the power of vital energies alone could resist the corrosion of demonic qi, then there was no reason for so many cultivators to be turned into demon folk when the demonic qi surrounded Maplewood City in the past. Although most of the later cultivator did not focus on the cultivation of the body, they had nourished their bodies with the spiritual qi of the world for many years. Their physical constitution was not necessarily worse than his subordinates, Hu and the others. However, in front of the demonic qi, they had no ability to resist at all. All those who were contaminated by the demonic qi were turned into demon folk without exception. Their performance was nowhere near as good as Hu and the others. Out of the 3,000 people under him, only a little over 100 could not resist it. Was it the laws of heaven and earth? This ancient world was at least hundreds of thousands of years away from the modern world. The laws of heaven and earth of the 2 eras were completely different, under different laws of heaven and earth. The experts that could be nurtured were also different, just like how he couldn't unleash the slightest bit of his strength after coming to this place from the Emperor realm. The barbarians lived in this ancient world, under the influence of the invisible but omnipresent laws of heaven and earth. Perhaps they had something that the later cultivator did not have. This allowed them to resist the erosion of the demonic qi purely with the power of qi and blood. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After hearing Yang Kai's explanation, the other wizards were enlightened. For the first time, Rain and Du showed respect to Yang Kai. The 2 of them were the most talented wizard in the southern barbarian tribe. As long as they were given enough time, it would not be impossible for them to become Wizard King. As an elite of the Wizard Temple, what they came into contact with and cultivated were the most powerful and profound spells and knowledge of their time. Although they were assigned by the wizard to listen to Yang Kai's orders, to be honest, Rain and Du did not think that this wizard could be much stronger than them. For a long time, the 2 of them only regarded Yang Kai as their equal and did not pay the corresponding respect, because they felt that the 2 of them would surpass this wizard sooner or later, to reach a height that was difficult for him to reach. But after what happened just now, they found that not all powerful wizards were from the Wizard Temple. There were still masters among the people, not to mention other things. Just the bloodlust technique that was born from the heart shocked them. It was a technique that none of them could perform, even if they joined hands. At this moment, he found a way to cure the demonized people in a very short time. It was definitely not something that an ordinary wizard could do. This required an extremely wide vision and a huge amount of knowledge as a foundation. Yang Kai's inadvertent performance made the twins respect him. At the same time, under the command of Yang Kai, The other hundreds of demonized people also gathered in one place. Their eyes were all black. Although they were bound by the wizard's chains, they still roared like beasts. They bared their teeth at the people next to them, making everyone's heart palpitate. When Yong Kai waved his hand, a crimson light enveloped these clansmen. A layer of blood mist appeared on each of the demonized clansmen, and their crimson black eyes slowly bloomed with red light after activating the power of blood. Some of the people quickly regained their consciousness, but some of them needed more time. Black demonic chi constantly flowed out of their 7 orifices. More than 10 wizards worked together to cast a purification spell. Under the cover of the light, the demonic chi was purified as soon as it appeared. Just as everyone was looking on with joy, something unexpected happened. With a muffled bang, a demonized person's head exploded. Red and white matter splashed out, and his body fell limply to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Yong Kai's eyes narrowed. This was not the end. This person's experience was like a prairie fire, quickly spreading in all directions. With a series of explosions, more than 10 people fell to the ground and died. Everyone could clearly see that before these clansmen died, the crimson and black colors in their eyes were constantly clashing. It was as if 2 armies were using these clansmen's bodies as a battlefield, fighting for control of their bodies. When the 2 colors clashed to a certain limit, the people could no longer bear it. Fortunately, among the 100 or so people, only a dozen or so people had an accident. The rest were all saved. The demonic chi in their bodies was forced out, and then they fainted. After everything was done, Yong Kai said in a deep voice, "Remember today. Today's experience is the disgrace of our Wizard's Bull tribe. In the future, we will definitely make the demon folk pay back 100-fold." An army of 3,000 people had actually lost over 100 people to the sneak attack of several dozen sand demons. Even though a large part of the reason was due to a lack of information, it was still rather difficult for them to accept. Many of the clansmen clenched their fists silently. Their breathing became slightly heavy as they glanced past their companions who had died one by one. They suppressed this fury in their hearts, waiting for the right time to erupt. After ordering the clansmen to take care of their unconscious companions, Yong Kai waved his hand. Hua, Master. Hua took a step forward. Send people to inform the nearby allies about our experience today. Let them learn a lesson from it. Yes, Hua accepted the order and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Although over 100 people had died in the Wizard's Bull tribe today, it was not all for nothing. At the very least, they learned about the sand demon's elusive methods, as well as the method to counter the demonic chi and save the demonized clansmen. This was extremely important information, so they had to pass it on as soon as possible. Perhaps it would reduce the losses of the other great wizard tribes by quite a lot. Master, since this is a trap, we can't stay here any longer. Rain took a step forward and said softly. There had only been a few dozen sand demons earlier. If they delayed any longer, who knew whether even more demon folk would appear? Yong Kai nodded. Pass down the order. Rest here for 15 minutes before setting off. 15 minutes later, the Wizard's Bull tribe that was ready to set off continued towards the depths of the north in a mighty manner. After everyone had left, a bulge suddenly protruded from an empty space in the center of the village. The bulge slowly rose up, slowly turning into a shriveled sand demon. Its scarlet-black eyes glanced in the direction that Yong Kai and the others had left motionlessly. Suddenly, it dove back into the ground and vanished. Half a day later, in a cave deep in the mountains, the sand demon suddenly appeared strangely. In the cave, a tall, slender woman in revealing clothes that exposed a large portion of her snow-white skin and a short tail behind her glanced at him, before suddenly pressing her hand against the sand demon's head. Pitch-black, demonic chi surged out from the woman's body, turning into visible streaks of light that wrapped around the sand demon. The sand demon immediately felt like he had been subjected to inhumane torture. His emotionless eyes actually became extremely terrifying, but even with that being the case, he dared not resist at all before the evil woman. All he could do was let her do whatever she wanted. The light in the evil woman's eyes flickered, and images flashed past one after another. They were all scenes of what had happened in the village earlier. Who knew what she had done, but she was actually able to reproduce everything that the sand demon had seen before. However, this method was clearly extremely domineering, not something that a normal person could endure. A while later, the evil woman pulled back, and the sand demon collapsed on the ground. He was feeble all over, as if he was about to die. The evil woman had no intention of paying attention to him at all. She could only sneer. Hateful outsiders, as expected, they attacked. Beside her, a short demon race wrapped in black chi asked, "Master, what happened?" The evil woman turned around and sat on a large stone chair. She propped up her chin with her snow-white hand and lazily said, "It's nothing much. Only a few dozen sand demons died. Moreover, these outsiders seem to have a way to restrain us." The short demon race said, "Do you need this subordinate to lead people to those outsiders?" The evil woman shook her head. "No need. Before the demon Saint Master went into seclusion to heal, he gave us the order to just defend and not take the initiative to attack. Then are the sand demons going to die for nothing?" The short demon race asked. "Die for nothing?" The evil woman chuckled, but her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. "How could that be? I have already memorized the appearance of that leader. Once the demon Saint Master recovers, I will personally settle the score with him." As she spoke, she licked her lips with her pink tongue, as if she was very hungry. Her coquettish appearance caused the short demon race to tremble. He forced himself to look away, his back drenched in cold sweat. The Queen Master was a famous succubus demon. Even among the 100 races of the demon race, she was one of the top existences. The men that were targeted by her never had a good ending. Even if he was a demon commander, if he was immersed in the Queen Master's light of charm, he would quickly lose his mind and become her plaything. Being able to spend a night with the Queen was wonderful, but if he became a walking corpse in the future, it would be a disaster. Chapter 2852. Master, where are we going? Rain looked at Yang Kai curiously. Ever since they left the village 3 days ago, the 3,000 people had been marching in a very strange direction, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes south, sometimes north. There was no pattern to it at all. It was like Yang Kai had casually given out orders on a whim. Logically speaking, Yang Kai was the leader of the group, so obviously everyone had to follow his orders. However, such an aimless and strange march always left people scratching their heads. After holding it in for a few days, Rain finally could not help but ask what exactly was going on. "Pass down my orders. Turn southeast and advance at full speed." Yang Kai called out before glancing at Rain leisurely. He grinned. "Where else can we go?" "To get revenge, obviously." "Revenge?" Rain and Lu, who stood together, were both taken aback. Revenge on who? Where were they going to get revenge? During the past few days, the group had not managed to find any useful information. And, apart from accidentally suffering a sneak attack in the village last time, the past 3 days had been peaceful, which made them wonder whether the demon folk had all retreated or not. Now that Yang Kai had suddenly mentioned revenge, they were obviously confused. However, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining it to her. In his mind, a faint connection guided him forward. He gazed in that direction and squinted his eyes. Cold light flickered in his eyes. There was still a sand demon hidden in the village. Yong Kai had learnt this back then. However, he did not kill him immediately. Instead, he secretly attached a sliver of his soul sense to the sand demon. A while after his group left the village, he sensed the sand demon leave in a certain direction as well. Half a day later, he stopped somewhere. During the past few days, the sand demon had always stopped at a certain place, and that place was clearly a demon cavern. His target was that demon cavern. The outcome of the initial battle was not ideal. Against several dozen sand demons, over 100 people had actually died out of a group of 3,000. During the past few days, every single barbarian warrior had been holding back a ball of anger. They were all hoping to encounter other demon folk and have a good battle with them, so that they could avenge their fallen companions. That Devil's Den was the best place for them to vent their anger. On the other hand, the Wizard Bowl division also needed a solid victory to boost their morale. These few days of marching were not aimless. From a bird's eye view, one could see that the Wizard's Bowl tribe was patrolling the Devil's Den in a radius of 300 miles. The situation was slightly better than Yong Kai had anticipated. There were no other demon folk in the surroundings. It seemed that the Devil's Den was the only thing that existed within a radius of 1,000 miles. This way, once the Wizard's Bowl clan and the Devil's Den start fighting, they won't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. The only problem right now was how many demon folk were in the demon cavern and what kind of powerful cultivators watched over them. Half a day later, the team marched into a valley. Yong Kai raised his hands slightly, and the 3,000 people stopped abruptly. He ordered the clansmen to rest where they were and take out their own rations to recover. Yong Kai summoned over a dozen wizard subordinates for a secret discussion. When they learnt that there was actually a Devil's Den 50 kilometers away, they were all astounded. They basically refused to believe it. They had not seen Yong Kai do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days, nor had he left the main group, so where did he get this information from? When they learnt that Yong Kai wanted to personally investigate the Devil's Den, the wizard subordinates all became worried. Yu and Lu even volunteered themselves. They wanted to take on this mission. Although the two of them were wizards of the southern barbarian tribe, they had cultivated in the wizard temple for so many years, so they still had some grasp over the art of concealment and concealment. A job like this did not require great strength, but if their whereabouts were exposed, the outcome would definitely not be too good. Towards the good intentions of the two sisters, Kai Yong naturally refused. After giving a few more instructions to the wizard subordinates, Yong Kai suddenly vanished with a flash. Butterfly was used to this, but the other wizard subordinates could not help but drop their jaws. They looked around, trying to find Yong Kai, but how were they supposed to find him? A while later, Yong Kai drifted over like a ghost in the demon cavern 50 kilometers away. The demon folk guarding the entrance were like decorations. This was the belly of a mountain. The interior seemed to have been hollowed out. It was huge, and the tunnels in the belly of the mountain twisted and turned. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yong Kai held his breath and focused. He hid himself as he investigated the situation here. Without knowing whether there were any powerhouses watching over this place, Yong Kai was afraid to release his soul sense recklessly. He could only investigate bit by bit. There were indeed quite a few demon folk in the demon cave, and these demon folk didn't seem to belong to the same race, because they all had different sizes. The tall demon race members were even more majestic than the strongest barbarian race warriors, while the short demon race members were only 3 feet tall, as if they were pocket-sized people. Without exception, these demon folk all exuded a kind of demon chi that Yong Kai found extremely disgusting. The uneven density of this demon chi showed the difference in their strength. This was the first time he had come into contact with a demon race at such a close distance. He had no idea what kind of abilities they possessed, so Yong Kai dared not lower his guard at all. Moving through the demon cavern, Yang Kai discovered another phenomenon that gave him a headache very soon. There were actually quite a few demonized barbarians here. These barbarians were clearly the clansmen of the 4 destroyed tribes. According to the reports, the 4 tribes had been completely wiped out without a single survivor, but that did not seem to be the case now. It was just a portion of the barbarians that had been demonized into demon folk. He could tell that there was a huge difference in status between the demonized demon folk and the proper demon folk. Any demon folk could order them around, while the demonized barbarians did not complain at all. Instead, they were extremely cautious and fearful before the demon folk, obeying their orders with their heads lowered. They were like slaves. Not only were their regular clansmen demonized, but Yang Kai even saw a few wizards. The strongest one was clearly a wizard. Yet now, this wizard, who was extremely noble even among the barbarians, had been ordered around by a short demon folk like a servant. He allowed the demon folk to scold and beat him as he pleased without complaining at all. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Kai continued deeper in. Not long after, a beast-like roar suddenly rang out. The roar was mixed with an indescribable evil aura. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and followed the source of the sound. Not long after, he arrived at a huge cave. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up as if they had sensed something. They all looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression froze. He hurriedly used the nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him for a while before slowly retracting. Yang Kai could clearly see that the owners of these pairs of scarlet eyes were clearly demonic chi-entwined beasts. The demon race also had a monster beast. Wouldn't that be a demonic beast? He just did not know how these demonic beasts differed from a monster beast. After carefully observing these demonic beasts for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly appeared beside a demonic beast and grabbed it. With a surge of his divine sense, he completely enveloped it and stowed it away in the sealed world bead. This action clearly alarmed the other demonic beasts. In an instant, over 100 demonic beasts in the cave stood up together, roaring continuously. A series of hurried footsteps rang out from afar. Clearly, a demon folk had sensed the abnormality here and wanted to see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered. By the time the demon folk arrived, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At this moment, Yang Kai felt slightly awkward. The teleportation earlier had accidentally brought him to a very unusual place. This place was extremely spacious, dotted with strange stones, making the cave seem hazy and dense. In a room in front of him, there was actually a series of moaning sounds that would make one's heart beat faster. The moaning sounds were mellow and extremely pleasing to the ear. When they reached his ears, it was like a small, invisible hand was plucking at his heartstrings, making his heart itch unbearably. Yang Kai hid in the dark shadows with a strange expression. He could guess what was going on even if he used his toes to guess. Quietly scanning with his divine sense, it was just as he had guessed. There was a stone bed in the cave. A muscular and burly berserker lay naked on the bed, and a woman with a graceful figure was sitting on the berserker's body. Her delicate and fair body was heaving up and down. Her head was raised, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. She was gasping for breath. A large expanse of snow-white, dazzling Kai Yang made him feel dizzy and his mouth dry. As for the berserker who was lying motionlessly on the stone bed, it was clear that he had an extremely delighted expression on his face. He was captivated by her beauty, and his strong physique formed an extremely stark contrast with the delicate woman. The strong visual conflict was enough to make any man unable to control himself. Bitch! Yang Kai cursed in his heart and carefully retracted his divine sense. Although he did not carefully investigate, he could feel that this woman was not to be trifled with. She should have the strength equivalent to a wizard king, and a high-grade wizard king at that. She was definitely the strongest person he had encountered in this demon cave. Perhaps she was the leader of this place. The woman's characteristics as a member of the demon race were obvious, not to mention the faintly discernible demonic chi in her delicate body. Just the short tail behind her showed that she was a member of a different race. Fortunately, this woman was immersed in the pleasure of intimacy. Otherwise, his actions just now would have definitely alarmed her. Yang Kai was not too afraid of an existence comparable to a high-grade wizard king, but this time he was only here to scout for information. It would not be good to act rashly and alert the enemy. Quietly lying in wait, Yang Kai prepared to find an opportunity to leave. On the stone bed, the woman's movements became more and more violent. Her beautiful hair flew in the wind and became messy. Her delicate breathing also became louder and louder. Seeing that the woman was about to reach a critical point, and Yang Kai was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and a dagger swiftly swept towards his neck. This dagger was completely black and did not reflect the slightest light. It was mysterious and traceless. Moreover, this black shadow moved without any warning. Yang Kai, who was in the enemy's nest, did not constantly release his divine sense to be alert. In a moment of carelessness, he actually succeeded. Chapter 2853. It wasn't until he felt a chill on his neck that Yang Kai suddenly became alert, and almost reflexively urged the wizard's power to resist. Chi. With a sound, sparks flew everywhere, and the sharp dagger swept past Yang Kai's neck, bringing out a string of fine blood beads. Although his attack was successful, the person who launched the sneak attack from behind was a little stunned. This was because he could feel that although his opponent was injured, it was only a superficial wound. In other words, his surprise attack did not achieve the desired result. While he was still in a daze, Kai Yang had already turned around and sent a punch towards him. A muffled groan sounded, and in the black fog, a 3-feet-tall figure suddenly appeared, his eyes bulging high, his chest almost collapsed, and his whole body hit the stone wall, blood spurting out. After landing, this short demon race showed a look of fear. Seeing Yang Kai punching again, his face changed greatly, and his body shook, turning into a cloud of black smoke, causing Yang Kai's punch to hit empty air. Yang Kai frowned slightly, although a few days ago he fought with the sand demon, but this was the first time he encountered such a short demon race. Such a troublesome ability did not give him the time to find a way to break it. The black fog quickly retreated. At the same time, an extremely sharp cry sounded from behind, like a cuckoo crying blood. And at the same time that the sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's soul shook, and he felt quite uneasy, and an illusion of a demon dancing wildly appeared in front of his eyes. Soul attack. Yang Kai shook his head hard, guarded his mind, and urged the power of his soul to eliminate the effect of the scream. Chi-chi sounds came from behind, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand, blocking the side of his body. With a light snap, a soft whip made of an unknown material was blocked by him, but it was not over. Although the soft whip that suddenly attacked was blocked, it magically turned a half circle with his hand as the center, and the head of the whip went straight for his face. In a flash, the head of the whip opened its mouth, and the big mouth was densely covered with fangs. Flashing a dark green light, it hissed and bit at Yang Kai. This was not a soft whip, it was clearly a poisonous snake. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his other hand and pinched the snake's head with great precision. With a squeeze, the snake's head was crushed. A cry of surprise came from behind, as if it did not expect Yang Kai's reaction to be so fast that even such a killing move could be easily resolved. The next moment, a fragrant wind flew to Yong Kai's side and turned into a white light, a sky full of palm shadows to envelop him. Yong Kai took a deep breath and stood firm, his hands also transforming into a series of afterimages. Pa, rapid and dense sound. Yong Kai's voice, when the white light retreated and rested. The rocks cave. It was as if it could collapse, cessed. Everything happened in a very short time, since the short demon race hiding in the darkness launched a sneak attack. At this moment, Yong Kai and the white shadow fought, in the blink of an eye. Only then did Yong Kai slowly turn around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and looked in front of him with a mocking expression. Less than 5 feet away from him, a woman was standing there quietly. Her figure was delicate, making people feel pity for her. However, her figure was very good. She was quite well-rounded. Her lower abdomen was flat, her legs were long and slender, and her skin was so fair that it was as white as snow, as if it could be broken by the wind. It was as if she had just been moistened by rain and dew. This female demon's face was slightly red, and there was a trace of satisfaction in her watery eyes. This female demon was the one Yong Kai secretly observed just now. She fought with the black shadow not far from her, so she naturally noticed it. At this moment, she was completely naked. The most beautiful part of her body was openly displayed, and she did not feel uncomfortable at all. Beside this female demon, a black shadow was floating, and a weak aura was emitted from it. It was obviously the demon race that failed to sneak attack Yong Kai, and was injured by Yong Kai. "It's you?" The female demon glanced at Yong Kai, and her eyes lit up. She tilted her head and said with an innocent look, "You actually found this place? You're really amazing." Yong Kai grinned and said, "Do we know each other?" The female demon smiled and said, "Don't we know each other now?" Yong Kai nodded and said, "What's your name?" The female demon giggled, and her snow-white breasts jiggled. She said with a teasing look in her eyes, "Demon King Shaya." "Demon King?" Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. "If you're the Demon King, then is the Demon King above the Demon Saint?" Shaya looked at Yong Kai with a smile and said, "Little brother, are you trying to get information from me? That's not a smart move." Yong Kai shrugged and said, "It's my first time dealing with you, so I'm just casually chatting. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to." "You're quite interesting." Shaya looked at Yong Kai from head to toe and frowned slightly. She said with some regret, "You're just a little weak." Yong Kai sneered, "Being small doesn't mean you're weak. You're also someone who's experienced hundreds of battles. Haven't you encountered a silver spearhead before?" Shaya nodded in agreement. "You're right. That's right. Above the Demon King is the Demon Saint. Don't you have a saint on your side? A few days ago, they even fought. Don't tell me you don't know about it." "Of course I know. It seems like both sides were injured. It's a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes." Shaya looked at him with a strange expression. "You want to see it with your own eyes? Be careful not to lose your life." Yong Kai laughed. "Everything about me is tough. Especially my life." Shaya said meaningfully, "Then I'll have to take a good look." "You'll have the chance." Yong Kai nodded slightly and changed the topic. "If the Demon Saint is above you, then what's below you?" "What's below me? Can't you see it?" Shaya's face suddenly blushed, and her tone became gentle. As she spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her beautiful charm, and the surrounding atmosphere changed abruptly. Yong Kai swallowed his saliva and looked down. "I see it, I see it." The short devil who had been standing next to Shaya suddenly let out a muffled groan and ran away as fast as he could. Shaya had used her charm, so he did not dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would immediately become her captive and become a walking corpse. "Don't mind him. He's just a useless little thing." Shaya smiled lightly, and a faint moan came from her throat. Her delicate body was slightly red, and she bit her red lips. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help me? Okay. Yang Kai's eyes were blurred, and while he agreed, he walked forward. His breathing became heavy, and his eyes were like leeches biting on Shaya's pure white body. This invasive gaze seemed to be very useful to Shaya, and her entire body was filled with unimaginable pleasure. She giggled, and there was a strange magic in her laughter. She opened her arms and hugged Yang Kai. In her arms, Yang Kai, who should have lost his ability to think, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He grabbed Shaya's hair and pulled, causing her body to bend backwards. Ouch! Shaya cried out, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She frowned. What are you doing? Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. What do you think I'm doing? Shaya was startled and said in shock, How can you, looking at his mocking eyes? Shaya immediately understood that he was not affected by her charm at all. How is this possible? She was from the famous succubus demon clan, among the 100 clans of the demon race. She was also the demon king of the succubus demon clan. Her opponent's aura was clearly several levels lower than hers, and she could easily charm such an opponent. But in fact, the charm she had silently used did not work. His previous confusion was just a disguise. Looking at the mocking and cold look in his eyes, there was no trace of him being charmed. Yang Kai laughed. You dare to show off your little skill in front of this wizard with a mere charm? You really don't know your place. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Shaya's full chest. Shaya had never encountered something like this before. Her charm had failed, and she was momentarily stunned. It was only when Yang Kai made his move that she screamed in horror. At the same time that she screamed, Yang Kai felt as if an invisible blade had stabbed into his head, causing his head to sink slightly. However, his fist had already landed on Shaya's chest. With a boom, the wizard's power exploded. Shaya's snow-white and plump breasts exploded, turning into a pool of blood. Using the force of the impact and taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai's soul was affected, Shaya swung her head, and her hair was cut off. Her whole body slid away from Yang Kai like a loach. After regaining her balance, Shaya looked down at her chest with a pale face, and her whole body trembled. The 2 snow-white lumps that she had always been proud of were now missing one. Blood dripped down from her lower abdomen and flowed down to her legs. I'm going to kill you, Shaya screamed, as if she had gone mad. She was from the succubus demon clan, and her beautiful body was one of her assets. Now that Yang Kai had made her look like neither a human nor a ghost, she could not accept it. Although it was not impossible to recover from such injuries, she would need to pay a price to do so. In a moment of carelessness, she had suffered a great loss at the hands of a barbarian who was several levels weaker than her. Yang Kai did not say anything. His body swayed, and he pounced toward Shaya again. Although he was here to gather information, since he had already exposed himself, he might as well go all out. It would be best if he could kill this demon king here, and it would not be a waste of time for him to come here. Looking at the barbarian, who was charging toward her like an angry lion, Shaya instinctively felt a sense of danger. It was as if she would die if she did not leave now. She could not believe this thought when it came to her mind. After hesitating for a moment, Shaya decided to follow her instincts. A ring of light suddenly bloomed from her body, sending out an incomparably strong resistance. Flying in front of her, Yang Kai, who had not yet had the time to ruthlessly destroy her, was pushed back a few steps by this ring of light. Chapter 2854. A sand demon suddenly emerged from the ground where Shaya was standing, grabbed the injured Shaya, and burrowed into the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai pounced again, the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Yong Kai released his divine sense and sensed that the aura belonging to Shaya was rapidly escaping. Soon, it was deep underground and out of Yong Kai's perception range, making him feel powerless. Yong Kai could not help but frown at the sand demon's ability. Fortunately, these sand demons seemed to have low intelligence. Otherwise, this special ability alone would be enough to render the barbarians helpless. Shaya had escaped, and Yong Kai could not chase after her. Rumbling sounds came from all directions. Obviously, the demon race had sensed the commotion, or had received Shaya's order to surround Yong Kai and take him down with their numbers. In the darkness, groups of shadows appeared. Like the short demon race from before, they were a race that specialized in concealment and assassination. But before they could even prepare themselves, Kai Yong let out a sinister grin and pounced into the enemy group like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Wherever he passed, blood mist exploded in the air like blooming flowers of blood, enchanting and cruel. The black shadows conveyed their feelings of panic and retreated one after another. Other tall demon race warriors rushed out from the surrounding corridors, raised their weapons, and charged at Yong Kai without fear of death. Yong Kai stood in place with Myriad's sword in his hand. He swept his sword around and cut any demon race that dared to charge at him in half. Blood and organs spilled all over the ground, and the cave was filled with the pungent smell of blood. After a fierce battle, Yong Kai was unscathed. The demon race, on the other hand, had suffered hundreds of casualties. All the demon race masters were aware that something was wrong. This guy in front of them was not someone they could contend with, so even if they didn't fear him, they didn't dare step forward easily. Instead, all of them stood in place in horror as they stared at Yong Kai vigilantly. "Are you going up or not?" Yong Kai tilted his broadsword and grinned. "If you're not going up, then I'm going up." The demon race members didn't answer. Yong Kai immediately moved. With a flash of his body, he circled around the cave at lightning speed. When he returned to his original spot, the myriad sword was dripping with dark red blood. One figure after another fell to the ground without a sound. Yong Kai sneered, "A bunch of trash." As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed and a dark green color appeared on his cheeks. He cried out involuntarily, "Slut, you actually used poison. Shameless." The dark green color was like a living thing. After it appeared on Yong Kai's face, it immediately spread to every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, Yong Kai's entire body turned green. Even the top of his head was emitting a green light. Yong Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Ha ha ha ha!" Shaya's maniacal laughter echoed in the cave, her voice drifting in and out. He didn't know where she was hiding and secretly watching. Even with the strength of Yong Kai's divine sense, he couldn't lock onto her. Although the green demon's poison isn't the strongest poison, it is still the most mysterious and difficult to guard against among the 100 clans of the demon race. "Little brother, you're dead. Maybe you can beg me to turn you into a slave and live." Yong Kai frowned and thought back. Among the demon race members he just killed, there was indeed a guy who was green. He looked a little different from the other demon race members. In that case, the demon race member was the green demon that Shaya mentioned. However, Yong Kai didn't see any signs of him attacking, and he didn't have any physical contact with the demon race. Even so, he was still poisoned. The green demon's poison was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. It was impossible to guard against. With a cold snort, Yong Kai said in a low voice, "Sorry, I'm not interested in broken shoes." Shaya's voice suddenly turned cold. "I'll slap your mouth and make you pay for your arrogance. Broken shoes, broken shoes, broken shoes. Your whole family is broken shoes." "Sha, you didn't say anything." She was probably very angry. There was no sound around. There was no demon race member, and there was no sign of Shaya. Yong Kai curled his lips and said sarcastically, If you don't come out, I'm going to leave. There was still no response. Yang Kai nodded. His body flickered and suddenly disappeared. He left as soon as he said he would. After confirming that Yang Kai was gone for a long time, Sha Ya slowly appeared somewhere in the void. She was still covered in clothes, but she didn't look weak and seductive like before. Instead, her face was full of anger. The cold air around her almost froze the flames. The short shadow demon silently appeared beside her and said anxiously, "Master, are we just going to let that guy go?" Sha Ya snorted. "You don't want him to go?" The short demon race said, "He killed many of our people." "Then why didn't you let him stay just now?" Sha Ya turned her head and asked. The short demon race had an awkward expression. He thought to himself, if even you don't want to face such a madman, how much can I do with my small body? He had accidentally been punched by him just now, and had almost been killed. He couldn't understand how that skinny body could produce such domineering strength. Humph, he's been poisoned by the green demon. Unless he turns into a member of my demon race, he'll definitely die. Just wait. He'll come back and beg me. Sha Ya sneered. She looked like she had victory in her hands. The short demon race heard this and felt that it made sense. Although the green demons didn't have much of a position in the demon race and were vassals of the succubus demon race, their poison was very effective against creatures that weren't part of the demon race. Once infected by the green demon's poison, there was no other way to get rid of it. Since that terrifying barbarian was already poisoned, there was no need to continue forcing him. Sha Ya's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. The short demon race looked at the corpses around him and sighed. He said, "Throw these into the beast's lair." Immediately, many sand demons appeared from the ground and silently moved the corpses into the beast's lair. Obviously, they were going to use these corpses as food for the demon beasts. "Master, what is going on?" 100 miles away from the demon lair, as soon as Yang Kai appeared, more than 10 wizards looked at him in shock. The surrounding barbarian warriors also opened their mouths wide and looked at him in a daze. Dressed in green, he looked very delicate and new. Even the top of his head was emitting a green glow. He was very eye-catching in the crowd. If this was any other occasion, people would laugh their heads off. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai had gone to the demon lair to scout for information. Now that he suddenly came back with a green glow, it was obvious that something bad had happened. This made everyone turn pale with fright. Who could still laugh? Pairs of worried and nervous eyes looked at him. Yang Kai was the leader of this team and was the spiritual pillar in everyone's hearts. If something bad happened to him, then this team would have no one to lead them. On the battlefield where the two clans were at war, how much could a team without a leader be of any use? Perhaps the demon race would only need a small counterattack to wipe out all 3,000 people. I accidentally got poisoned. Yang Kai's face darkened. He waved his hand and pushed back the few wizards who were about to approach him. "Don't get too close to me. It might be contagious." Contagious. Hearing this, the few wizards who were about to approach him instinctively took a few steps back. They seemed to have realized that their actions were not appropriate. Their faces were slightly embarrassed. "Poison of the green demon?" Rain suddenly asked. "Huh?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" Rain could actually identify the origin and name of the poison. It was obvious that she did not blindly guess. She really knew, but even Yang Kai had only just learned of this matter. "So how could you have known?" Rain nodded slightly and said, "It really is the poison of the green demon." Lu added, "Then there is no saving him." The twin sisters spoke one after another and directly sentenced Yang Kai to death. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes looked at him with pity. "How did you know about the poison of the green demon?" Yang Kai asked again. The twins looked at each other. Rain said, "There is a book in the wizard temple that recorded some things about the demon race. There is very little information, and it is not comprehensive. However, there is a description of the green demon. We came across it by accident. So it was the wizard temple. Yong Kai nodded slightly. From the knowledge passed down by Green, Yong Kai knew that this was not the first time that the demon folk had invaded a large area of land. In other words, the residents of this land had some contact with the demon folk before, although it had been tens of thousands of years and basically no one remembered the situation of that war. It was normal for the wizard temple to have some records about the demon race as the most important existence in the entire barbarian race. In the Wizard Ox tribe, the oldest wizard disciple said with a trembling voice, "Master and Wizard Ox, is there really no way to cure the poison of the green demon?" Rain and Lou shook their heads at the same time. Rain said, "Although there is no way to cure it, you don't have to worry about it being contagious. The poison of the green demon is not contagious." As she said that, as if to prove what she said, she actually went up and touched Yong Kai's cheek. Yong Kai frowned, but he did not avoid it. When Rain pulled back her hand, there was no trace of the poison at all. This was more or less good news. However, the wizard looked at Yong Kai with a grief-stricken expression. Yong Kai said in a deep voice, "What are the symptoms of the green demon's poison?" Rain shook her head. "The records are not comprehensive. They only mention a few things. All they know is that if you want to cure the poison with the green light that you're shining with right now, you can only be demonized into a demon, or you'll definitely die. I don't know much about the rest." Lou said, "Master, do you have any last words? We can pass them on for you." Yong Kai laughed. "I'm not dead yet," Lou said seriously, "but if you die, you won't have a chance to say anything." Yong Kai nodded. "I won't die. I don't know why, but I feel good right now, so please don't worry." Rain and Lou frowned at the same time. They glanced at each other and could see the uneasiness in each other's hearts. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.